Zhang Yan, with his head full of white hair, looked at Zhao Si and spoke earnestly, the moon-watching continent has no future. The Demora clan is unstoppable. You'd be better off becoming my disciple and joining the Kanglan world. Senior, I swore when I was young that I would never take a master, and if I ever did, it would only be the greatest, the faceless sword god. Zhao Si's eyes were firm. He had grown up hearing stories of the faceless sword god and deeply admired the legendary figure who had turned the tide of battle, single-handedly fighting 3,000 extraterrestrial demons. HMPH. Zhang Yan snorted coldly. You're short-sighted. The moon-watching continent's Tao is flawed. Its strongest figures barely reach the nascent soul stage. The faceless sword god, no matter how powerful, was just an exceptional nascent soul cultivator. But I, in this lifetime, have hopes of reaching the nascent soul stage. If that so-called faceless sword god were to stand before me, what could he do against one of my primal spirit abilities? Zhao Si remained silent. He knew he couldn't convince Zhang Yan otherwise. Oh, by the way, your third brother tried to secretly meet this so-called blood-robed sword god, but Hu Meng turned him into a human swine, Zhang Yan said lightly. Zhao Si's hand froze, and the water in the basin rippled. It was as if a layer of mist clouded his vision. His third brother, a righteous man, always willing to help others, who used to take him horseback riding as a child. Now, he had been mutilated, with his hands and feet severed, his eyes gouged out, his vocal cords pierced, and his ears punctured. How could he not be filled with anger? My patience is limited. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer within 3 days, you might end up like your third brother, Zhang Yan said coldly. He was tired of reasoning with this native of the moon-watching continent. In the sky above, a flash of blood-red light streaked across. Qi Yuan and his party of 4 landed on the city wall outside the capital of Chuang Kingdom. Within moments, several terrifying auras approached. Qi Yuan looked over and saw several nascent soul cultivators from the Kanglan world. Lazily, he said, "Where is the Demora clan's military camp? My sword is eager to strike." At that moment, Zhang Yan stepped forward, a respectful smile on his face. "You must be the blood-robed sword god. I am Zhang Yan, the elder brother of Lady Mir, a messenger under the command of Sovereign Yi Chong." Qi Yuan paused, surprised. Mir, wasn't that the arrogant woman who had blocked his path to threaten him on the way to annihilate the Palace of Light, whom he had killed with a single strike? Her brother. Qi Yuan's expression grew peculiar. Should he kill him? But then he remembered that families shouldn't be implicated for the actions of one member, so his killing intent faded. He didn't like the idea of exterminating entire families. He also found it strange that Zhang Yan, knowing he had killed his sister, didn't seem angry at all. Could it be that Zhang Yan was a man of high morals and reason? But then he quickly realized that the moon-watching continent's entrance opened only rarely. Zhang Yan had likely entered the continent a year before, so news of Qi Yuan killing Mir and destroying the Palace of Light hadn't reached him yet. I just want to kill the Demora clan. Give me the location, and I'll handle it, Qi Yuan said seriously. He wanted to leave quickly, fearing that staying too long around Zhang Yan would tempt him to eliminate him. "Senior, we can handle the Demora clan ourselves. Please, attend to other matters," Zhang Yan said, raising his tone slightly. "We are here under the orders of Sovereign Yi Chong, so we ask for your understanding." He only regarded the blood-robed sword god as an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, so his respect was limited. If he had known that Qi Yuan had destroyed the Palace of Light and understood Qi Yuan's personality, or insanity, he wouldn't have spoken so brazenly. "I'm naturally inclined to help others, and besides, the moon-watching continent is my home. I can't rely solely on others to protect it. I must do my part as its master," Qi Yuan said politely, remembering he had killed Zhang Yan's sister and trying to be courteous. Zhang Yan's smile deepened. "Your Majesty, please explain whether we need their help." The man in the dragon robe was old, frail, and had a look of helplessness in his eyes. He finally spoke. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but we can handle the Demora clan ourselves." Beside him, Zhao Si felt a pang of disappointment, and the girl's face also darkened visibly. Zhang Yan smiled. "Blood-robed sword god, Senior, please leave now." Qi Yuan glanced at the old emperor. "If you're being threatened, just blink." The old emperor was startled. Normally, he blinked frequently, and hearing this, he blinked a few times. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's expression turned to rage. "How dare you threaten the emperor?" Instantly, Qi Yuan's anger was directed at the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators present. Before, they might have been formidable opponents, but now, to him, they were nothing. Qi Yuan's sudden outburst shocked everyone present. Even true Lord Daji couldn't help but say, according to my studies of the law, threatening the emperor is a crime punishable by death for 9 generations. Oh dear, your mothers are gone. The nascent soul cultivators' expressions shifted. Zhang Yan, trying to maintain control, repeated, Blood-robed sword god, Senior, we are here under the orders of Sovereign Yi Chong. Please reconsider. True Lord Daji said that threatening the emperor is a crime punishable by death for 9 generations. Your sister is Sovereign Yi Chong's servant, and Sovereign Yi Chong is barely part of your 9 generations, so he's in trouble too, Qi Yuan said, pressing his advantage. He finally had a reason to convict Sovereign Yi Chong. This put him squarely on the moral high ground. Qi Yuan's words made the nascent soul cultivators' faces pale. They couldn't understand what he meant, but they all felt that this man was bold to the point of madness. However, despite their discomfort, they didn't dare confront a nascent soul cultivator head-on. Senior, we're not stopping you from killing the Demora clan. It's just that, Senior, you're already a nascent soul cultivator. If you recklessly slaughter the Demora clan here, their nascent soul cultivators will likely come to hunt you down. You should be careful, Zhang Yan said, subtly threatening him. Don't change the subject. Death for 9 generations, execution. Execution, Qi Yuan shouted, his voice thunderous. He drew his blood-red sword, its killing aura soaring. Zhang Yan's face turned grim. Senior, are you serious? HMPH, don't talk about punishing 9 generations. Stopping me from cleaning up my own house is a crime in itself. No, you are also trash in my house, and you should be killed. With that, Qi Yuan unleashed his sword, giving the nascent soul cultivators no time to react. In an instant, 16 heads fell to the ground. Their nascent souls didn't even have time to manifest before they were obliterated. The nascent soul cultivators had never imagined they would be killed so swiftly. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan had slain them all. Seeing this, Zhao Si was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior, for saving Chuang Kingdom. Without hesitation, Zhao Si knelt on the ground, his face filled with gratitude. The people of Chuang Kingdom also knelt, giving thanks to the blood-robed sword god who had suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, Qi Yuan lifted everyone to their feet. I'm going to kill the Demora clan. Give me their location. Also, I need cultivation techniques, the more, the better. Qi Yuan said. The old emperor quickly replied, we will prepare them for you immediately, Senior. Qi Yuan nodded. He glanced at the bodies of the nascent soul cultivators and then looked at Zhao Si. Your sword is quite good. May I borrow it? Zhao Si, flattered, handed over the sword. Please, Senior, use it. Qi Yuan took the sword and examined its design, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. This sword is somewhat special. Zhao Si proudly explained, this sword was forged in the likeness of the faceless sword god's blade. The faceless sword god? Qi Yuan was taken aback, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He hadn't expected events from so many years ago to still be remembered today. Holding the sword, Qi Yuan infused it with a surge of blood-red energy. He then drove it into the main road leading to the imperial city. He said softly, Kanglan world cultivators, those who dare cross this sword shall be killed without mercy. His voice carried the weight of law. The blood sword, radiating a terrifying aura, stood as a warning. Qi Yuan didn't want to implicate this small kingdom in his feud with Sovereign Yi Chong. After killing so many nascent soul cultivators, he feared that Sovereign Yi Chong's remaining followers would seek revenge on Chuang Kingdom, so he left the sword as a deterrent. This sword could easily kill any nascent soul cultivators who dared to cross it. As for more powerful cultivators, such as those in the higher stages of nascent soul or even stronger, by the time they arrived, Qi Yuan would likely have fully taken control of the moonwatching continent's Dao, allowing him to return instantly. Zhao Si, witnessing this, was filled with excitement. Senior, have you also heard the stories of the faceless sword god and the moon maiden? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Back then, during the 100 Cities Alliance, when the faceless sword god was besieged by countless enemies, he handed his sword to the Moon Maiden. She stood alone in the snow, and before thousands of troops, she declared, anyone who crosses this sword shall be killed without mercy. Some reckless fools from the 100 Cities Alliance dared to step over the sword, and they were all slain with a single stroke, Zhao Si recounted passionately. As the distant memories resurfaced, Qi Yuan's expression softened. How do you know these details so well? Every member of the Faceless Sword sect knows them. Who among us doesn't? Zhao Si replied. Qi Yuan was stunned. When did the Faceless Sword sect emerge? Had he become a god? My third brother also worships the Faceless Sword god, but unfortunately, those people turned him into a human swine. Zhao Si's voice trembled with anger as he recalled the tragic fate of his brother at the hands of the nascent soul cultivators. Qi Yuan calmly said, "Bring him to me. Let me take a look." These followers of the Faceless Sword sect were his fans. As their idol, he felt compelled to take good care of them. After all, they had excellent taste. Zhao Si's face lit up with hope. Yes, of course. In a short while, several soldiers carried a stretcher over. On it lay a man, reduced to a mutilated state, with all 4 limbs severed and his body barely recognizable. Qi Yuan placed his hand on the prince's body. Instantly, the prince's flesh and bones began to regrow at an astonishing rate. His severed vocal cords and gouged-out eyes were restored as well. Zhao Si was overwhelmed with gratitude, his heart brimming with emotions he couldn't find words to express. Beside them, Zhang Ya looked at Qi Yuan in amazement. I didn't expect that senior blood-robed sword god was also so skilled in the medical arts. It was common for powerful cultivators to use their spiritual power to heal others, but the method Qi Yuan had used was something she couldn't comprehend. It seemed to be a special kind of medical technique, rather than just using cultivation to heal. I'm not skilled in medicine. It's just that this world is mine, so restoring a person's injuries is quite simple, Qi Yuan explained casually, adding, my true expertise lies in modifying cultivation techniques. Zhang Ya was taken aback by his words. She recalled that Qi Yuan was also proficient in modifying techniques. The coincidence was uncanny. If not for the vast difference in their cultivation levels, she might have mistaken him for someone else. But, could Qi Yuan really just be a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Just then, a soft, ethereal voice echoed in Qi Yuan's mind. Blood-robed sword god, may I speak with you? Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly. An immortal. Yes, the person communicating with him was undoubtedly an immortal. You all stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon, Qi Yuan said after a moment's thought, his figure vanishing. He hadn't yet fully regained control over the Tao of the moonwatching continent, and now an immortal had shown up. He felt a sense of urgency. But then he remembered that he still had Ning Dao, which bolstered his confidence. After about 10 breaths, Qi Yuan arrived at a lakeside. Beside the lake, lush trees flourished, and a woman dressed in pure white, as pristine as snow, stood there. Her face was obscured by a veil of mist, making it impossible to discern her features. This is a somewhat mysterious woman, her cultivation at the Yin God stage, having taken the first step of the Heaven Traversal Path. With this information confirmed, Qi Yuan realized that this Yin God was not from the moonwatching continent but from the Kanglan world. Who are you, an Eastern Earth sovereign? What do you want from me? Qi Yuan asked. The white-clad woman looked at Qi Yuan and shook her head. I am not an Eastern Earth sovereign. I've come to persuade you to stop killing the Demora clan. Oh, Qi Yuan was intrigued, growing more curious about the woman's identity. To be honest, this was the first immortal he had encountered. On the moonwatching continent, there are 5 immortals within the Demora clan, 2 of whom have reached the second step of the Heaven Traversal Path. If you continue to slaughter the Demora clan, they will eventually notice you. It won't be long before they emerge to hunt you down, the white-clad woman explained, her voice calm. Qi Yuan remained confident. When they do show up, we'll see who hunts whom. By that time, he would have fully regained control over the Tao of the moonwatching continent. His power would soar, and he doubted that those 5 immortals could defeat him. Not to mention that by then, his spiritual energy might be fully restored, and he still had his stellar core. The white-clad woman's face remained impassive. You are indeed strong, but facing those 5 immortals, the outcome is uncertain. I have confidence in myself. The white-clad woman sighed softly. I see, why does this matter concern you? Qi Yuan asked. He didn't believe that an immortal would care so much about him for no reason. I snuck into this realm to accomplish something important, the white-clad woman said. If you keep provoking those 5 immortals, it might ruin my plans. Well, I apologize for that, Qi Yuan replied sincerely. The white-clad woman looked at him for a long time before finally speaking again. Do you know about the impending calamity? I know a little, Qi Yuan admitted. In truth, he knew next to nothing. The great catastrophe is coming. Even we immortals might not survive. Even if we escape to the moon-watching continent, it will only buy us some time before our cultivation is severely reduced, the white-clad woman lamented, her voice tinged with worry about the future. Go on, Qi Yuan encouraged. Currently, I've found a way to escape from the Kanglan world, to completely avoid the calamity. If you're willing to help me with one task, I'm willing to share that path with you, the white-clad woman offered sincerely. She didn't trust any of the immortals from the Kanglan world, not even the blood-robed sword god. But since he was rampaging through the moon-watching continent, endangering her plans, she had no choice but to reveal herself. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. Is the great catastrophe that powerful? The white-clad woman nodded. If it wished, it could swallow the moon-watching continent in one bite. She didn't mention the latter part. The Tao of the moon-watching continent was flawed, making it an easy target. If the Tao were intact, even the strongest beings would struggle to consume it. Only a lower-level world's Tao might be within reach of ordinary immortals, while stronger Tao might even baffle the likes of a young god. Qi Yuan was taken aback. It's that strong. The moon-watching continent was vast, at least as large as several kingdoms combined. To think that it could be swallowed in one bite. This was beyond Qi Yuan's comprehension. His confidence was momentarily shaken. If it's that strong, could it swallow the sun as well? Qi Yuan asked, his voice hesitant. If the being was powerful enough to devour the sun, then he was definitely not ready to face it. A being that strong was beyond his understanding. The white-clad woman chuckled at the notion. Are you joking? A being capable of reflecting the myriad realms, at least at the level of a great sovereign, couldn't possibly devour the sun. Qi Yuan felt relieved hearing that. But he still harbored some anxiety. After all, his stellar core was in another universe. When would he be able to bring it here? The great catastrophe is only a few centuries away. You should start preparing to leave this realm, or else, well, the white-clad woman sighed again. Could the great catastrophe arrive sooner? Qi Yuan asked. No, the white-clad woman replied with certainty. It's in a state of stupor. Qi Yuan's sense of urgency lessened once more. That's good. A few hundred years should be enough time for my stellar core to devour a few more stars, and by then, my daughter might have even surpassed me in power. I'm not worried. The white-clad woman furrowed her brow. She had heard that the blood-robed sword god was a bit mad, but she had hoped it was just a temporary condition. To her dismay, he seemed to approach even such a critical matter as the great catastrophe with nonchalance and madness. This was a catastrophe that threatened the entire Kanglan world, and here he was, treating it so lightly. Are you sure you won't cooperate with me to leave this realm? The white-clad woman asked again, seeking confirmation. The Kanglan world is my second home, and the moon-watching continent is my third home. I have no plans to leave for now, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. The white-clad woman's face showed a trace of disappointment. If that's your choice, then please proceed cautiously. Try to avoid revealing your immortal level power too soon. All right, Qi Yuan agreed. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, Senior, may I ask you a question? It was rare to encounter an immortal, so he wanted to gather as much information as possible. Oh, well, I'm a Tao Foundation cultivator using the Tao of the moon-watching continent as my foundation. If I fully reclaim this Tao, how powerful would I be? The white-clad woman's expression grew peculiar. I've never heard of such a Tao Foundation. But, any Tao that is born within a world requires at least a great sovereign to contend with it. Even a small world's Tao cannot be easily manipulated by ordinary immortal sovereigns, it takes a great sovereign. Worlds vary in power, and so do great sovereigns. Not all of them can control a world's Tao. Some powerful world Taos are beyond even the reach of a young god. Qi Yuan was stunned and eagerly asked, so how strong would I be? The white-clad woman smiled wryly. That's something I can't tell you. Qi Yuan was somewhat disappointed that he didn't get the answer he wanted. May I ask, how many great sovereigns are there in the Kanglan realm? Qi Yuan asked, looking at the woman in white with great anticipation. He had finally encountered someone qualified to be his ideal, his white moonlight. How could he not take full advantage of her? The woman in white spoke in a low voice, there might be, or there might not be. Faced with the great calamity, even the great sovereigns dare not show themselves. What difference does it make whether they exist or not? She didn't have high hopes for the future of the Kanglan realm. The only chance of survival was to leave the Kanglan realm and follow that path. Perhaps you should leave with me, and escape this land of strife, the woman in white urged once more. Because that path was filled with danger, it would be very difficult for her to walk it alone. Qi Yuan smiled silently, making his attitude clear. The woman in white sighed, even the great sovereigns dare not face the great calamity, how can you? Alas! Is the great calamity really that terrifying? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. The great calamity itself is terrifying, but what's even more terrifying? The woman in white looked up at the sky, at the countless stars, is that above it all, there are immortals and gods. The woman in white had stayed in the Kanglan realm for nearly 10,000 years. Although she had never seen a great sovereign, she vaguely sensed that there must be one lurking in the Kanglan realm. Yet, in the face of the great calamity, these great sovereigns remained unmoved, hiding away like turtles. For one, they feared the calamity, for another, they feared the immortals and gods above it. Otherwise, if the immortals and gods descended, how could the Kanglan realm possibly resist? Qi Yuan also looked up at the countless stars, glanced at the moon, and his thoughts wandered. Suddenly melancholic, his eyes then brightened with a new idea. Since you're leaving the Kanglan realm anyway, do you have anything you don't need? Maybe have a clearance sale? Qi Yuan looked at the woman in white with anticipation. After all, she was a powerful yin god. The resources of such a figure were exceedingly vast. Worth 1,000 young master Breaking Wolf. No, Breaking Wolf was nothing in comparison. Truly, there were no names in this world wrongly given. Breaking Wolf was just scrap metal and couldn't compare to a yin deity at all. The woman in white was momentarily stunned as she looked at Qi Yuan. It's all just worthless stuff that may be useless to you. I'm not picky. Qi Yuan rolled up his sleeves, showing off his muscles. I'll take anything, I'm big and strong, looking thin in clothes but all muscle underneath. The woman in white was at a loss for words. After thinking for a long time, she finally waved her hand. A jade pendant fell into Qi Yuan's hand. Since we've met by chance, take this jade pendant. Go to the extreme north, find any inn, and show this to the innkeeper. You just need to state your request, and the innkeeper will do their best to fulfill it. If you have the time, please look after my sect, the woman in white sighed. Compared to survival, a sect that had existed for nearly 10,000 years was not much. She was only holding on to a bit of sentimentality. After all, once she left, other forces would certainly covet her sect, so it might as well go to the blood-robed sword god. Qi Yuan glanced at the jade pendant, his face beaming. When someone gives you something, you have to take care of it. I'll take good care of it. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to consume all the resources of a yin deity. Farewell, until we meet again, the woman in white said, and her figure slowly disappeared by the lakeside. Qi Yuan looked at the lake, his gaze clear. A great calamity that even the great sovereigns dare not face is indeed troublesome. The main issue is, according to that powerful being, the calamity could summon help, immortals and gods from the heavens. A group of immortals and gods ganging up on a little golden core cultivator like me. A scene instantly appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. Him, a golden core cultivator, battling countless immortals and gods. One star wouldn't be enough to handle that, would it? No, I have to find a way to summon help too, or maybe even stars. Let's see who can summon more and stronger forces. Returning to Chuangguo, Qi Yuan landed on the city wall. A map of the Mo Luo army camp had already appeared in Qi Yuan's hands. He looked at the few people beside him and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, a powerful being is generous, handing over their sect's resources before fleeing. As he spoke, Qi Yuan gave a pointed look at Zhang Ya. It seemed like he was hinting that she should be more generous too. Zhang Ya was slightly stunned. What powerful being? The blood-robed sword god possessed resources on par with an yin god. How powerful must someone be for Qi Yuan to call them a powerful being? Could it be another yin god? An yin god. Qi Yuan didn't hide the truth, as the woman had not asked him to keep it secret. She said that a great calamity is approaching and that she's planning to run away, to leave this place. Run away? Daji Zhenjin's expression turned rarely stern. She won't be able to. Does she really think she can avoid the great calamity by leaving the Kanglan realm? Oh, why do you say that? Qi Yuan looked at Daji Zhenjin. Based on my years of observation, I've discovered a terrifying truth. Daji Zhenjin's face turned serious. Qi Yuan's heart tightened. Everyone present also looked at Daji Zhenjin, their curiosity piqued. Although Daji Zhenjin was known for being eccentric, he was truly a prodigy, or else the old man Wu Tian wouldn't have wanted to take him as a disciple. Everyone watched as Daji Zhenjin, with a heavy expression, opened his mouth. Spiritual energy is toxic. Zhang Ya was momentarily stunned. Shu Tongchen was bewildered. According to my observations, everyone who uses spiritual energy for cultivation ends up dead. Therefore, spiritual energy is toxic. Daji Zhenjin said solemnly. Zhang Ya couldn't help but retort, cultivating to the level of a great sovereign grants near immortality, living as long as the heavens and earth. Great sovereigns also use spiritual energy for cultivation, so why haven't they died of old age? Have you ever seen a living great sovereign? Daji Zhenjin asked quietly. Zhang Ya was at a loss for words. No, I haven't, but I haven't seen a young god either. Does that mean young gods don't exist? Daji Zhenjin looked up at the countless stars in the sky. Who knows if they exist or not? Qi Yuan, however, was deeply shaken. He didn't know if spiritual energy was truly toxic. But the cultivation techniques of the Kanglan realm definitely had problems. After cultivating, one would become food. This Daji Zhenjin was truly a genius. Suddenly, Qi Yuan thought of Blue Star. Everyone on Blue Star who had ever inhaled oxygen had died. Does that mean oxygen is toxic too? The great calamity is approaching, all life will wither, and running away won't solve the problem, Daji Zhenjin said. I support Daji Zhenjin's statement. When I'm stronger, I'll sneak into the heart of the calamity and chop off its head. Qi Yuan said seriously. Daji Zhenjin's eyes lit up. Senior, could you take me with you? I also want to see the head of the calamity. Qi Yuan thought for a moment, I'm short of someone to play the Suona. When I chop off the calamity's head, you can play for me. Deal. Daji Zhenjin nodded vigorously. Zhang Ya remained silent. These two really know how to boast. Who would dare to face the great calamity without the strength of a great sovereign? With only a few hundred years left until the great calamity, no matter how talented the blood-robed sword god was, he wouldn't become a great sovereign in time. Let's go, and destroy the Demora clan. Qi Yuan said. Senior, I'll start playing the Suona right now, just to get into the habit. Senior, may I join as well? Shu Tongchen asked timidly. He was feeling threatened, sensing that his master's role was being taken over. He needed to join in. Sure, no problem. Qi Yuan was very pleased. He looked at Zhang Ya. Do you want to join too? I need a cheerleader. Zhang Ya shook her head vigorously. There's absolutely no need. 5 days later, in a pitch-black valley, the wind howled. In the valley, giant beasts 4 to 5 meters tall were all sleeping. Their pitch-black scales reflected faint light, making them look particularly eerie in the silent night. All these members of the Moluo race were fast asleep. If Qi Yuan were here to see this scene, he would surely compliment them for not snoring in their sleep. At this moment, within a cave, 5 terrifying figures appeared, their auras clashing with the surroundings, causing a faint sense of rejection from the heavens and earth. However, due to the flaws in the world's laws, the rejection wasn't too severe. The Kanglan realm has broken its promise, allowing Purple Mansion cultivators to slaughter our people at will. It's truly unforgivable. Who will capture that Purple Mansion cultivator? Why don't the 5 of us strike together? After all, they broke their promise first. Alright, once we eliminate that Purple Mansion cultivator, let's pacify the Wangyu continent and then invade the Kanglan realm. One of the Purple Mansion experts couldn't wait. After all, in their eyes, the Kanglan realm was far stronger than the Wangyu continent. A world like that had far more resources. Forget about it, an experienced Purple Mansion cultivator spoke up, the waters in the Kanglan realm run deep. Even Yin God sovereigns tread carefully there, let alone us. This seasoned Purple Mansion cultivator, whose ancestors included an Yin God, held the highest status among the 5. Alright, let's forget about the Kanglan realm for now and focus on killing that Purple Mansion cultivator. I've heard that the Purple Mansion cultivator is highly skilled. Shouldn't we plan this carefully? A late-stage Purple Mansion and 4 mid-stage Purple Mansions, what do we have to fear? The 5 Purple Mansion experts chatted casually, reaching a consensus, and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a deep voice echoed. I've been reading quite a few storybooks from the Wangyu continent lately, especially about that faceless sword god slaying otherworldly demons. It got me thinking, if the faceless sword god hadn't had time to grow, and the otherworldly demons had struck earlier, wouldn't the faceless sword god have been defeated? The ground split in two as a massive, obese member of the Moluo race, resembling a mountain of flesh, emerged from the earth. It was immensely fat, with sagging flesh, but its back was covered in densely packed scales that seemed invincible. When the others saw who had arrived, they all showed expressions of reverence. Greetings, Mo Wei Sovereign. The newcomer was none other than an yin god of the Mo Luo race, Mo Wei Sovereign. Mo Wei Sovereign's figure was bloated, and just looking at him could make one feel nauseous. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a smile. I've been bored lately, so I'll join you in checking out this so-called blood-robed sword god. He was thirsty and hungry, ready to go out for a snack. There's no need for you to intervene, Sovereign, the late-stage Purple Mansion Mo Luo said. We can easily capture the blood-robed sword god and present him to you. Mo Wei Sovereign squinted and smiled. Based on the latest storybooks I've read, if you go after the blood-robed sword god, you might just end up giving him more experience points. But I'm different. If I personally take action, I can snuff out any chance of him growing. Mo Wei Sovereign spoke casually. He just needed an excuse to go out. But Sovereign, the Moon Dynasty's barrier, the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator hesitated. No need to worry. With my brother around, the people of the Moon Dynasty won't be able to escape. Mo Wei Sovereign said confidently, once the Moon Dynasty is destroyed, it will be time to rename the Wangyu continent. Seeing this, the 5 purple mansions didn't persuade him further. A blood-red sword slashed across the sky, accompanied by desolate and murderous sounds. Countless streams of blood and sword light flew through the air. Within the Mo Luo army's camp, countless members of the Mo Luo race were slain by the sword light. The vast, continuous camp was shattered by a single sword strike. Under this sword, whether they were in the Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, or nascent soul stage, none survived. Qi Yuan's sword treated all beings equally. He looked at the devastated continent with gentle eyes. The once barren battlefield was instantly filled with lush mountains and rivers. The sound of the suona became even more vigorous and impassioned. Qi Yuan looked at the dozens of people playing the suona behind him, showing a hint of regret in his eyes. If only you were all in the Purple Mansion stage. The scene of Purple Mansion cultivators playing the suona would be even grander. But the strongest among those playing for him now was just a nascent soul cultivator, and only a few at that. Most of the others were either in the second or third stage of cultivation. Zhao Si of Chuangguo was among them. Qi Yuan had saved Chuangguo, and Zhao Si, with nothing else to offer in return, had joined the suona playing group. As Qi Yuan continued to take action, the number of people playing the suona grew. Of course, Qi Yuan kept it to a manageable number, lest it slow him down. Zhang Ya stood to the side, her expression complicated. Everyone was playing the suona, except her, which felt awkward. Right now, she felt very strange. She could barely understand why Daji Zhenjin would join the suona group. But later, when they went to other countries, and the blood-robed sword god casually mentioned it, people from all walks of life, from commoners to nobles, eagerly signed up to join the blood-robed sword god's band. It was as if joining the band had become a lifelong honor. She really wanted to tell one of the band's emperors. You're an emperor, and you're running off to play in a band. She couldn't understand it. That emperor, whom she had only seen a few times, was clearly a ruler of great ambition. And this is what he chose. Senior, what exactly did you do to them to make even emperors want to play the suona for you? Zhang Ya had spent enough time with Qi Yuan to understand his personality, so she spoke more boldly. Isn't it normal for an emperor to play the suona? I've even seen a carpenter emperor. I've also seen some countries where comedians become leaders. Qi Yuan replied casually. Now, there were only a few weeks left until he would fully control the heavenly laws. And he was getting closer and closer to the Moon Dynasty. But instead of excitement, he felt a sudden apprehension about returning home. Just then, Zhao Si from the suona band stepped forward, speaking respectfully, Senior, a divine envoy from our faceless god sect wishes to meet you. He says he has urgent news to deliver. Qi Yuan perked up. A die-hard fan. Let him come over. Qi Yuan was always enthusiastic about meeting fans. Before long, a middle-aged man in black embroidered robes appeared. He glanced at the blood-robed sword god, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Greetings, Senior. Oh, what is it, Senior? According to information from our faceless god sect, the Mo Luo race has taken notice of you and plans to send 5 fifth-stage cultivators to besiege you. Please leave this place immediately, or you risk being trapped here, the divine envoy from the faceless god sect said. At the same time, he felt a strange sense of kinship toward the blood-robed sword god, an otherworldly being. This was something he had never felt before. 5 purple mansions, huh? Qi Yuan sighed helplessly. Why are otherworldly cultivation techniques so weak? Otherwise, these 5 purple mansions could have been 5 white moonlights. The kind he liked to blow up. Qi Yuan reflected on this. He decided that from now on, any potential white moonlights must be from the Kanglin realm. Senior, please conceal your identity. Our faceless god sect can use a special passage to escort you to the Moon Dynasty. The divine envoy said seriously. If they were to protect the blood-robed sword god to the Moon Dynasty, the faceless god sect's external members would likely serve as decoys, and their sacrifices could be significant. The divine envoy knew that every member of the faceless god sect was unafraid of death and willing to fight for the Wangyu continent. I'll go to the Moon Dynasty, but there's no need for you to escort me. Qi Yuan didn't take the 5 purple mansions seriously. The divine envoy became anxious upon hearing this. The senior didn't want to go with him. He was desperate to persuade him further. But then he saw the blood-robed sword god look up at the sky and say slowly, "It's too late to leave now because their people have already arrived." Qi Yuan had already sensed the arrival of the Mo Luo race's powerful beings. Unfortunately, none of them were white moonlights that could send him cultivation techniques. Qi Yuan was disinterested. The blood-red sword behind him, sensing the arrival of powerful enemies, let out a resonant hum. The divine envoy's face turned ashen. So soon, we're doomed. 5 fifth-stage cultivators, how could the blood-robed sword god possibly withstand them? Everyone present would likely die here. But then, a deep, thunderous voice echoed, causing the divine envoy's face to drain of all color. Because he saw an yin god. A god from legend. Jia Jia Jia, good thing I came. Otherwise, you 5 would just be giving him more experience points. This one is clearly no ordinary late-stage purple mansion. Mo Wei Sovereign, standing 15 meters tall, appeared, looking down at Qi Yuan with a mocking expression, like a cat toying with a mouse. The 5 purple mansions, standing beside Mo Wei Sovereign, felt a chill in their hearts. They followed Mo Wei Sovereign like mere sidekicks. At this moment, everyone who saw Mo Wei Sovereign felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It was the instinctive fear of a weaker creature facing a stronger one. Especially the divine envoy, who had turned deathly pale. With an yin god taking action, the blood-robed sword god had no chance of reaching the Moon Dynasty. Qi Yuan, however, looked up and down at the yin god, feeling helpless. You, a mighty yin god, bullying a little golden core cultivator like me, how thick is your skin? What an amusing human. Upon seeing me, your first thought wasn't to kneel and beg for mercy. Could it be that you really have something wrong with your head? You're the one with something wrong. Your whole family has something wrong with their heads. Qi Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. If an yin god insulted him, he had to insult them back. Mo Wei Sovereign didn't get angry, instead, he continued to watch Qi Yuan with interest. But the 5 purple mansion cultivators beside him couldn't hold back. Offending a god, such a crime is punishable by death. Sharp-tongued, prepare to die. Not far away, Zhongya watched this scene, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. She wanted to know what the blood-robed sword god's trump card was. At this moment, Qi Yuan shrugged helplessly and snapped his fingers. Play the music, play something cheerful. This time, no morning tunes. Daji Zhenjin, standing behind him, picked up the suona and began to play. The others from the Wangyu continent seemed unfazed by the god's pressure. Under the god's watchful gaze, a lively, slightly out-of-place tune began to play. Zhongya stood silently by, facing an yin god, and they're playing music. This blood-robed sword god is truly extraordinary. No, even those 2nd and 3rd stage cultivators playing the music are extraordinary. After all, who would dare provoke a god like this? Even a purple mansion wouldn't dare. But these people did. She couldn't make sense of it. The demon sovereign's eyes flickered with a strange expression. This intriguing little worm, it's the first time I've seen one like you. Who gave you the courage? As the demon sovereign spoke, the aura of a yin god began to permeate the space. The key difference between a yin god and a Zifu cultivator is divine power. A yin god has already transformed the spiritual energy within their body into divine energy. It's a power far more advanced than innate magical abilities. With just a trace of divine energy, one could easily create a deadly realm with a mere gesture. A short distance away, the divine envoy witnessing this scene found himself unable to move. At this moment, Qi Yuan shouted toward the sky, "Ning Dao, save me." That's right, Qi Yuan was using the great summoning technique. At this moment, he chose to rely on someone else for the first time. The spiritual energy within him wasn't enough to summon the projection of a star. However, summoning Ning Dao's projection was possible. Feeling thrilled and expectant, Qi Yuan was ready to rely on someone else for the first time. A joyful sound of Suona, with a light-hearted tune, filled the air. It was as if the sun in the sky flashed its light. Space seemed to freeze, and time appeared to come to a halt. Under everyone's gaze, a woman in a black dress appeared out of nowhere. She had an enchanting face, her skin white as snow, excessively pale, like the most exquisite porcelain in the world. With a petite, delicate figure, her long hair flowed down like a waterfall of the night. Her left eye was pure like gentle rain, reminiscent of a lively spring maiden, while her right eye was deep and seductive, like a dark goddess. A profound and powerful aura enveloped her, resembling that of a deity. This was the blood-robed sword god's trump card. Zhang Ya instantly understood that the blood-robed sword god and this yin god woman must have a close relationship, possibly even being her most cherished descendant. Treading the heavens, 2 steps. The demon sovereign's pupils shrank as he sensed a threat. He had only taken 1 step in the treading the heavens technique, opening 3 divine apertures. But the other party was a terrifying existence who had taken 2 steps. Her strength was at least 10 times greater than his. Low-level cultivators might still be able to fight across realms. But those who had reached the level of yin god, which of them wasn't a true prodigy? Being 1 divine aperture short, one's combat strength would be hard to compensate through other means. Such a significant gap in realms made it impossible to fight across levels. Even the young Grand Sovereigns had no record of fighting across levels. He wanted to flee. Just then, Qi Yuan's voice rang out, "Ning Dao, quickly kill him for me." "Husband, please wait a moment." Ning Dao spoke, waving her delicate hand. The demon sovereign, who was planning to flee, was instantly immobilized in midair. Seeing this, Zhang Ya was utterly stunned. This goddess, called the blood-robed sword god, what? Husband? Isn't she supposed to be the blood-robed sword god's ancestor? How did she become his partner? A mere Zifu cultivator like the blood-robed sword god managed to marry a yin god who had taken 2 steps in treading the heavens. This is too. She was a bit disoriented, staring at the battle ahead. No, the demon sovereign roared as the divine energy in his 3 divine apertures surged, trying to break free from the immobilization. But his divine energy was no match for Ning Dao's projection, the difference was more than tenfold. The disparity between them was even greater than the gap between late-stage nascent soul and early-stage golden core cultivators. A difference of an entire realm. To Ning Dao, his divine energy was as weak as a mountain spring. With just 1 finger, Ning Dao had him completely restrained. "You can't kill me. My elder brother is also at the 2nd step of treading the heavens." The demon sovereign, unable to break free, quickly calmed down. Ning Dao didn't respond but instead looked toward Qi Yuan, leaning on him like a delicate bird. "Husband, how should we deal with him?" Zhang Ya, watching from a distance, was in disbelief. A high and mighty yin god was acting like a lovesick maiden. Qi Yuan helplessly brushed Ning Dao's hair. The last time she appeared, she called him Blood Bead, when no one was around. This time, in front of everyone, she called him husband. How could he not understand the mind of a maiden? Looking at Ning Dao's stunningly beautiful face, he muttered, "So this is what it feels like to rely on someone else. It really is wonderful." After mumbling, he looked at the demon sovereign, arrogantly saying, "Your elder brother is a yin god. My wife is also a yin god." Perhaps out of a sense of competition, he called Ning Dao his wife for the first time. Ning Dao's left eye was as tender as water, filled with the shyness of a maiden, while her right eye was seductive and alluring, her face flushed with a touch of crimson. The demon sovereign was completely flustered by Qi Yuan's words. "There are 5 yin gods in total from our Moluo clan this time. My wife is a yin god. 2 of them have taken 2 steps in treading the heavens, 3. My wife is a yin god," Qi Yuan said proudly. No matter what the demon sovereign said, Qi Yuan shut him down with this sentence, looking smug. "You're not from Moonwatch continent, so why fight the Moluo clan for it? The 3 grand sovereigns from your Kanglan realm have made an agreement with us to divide Moonwatch continent. If you let me go, we can give you 1/3 of the territory." The demon sovereign continued to negotiate. Qi Yuan's face turned cold. "Ridiculous, Moonwatching continent is mine, how dare you offer me what's already mine?" Seeing that Qi Yuan couldn't be persuaded, the demon sovereign turned to Ning Dao. "The conflict between the Moluo clan and Moonwatching continent involves 2 young gods. Senior, reaching the second step of treading the heavens is no easy feat. One day, you will become a grand sovereign and ascend to the higher realms. Why risk offending our Moluo clan and the young god behind us over such trivial matters? At this moment, the demon sovereign played his trump card. The dispute between the Moluo clan and moon-watching continent was merely an extension of a conflict between two young gods. Of course, the Moluo clan was not actually directly affiliated with the sun god, nor were they even considered a close subordinate. It was just a tactic to intimidate Ningdao. Ningdao didn't even look at the demon sovereign, her eyes remained fixed on Qi Yuan. Her projection had limited time, every second was precious. Trying to scare me with a young god, if he has the guts, let him come down here and kill me himself. Qi Yuan wouldn't be Qi Yuan if he were easily intimidated by such threats. Besides, a young god descending to the lower realms wasn't so simple. Kill him, Qi Yuan said softly, holding Ningdao close. Ningdao waved her hand. The demon sovereign, already immobilized, began to undergo terrifying changes. His once bloated flesh turned withered, and his scales dried up and cracked. His youthful face rapidly aged into that of an old man. His cloudy eyes were filled with disbelief, divine domain seed. His aura completely vanished at that moment. The mighty Yin god, capable of shattering an entire continent, just perished. He died swiftly and cleanly. As if it wasn't a deity that died but a mere mortal. The crowd on the battlefield was left in shock. It was their first time witnessing a battle between Yin gods. They had expected a fight that would darken the skies and shatter mountains, but the reality was far simpler. Even the divine envoy widened his eyes in disbelief. Today's events were beyond his expectations. At this moment, Ningdao's figure also began to fade. Husband, call me next time you face a strong enemy. Her eyes were filled with longing. After saying this, her projection completely dissipated, returning to the stellar golden core. She came like a storm and left like dust. Qi Yuan felt a faint emptiness inside. The surroundings fell silent, the Suona no longer playing, as everyone was stunned by the recent battle. After a long while, true Lord Daji couldn't help but say, Senior is truly remarkable to have a divine wife. If his own partner hadn't passed away, he might not have resisted asking the blood-robed sword god how he managed to marry a deity. Zhangya remained silent, her expression worried. Senior must still be cautious. The Moluo clan has more than one Yin god, and there are two who have taken 2 steps in treading the heavens. Zhangya's concern was not without reason. The blood-robed sword god's partner was just one Yin god. As they say, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. The Moluo clan still had 4 Yin gods remaining, with considerable strength. I have an idea that might help resolve Senior's predicament. True Lord Daji said seriously, if Senior could find a few more divine partners, you could summon them all when facing enemies, and the Moluo clan would be nothing to worry about. Qi Yuan thought this made a lot of sense. Nothing to worry about. Though he was currently relying on others, it didn't mean he would do so forever. It wouldn't be long before he fully controlled Moonwatch continent. When that time came, he would be the true master of Moonwatch continent. Rest for half an hour, then we continue exterminating the Moluo clan. Qi Yuan glanced at the demon sovereign's corpse and then at the 5 Zifu cultivators who had been shattered into fragments by the aftershocks. A strange expression flickered in his eyes. Just a moment ago, when Ningdao killed the demon sovereign, Qi Yuan noticed a slight change in his game jade slip. While others were clearing the battlefield, Qi Yuan went off to a secluded spot. His consciousness dove into the game jade slip. A new game icon appeared. He was excited. But his excitement quickly waned. It's only downloaded less than a quarter. The good news was that the game icon appeared. The bad news was that it had only downloaded less than a quarter. Qi Yuan thought, using his sharp mind, does this mean Ningdao needs to kill Yin gods to help this game download? He stared at the game icon in a daze. At this moment, several male voices reached his ears. God, it's not that we don't want to offer tributes, but our Qing Shui village is dirt poor. Yesterday, village chief Yuli led us to fight with the neighboring village over water, and the chief's nascent soul got bitten by the other chief. Sigh, when will these days end? In this day and age, who still worships ancient gods? We should be offering tributes to new gods. Nonsense, those new gods are man-eaters. At least the man-eating gods will protect the land, but the ones you worship, those ancient gods have long since fallen. You bow and pray every day, but has there been any response? Wah, it must be because we have no tributes, and the gods starved to death. Shintu, listen to your brother for once. Just like our village, switch to worshipping a new god. Qi Yuan listened to these bizarre conversations. So, is this the new game's background? Ancient gods and man-eating new gods. But, what's with these nascent soul village chiefs? Do nascent soul cultivators now have official titles and can become village chiefs? And why do these village chiefs need to fight over water? Qi Yuan was completely baffled. As he listened to the conversation, he suddenly said, I am the origin heavenly sovereign, believe in me, and you shall attain eternal life. In a distant world, in a remote village, Shintu, who was sleeping, opened his eyes wide, staring at the dilapidated statue in the temple with a puzzled expression. Wasn't it the god of dogtail grass? How did it become the origin heavenly sovereign? He was confused. Had the god gone mad from hunger? Snow was falling heavily, blanketing the capital of the Moon Dynasty in white. Branches and trunks of the ancient Katsubuki trees were covered in snow. A young girl, appearing to be about 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a white fox fur coat, sat on a stone, her eyes closed as she meditated. At that moment, a woman in white silently appeared. The young girl opened her eyes. What's the situation? High Priestess, that blood-robed sword god has a yin god behind him who has taken 2 steps in treading the heavens. Not long ago, that yin god intervened and killed the demon sovereign. The woman in white was a yin god herself, who had once encountered Qi Yuan. Despite being a yin god, she treated the young girl before her with great respect. The high priestess gazed at the July lake before her, her eyes clear. The woman in white then spoke earnestly, High Priestess, even with an additional ally who has taken 2 steps in treading the heavens, it won't change the outcome. The moon-watching continent cannot be defended any longer. We must leave. The high priestess's young face was determined. We cannot leave now, I must wait for someone. The woman in white remained silent for a long time before asking, is the person you're waiting for the faceless sword god? The high priestess did not answer, but her silence was an answer in itself. If the faceless sword god had not perished over the past 10,000 years, he would have arrived by now. I've been sitting here for 5,000 years, a few more years won't matter. I've never met him, but I want to know if he's really as legendary as they say. The girl's eyes were filled with endless longing. At this moment, she seemed to remember something and asked, do you think the blood-robed sword god is more powerful, or is the faceless sword god stronger? The woman in white felt a bit helpless towards her young master and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Whoever the high priestess believes is stronger must be stronger. The blood-robed sword god's wife is only at the 2nd step of treading the heavens, so in that regard, he doesn't compare to the faceless sword god. And the blood-robed sword god's appearance surely can't match the faceless sword god's. The high priestess spoke as she looked at her reflection in the water. She was particularly certain about the latter point. So, the faceless sword god wins completely. The high priestess said proudly. The woman in white said nothing, her eyes still clouded with worry. At that moment, the high priestess spoke softly, I understand your concerns. If the situation becomes untenable, I will activate the teleportation array and take the Moon Dynasty with me. But, if the faceless sword god awakens then, will he be able to find July Lake? But moon-watching continent may become a true purgatory. The place he once protected with his life, how could she bear to see it in ruins? Hearing this, the woman in white breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that the high priestess would stubbornly insist on staying. At that moment, an urgent voice called out, High Priestess. A divine envoy from the faceless god cult appeared, wearing a black embroidered robe, his face showing a strange expression. The high priestess's delicate face showed curiosity. I already know that the blood-robed sword god's wife has taken 2 steps in treading the heavens. Is there something else? High Priestess, I find this blood-robed sword god a bit odd. The envoy spoke hesitantly. What's so odd? The high priestess asked calmly. She had seen many strange things in the world. The moment I saw him, I felt an inexplicable closeness. And it's not just me, everyone on moon-watching continent who sees him feels a deep affection and a strong trust in him. The envoy explained. The situation was indeed very strange. The woman in white glanced at the envoy, her eyes deep. There are no traces of divine magic. The high priestess pondered. Anything else? There's one more thing. The sword technique he uses resembles your own, high priestess. What? The high priestess's starry eyes twitched, reflecting the winter snow. Looking at the ancient tree on the horizon, Qi Yuan raised his arm. The mark of the crescent moon never appeared. Wasn't it supposed to be the Moon Maiden? Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed. If the high priestess were the moon maiden, the crescent moon mark in his hand might have appeared. And the moon maiden would have sensed him and come to meet him. So, that high priestess might just be a coincidence. Seriously, why does it have to snow? He stood in the vast snow, letting it cover his shoulders. Getting closer and closer to the Moon Dynasty, Qi Yuan felt bored staying in the inn, so he stepped out alone. His state of mind was quite different from before. Perhaps thousands of years had already passed. Everything had vanished into the long river of time. Even the Nanshan kingdom was gone. The Tianyan sect had become a sect from nearly 10,000 years ago. Everything had disappeared into the dust of history. Suddenly, snow from the tree above slid down, falling on Qi Yuan's shoulders and head. He was about to look up when he saw, not far away, a young woman in her early 20s approaching slowly. She wore a fox fur coat, her expression serene, her hood pulled back to reveal a face as pure as the crescent moon, with a snowy flower-like complexion. Her lips were thin, her eyes clear and elegant, with a refined and graceful demeanor. As she approached Qi Yuan, she gently asked, "Is she beautiful?" She extended her jade-like finger, pointing to her own face. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Open black lens bracket. This is a mysterious girl with deep ties to you. Close black lens bracket. Yes, she's very beautiful. Qi Yuan looked at the face, lost in thought. He wanted to figure out her identity. She would be very happy to hear that. Who is she? Qi Yuan stared at the face, countless thoughts swirling in his mind, along with a bold guess. She said, "Remember this face of hers, so that in the future, when you meet her, you won't fail to recognize her." Is she Jinli? Qi Yuan stood there, staring blankly at the face. He had waited for Jinli for a long time under the ancient tree, but she never showed up. "She is also the Moon Maiden," the young woman said softly. Time and space seemed to freeze again. Qi Yuan thought back to the July lake and the stubborn girl from back then. The promise made across time and space, both standing at opposite ends of time, originally couldn't meet, but fate arranged for them to meet in a different form. He didn't know she was Jinli. And she didn't know he was the Qi Yuan she would meet in the future. Actually, they weren't strangers to each other, and it wasn't a matter of never meeting, but rather they had always been there. "Who are you?" Before his eyes, the young woman's form shifted, turning into that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Seeing the little girl before him, Qi Yuan was reminded of the Moon Maiden from the past. In her, he saw traces of the Moon Maiden. "I'm my mother's daughter, my father's daughter." The girl looked at Qi Yuan, her face full of smiles. "I'm also the most precious gift my father gave to my mother." Back then, Jinli had taken her from the faceless sword god statue. All the memories came flooding back. She had truly met him. Memories of the past surged into Qi Yuan's mind. All the fragmented images replayed in his mind. "You are that hairpin?" Qi Yuan asked, looking at the young girl. Back then, when he emerged from Tianju, he had carefully prepared a gift for Jinli. Unfortunately, by the shores of July Lake, he never got to meet her. The two of them were at opposite ends of time and space. Accompanying Qi Yuan, as snow covered his shoulders, the one sharing the snowfall with him was the Moon Maiden. Later, he ventured alone to Dewey, where the Moon Maiden left a crescent moon mark on his arm. He also left a hairpin for the Moon Maiden, hoping she could pass it on to Jinli, who existed in the future. "I am not some hairpin, I'm my father's daughter," the high priestess stubbornly raised her head. Qi Yuan looked at her, feeling overwhelmed with emotions. Everything was connected at this moment. He and Jinli had only communicated through the Linglong Yushi. They had never met in person, but Qi Yuan could sense that she was just an ordinary girl. He recalled the bits of conversation he had overheard in the forbidden land of the 5 elements. Back then, the great sun faced a formidable enemy, and despite using every means, he could only manage to wound the enemy's leg. He also remembered Jinli mentioning her embarrassing experiences from her youth, falling flat on her face during her coronation, and how her leg had been injured early on, never fully healing. So, the formidable enemy who fought against the great sun was the previous incarnation of Jinli. But why did she later become the Moon Maiden, and then Jinli again? The high priestess seemed to notice the confusion in Qi Yuan's eyes. She said in a clear voice, "Father, do you want to know about mother's origins?" Yes. Honestly, Qi Yuan was reluctant to acknowledge this daughter. After all, having a daughter suddenly appear out of nowhere, and one who hadn't yet dominated the ancient world, made his previous bold claims seem awkward. But when he thought about it, having one more daughter was better than mysteriously losing one, so he accepted it in his heart. In a certain sense, she was indeed his daughter. Mother comes from the upper realm, the high priestess said, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Qi Yuan couldn't help but also look at the stars twinkling among the ancient trees. He thought of the moon god sovereign and the moon token his master had left behind. Back then, Mother received an order from the moon god palace to descend and destroy the ruler of this world, the Great Sun. She easily slew the Great Sun but was ambushed by the Black Demon Abyss. The Black Demon Abyss is a force in the upper realm, even more powerful than the moon god palace, and has always been in opposition to it. After slaying the enemy, Mother was also caught in the cycle of reincarnation. The arrangements made by the yin god of the Black Demon Abyss before his death also took effect, creating the Otherworld Demon scenario. Once that scenario was completed, Mother would completely perish, unable to return to the upper realm. Later, with no memory of her past, Mother became the Moon Maiden and met Father. Father ventured alone to Dawei, destroyed the outer realm evil spirits and the Great Sun, broke the predetermined scenario, and saved Mother. The high priestess's lips were as thin as cherries, and her teeth were like broken jade. Qi Yuan was silent for a long time before finally saying, "So it was she who awakened me." In her first reincarnation in this world, Jinli was known as the Moon Maiden. She left a crescent moon mark on Qi Yuan's hand. Back then, Qi Yuan fought alone against the outer realm evil spirits, slew the Great Sun, and performed the Heavenly Tao Foundation building. In truth, his injuries were severe. It was the Moon Maiden who used her remaining divine power to heal his injuries. So, when Qi Yuan awoke again, the Moon Maiden no longer existed. After who knows how many years of slumber, nearly reduced to a mere mortal, Jinli reappeared. Without divine power, even the injury on her leg left by the Great Sun in the past could no longer be suppressed. The high priestess looked at Qi Yuan, lifting her head. "Mother says father is very handsome. Where is she now?" Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. The battle between the Moon God Palace and the Black Demon Abyss has reached its climax. After Mother's cultivation was restored, she ascended to the upper realm through the teleportation array. She left me here because she believed that father surely hadn't perished. One day, Mother will meet father again. The high priestess's starry eyes were full of smiles. Like seeing you. Where had they missed each other? They had clearly met, just in the wrong time, not recognizing each other. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky, at the vast array of stars, lost in thought. Why, are they all up in the heavens? Can I ascend to the upper realm through the teleportation array? Qi Yuan asked. The high priestess narrowed her eyes. One must reach the yin god realm to ascend to the upper realm through the teleportation array. In the Moon Dynasty, there is a teleportation array that can send some people to the lower realms of other lineages of the Moon God Sovereign. Only the arrays in those lineages can allow a yin god to ascend to the upper realm. Yin god, that's too far away, Qi Yuan sighed. He could slay yin gods, but his current cultivation was only at the golden core stage. He was still 2 major realms away from the yin god level, including the nascent soul and purple mansion stages. What's your current cultivation, father? The high priestess stared at Qi Yuan's face. I'm very weak, just a small golden core cultivator. Golden core? The high priestess was surprised. That must not be an ordinary golden core. Qi Yuan looked at this daughter, whom he had never met before. What is your name? The high priestess smiled, her starry eyes twinkling as she kept staring at Qi Yuan. Qi Jianjun. ... In the inn, true Lord Daji yawned. Zhang Ya sat nearby, carefully studying the newly acquired cultivation techniques. Shu Tongchen was also focused, studying the newly obtained Suona score and learning the techniques. The inn's door opened, letting in a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes. 2 figures, one large and one small, entered the inn. True Lord Daji glanced at Qi Yuan, his eyes showing a look of wisdom. Zhang Ya, however, was staring at the little girl, sensing a threat. A yin god? How could a yin god level powerhouse be born on Moonwatching continent? Wasn't this place supposed to be deficient in the heavenly Tao? And why was this yin god holding the blood-robed sword god's hand? What for? At that moment, Zhao Ci's eyes widened as he looked at the girl holding the blood-robed sword god's hand. His eyes showed confusion, which quickly turned into reverence. Greetings, High Priestess. Zhao Ci hurried forward, his eyes full of respect. 6 or 7 members of the Suona troop also stepped forward, bowing to Qi Jianjun. In truth, they were deeply puzzled. Though the high priestess was small in stature, she was usually cold and interacted with people rarely, always maintaining an air of authority. When had she ever been so lively and cute, like a young girl frolicking in her elder's arms? Qi Jianjun's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Qi Yuan with a proud expression. "Father, did you see that? Your daughter is quite powerful." Qi Yuan heard this and didn't want to respond. After so many years, she still hadn't dominated the ancient world. Does that count as strong? He didn't react much, but Zhang Ya's eyes widened in shock. If the blood-robed sword god having a yin god partner was something she could barely accept, now, after being out for less than half an hour, he had gained a yin god daughter. What was happening in this world? She's your daughter. How does Senior have a yin god daughter? Zhang Ya's voice trembled. Senior having a yin god wife and a yin god daughter makes perfect sense, True Lord Daji commented. At this moment, Qi Jianjun pinched Qi Yuan's hand with her little fingers. "Father, did you find me another stepmother? Tell me, should I inform mother about this when I ascend to the upper realm?" These words left Zhang Ya completely bewildered. Wasn't the high priestess's mother supposed to be that yin god who had taken 2 steps in treading the heavens? Or was she another yin god from the upper realm? How does this blood-robed sword god, a mere purple mansion cultivator, have 2 yin god partners and a yin god daughter? This situation felt very strange. True Lord Daji's eyes shone with wisdom. "Senior blood-robed sword god is truly brilliant. I had merely suggested that Senior find a few more yin god partners to become invincible, but it seems Senior has already begun implementing the plan." Cough, cough. Qi Yuan coughed lightly. "The only unfortunate thing is that Senior has too little time left," True Lord Daji lamented again. After all, the threat from the Molo clan was imminent. Where would the blood-robed sword god find the time to go and find more wives? Shu Tongchen, Zhang Ya, and the others finally snapped out of their shock, their expressions now filled with worry. The Molo clan had 2 yin gods who had taken 2 steps in treading the heavens and 2 more who had taken 1 step. Having killed the demon sovereign, the blood-robed sword god was sure to face the Molo clan's revenge. Their situation was indeed very precarious. There is a teleportation array within the Moon Dynasty. If we cannot win, we can use the array to escape to another world. Qi Jianjun's voice was clear and crisp, like a bell. The Molo clan was part of the Black Demon Abyss. The Black Demon Abyss had been in conflict with the Moon God Palace for a long time. Moon-watching continent, surrounded by the Black Demon Abyss's forces, was an anomaly. "Since I'm here, I won't leave. I will deal with the Molo clan myself," Qi Yuan declared. In a few days, he would fully regain control of the Heavenly Tao. His power would reach a terrifying level. "Does this mean, Senior, you have other yin god partners?" Zhang Ya couldn't help but blurt out. Now, she too was being led astray. She couldn't think of how else the blood-robed sword god could break the current predicament. The only solution she could imagine was for him to summon his other partners. She looked at Qi Yuan expectantly. She had to admit, following the blood-robed sword god to moon-watching continent had broadened her horizons. True Lord Daji, however, shook his head. Senior said he would handle it personally, so it can't be about summoning anyone. Senior blood-robed sword god is in the late purple mansion stage, powerful indeed, but still unable to break the stalemate. If he intends to personally slay the yin gods, there's only one possibility. What possibility? The others all looked at True Lord Daji. Even Qi Yuan was curious. "My guess is that Senior blood-robed sword god will shout to the sky, 'Future me, come save me.' Then the future Senior will appear to help the current Senior overcome this tribulation." Zhang Ya was stunned, feeling as though her mind couldn't keep up. "What if Senior has no future?" she muttered, glancing at Qi Yuan. She meant to ask, what if the blood-robed sword god perished in the Moon Dynasty? True Lord Daji looked at Zhang Ya. Even if Senior is outmatched by the Molo clan, escaping with his life should be easy. This time, he only needs to flee and lay low, and then he will have a future. The future him may cross time and space to make up for past regrets. True Lord Daji's words left the musicians in the inn feeling confused, as though they understood but didn't. Qi Jianjun looked at True Lord Daji, her eyes sparkling with a bright smile. "An interesting idea. Sigh, speaking of this, I feel a bit sad. A few years ago, I sent an invitation to my future self. In the invitation, I said that if the future me didn't come, I would die here. But after sitting for 7 days, the future me remained in the future. It seems, my cultivation in this life is too limited to pierce through time and space." True Lord Daji sighed deeply, then looked at everyone. This method must not be revealed. It is my own invention and can be used to test whether one can truly cross the river of time. Zhang Ya furrowed her brow. For some reason, she felt that true Lord Daji's words made a lot of sense. At this moment, Qi Jianjun chuckled, "Your idea is good, but it has a flaw." Oh, true Lord Daji looked at the High Priestess. First, those who can pierce through time and space must have already ascended to the upper realm, where the strong can only descend to the lower realms once or twice in their lives. Second, you might not know that living beings in this world have a past self, a present self, but no future self. Qi Jianjun said, glancing at Qi Yuan. No future self. True Lord Daji's body stiffened, then filled with fear. Not even young gods have future selves. What does that imply? Qi Yuan found this quite interesting. Honestly, this was the first time he had heard such knowledge. His daughter knew so much. He couldn't help but ask, "Actually, I've always had a question in my mind." "Father, please ask, why do the Molo clan, Moon-watching continent, and Kanglan realm all speak the same language? Even the same language as Blue Star. Logically, different races should have different languages, right? On Blue Star, a small place, there are thousands of languages. But in the vast Kanglan realm, they all use the same language. The lands under the stars of the heavens all share the same language." Qi Jianjun was surprised, not expecting Qi Yuan to ask such a question. Qi Yuan was stunned, reaching out to catch a snowflake. Then why don't snowflakes speak human language? Quote. 3 days later, Moon Dynasty, July Lake. Qi Yuan sat by the lake, watching it grow larger and larger, his eyes filled with memories. He had finally arrived here. But the one accompanying him wasn't the Moon Maiden, instead, it was Qi Jianjun. The two of them seemed carefree, as if they were fishing. In the distant pavilion, the woman in white watched the scene, her expression unreadable. The blood-robed sword god is actually the faceless sword god. This was something she hadn't anticipated. The faceless sword god was considered an ancient figure in the history of Moonwatch continent. But now, he was still alive, and his cultivation seemed to still be below the yin god level. This was very strange, but strange or not, against the Molo clan, their Moon dynasty still stood no chance. After all, one of the yin gods from the Molo clan had taken 2 steps in treading the heavens and had reached the pinnacle of that path. One more step, and they would become a 3-step treading the heavens existence. Such a powerhouse could single-handedly suppress the entire Moon dynasty. July, shouldn't you try to persuade the High Priestess to prepare for our departure from Moon-watching continent? The woman in white asked. She now thought the best course of action was to leave this world as quickly as possible. The July Priestess had already been replaced many times. She looked at Qi Yuan by the lake, her expression fervent. The faceless sword god will surely save Moon-watching continent again. Those who offend Moon-watching continent shall all perish. Hearing this, the woman in white couldn't help but facepalm. She didn't understand why everyone on Moon-watching continent had such inexplicable faith in the faceless sword god. Even though he had once saved the world, the facts were clear now, they were outmatched. Why such blind trust? She was baffled. She wanted to try persuading the High Priestess again, but in the end, she didn't. Because the High Priestess's fervor was even stronger than everyone else's. Kanglan realm, within the heavenly cave. A childish voice echoed. The results are in. The blood-robed sword god doesn't have a yin god artifact, rather, he has a yin god who has taken 2 steps in treading the heavens backing him. A 2-step treading the heavens yin god. Affectionate Venerable gasped, no wonder he dares to kill our subordinates at will and provoke us. Thankfully, I didn't offend such a powerhouse, said an elderly voice. But he has killed Mohui, thoroughly angering the Molo clan. Just now, the Molo clan's Mojun Venerable sent a message. He wants to cooperate with us 3 to jointly kill the blood-robed sword god and the yin god backing him, the childish voice continued, calm and without emotion. A 2-step treading the heavens yin god. This kind of conflict is too much for my frail old body, so I won't get involved. Hee, Yunju Venerable, are you afraid? The affectionate Venerable chuckled seductively. Mojun Venerable said that we don't need to face the yin god backing the blood-robed sword god directly. We only need to capture the blood-robed sword god alive and prevent the Moon dynasty from using their teleportation array. Such a small task is easy for us. Mojun Venerable also said that if we succeed, 1/4 of Moonwatch continent's territory will be divided among us. The childish voice carried a hint of greed. I'm in, the seductive voice of the affectionate Venerable responded with a light laugh. I won't get involved, the elderly voice said again. Are you afraid of Fengjun? The childish voice sneered. This has nothing to do with Fengjun, it's just that as I get older, my courage has grown smaller, the elderly voice replied, sounding helpless. Yunju Venerable, it's fine if you don't participate, but, you must not inform Fengjun or anyone else until this matter is resolved. The childish voice carried a slight threat. Fine, I won't interfere, the elderly voice said helplessly, finally falling silent. In the heavenly cave, only the childish voice and the seductive female voice remained, seemingly discussing something. Who knows how long it took, but eventually, the childish voice echoed throughout the heavenly cave. Send a message to Shuiyin Palace, telling them that their grudge with the Blood-Robed Alliance can be settled at any time. Shuiyin Palace, located on Shuixian continent, had always been at odds with Qian continent. Recently, the Blood-Robed Alliance had captured a Zifu cultivator from Shuiyin Palace, leading to friction between the two sides. Now, word had come from Moonwatch continent that Ling Zhao had offended the Blood-Robed Sword God and been slain by him. Shuiyin Palace was furious, and if not for the three venerables above them and their fear of the Blood-Robed Sword God, they would have already launched an invasion of Qian continent. Since the two of them now planned to cooperate with the Molo clan to target the Blood-Robed Sword God, they decided to throw Shuiyin Palace a bone, letting them attack the Blood-Robed Alliance and eliminate the Blood-Robed Sword God's allies. This wasn't a crucial matter and could be done easily. As you command. Within the heavenly cave, a Zifu cultivator's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The Blood-Robed Sword God had long irritated them by provoking the heavenly cave. Let's go to Moonwatch continent. At that moment, even the Yichang Venerable, who had been asleep in the heavenly cave for thousands of years, finally stirred. In the eastern territory, a long rainbow could be seen streaking across the sky. All the cultivators who saw that rainbow knew that something major was about to happen. Within the Divine Flower Society forum, a post was pushed to the top. Major news. Shuiyin Palace plans to attack the Blood-Robed Alliance. Calling on Senior Blood-Robed Sword God. This post immediately caught the attention of many. What's going on? How does Shuiyin Palace dare? Didn't Senior Blood-Robed Sword God just annihilate Guangming Palace? The background of Shuiyin Palace is slightly stronger than Guangming Palace, but the difference in strength isn't significant. Where did Shuiyin Palace get the courage? HMPH, if Senior Blood-Robed Sword God makes a move, Shuiyin Palace will surely be destroyed. Hu Lidong Xiaoli quickly replied. But the next moment, someone commented on her post. If Shuiyin Palace dares to act, they must be confident and well prepared. I boldly speculate that Senior Blood-Robed Sword God provoked the Yichang Venerable recently. Yichang Venerable must be planning to deal with Senior Blood-Robed Sword God, giving Shuiyin Palace the courage. Hu Lidong Xiaoli was startled by this comment, thinking it might be true, and began to worry about the Blood-Robed Sword God. After all, he was the only great cultivator who had chatted with her. Could it be true? Is Senior Blood-Robed Sword God okay? At this point, more and more people began replying to the post. Sigh, it seems Yichang Venerable must have made a move. Senior Blood-Robed Sword God was somewhat unwise, he should have stopped after annihilating Guangming Palace. Why provoke Yichang Venerable and kill his people? Offending a Yin God, this is retribution. I've long thought Senior Blood-Robed Sword God would face such a fate. He's too arrogant, doesn't know humility, and deserves this. What a pity, a great senior. Hey, the outcome isn't decided yet, so how can you all say Senior Blood-Robed Sword God is going to lose? Hu Lidong Xiaoli felt indignant and argued back against those who were pessimistic. If Yichang Venerable has chosen to act, it must be foolproof. He will win with overwhelming force. Senior Blood-Robed Sword God is just a clown who suddenly gained strong cultivation. If you talk about Senior Blood-Robed Sword God like that, aren't you afraid of retaliation if he sees it? Senior Blood-Robed Sword God can't even protect himself now. Why would I be afraid of retaliation? If he's got the guts, let him come at me. This giant demon, Senior Blood-Robed Sword God, is finally going to die. This is divine retribution, and I'm so happy, I'm having an extra meal today. In the forum, some people began to speak out, criticizing the Blood-Robed Sword God. When the Blood-Robed Sword God was at his peak, they were jealous and didn't dare to speak out. Now that the Blood-Robed Sword God was suspected of being in trouble, they jumped out, boldly pointing fingers. Moreover, since they weren't openly provoking the Blood-Robed Sword God like he did, they didn't fear retaliation. After all, no one knew their true identities. Seeing this, Huli Dong Xiaoli's eyes reddened. You're all doomed. I'm going to record your comments and send them to Senior Blood-Robed Sword God. She took out a recording stone and began recording all the slanderous comments about the Blood-Robed Sword God in the forum, including the ids. At this moment, she was like a devoted fan of the Blood-Robed Sword God, patrolling the entire forum, recording all negative comments about him. Unfortunately, she was alone. Otherwise, with more people, she could control the narrative just like fans of celebrities on Blue Star. Majestic mountains. Yunju Venerable, clad in white robes, had an immortal demeanor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his face showing curiosity. What brings my old friend here? Before him appeared an elderly man with white hair, emanating a thick aura of death. Yunju Venerable looked at the old man with complex thoughts. This old friend had known him for a long time. His talent was even higher than Yunju Venerable's. However, 1,000 years ago, while capturing a wisp of heavenly vein energy for his granddaughter to help her with Heavenly Tao Foundation building, he accidentally got tainted by a wisp of calamity. His cultivation had been stagnant since then, and his lifespan was rapidly diminishing. In just 1,000 years, he had become a dying old man, like a candle flickering in the wind. It wouldn't be long before this Yin God would perish. Yin Gods dreaded calamity more than anything. Only a few close friends knew about this white-haired Yin God's injury. Even his granddaughter, who had achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation building, didn't know. My granddaughter insisted that I come and ask about the blood-robed sword god. So, has Yi Chong Venerable really made a move against him? The white-haired old man asked. Yunju Venerable sighed, I can't reveal anything about this matter. He had just sworn an oath in the heavenly cave and could not go back on his word. Looking at the white-haired old man, he added, even if you went, it wouldn't change the outcome. I see. Ever since I was wounded by the calamity, I've become useless, unable even to fulfill a small request for my granddaughter. The old man sighed, realizing that Yi Chong Venerable had indeed acted against the blood-robed sword god and might already be in action. Yunju, please do me a favor. I can't help the blood-robed sword god, but please take care of his blood-robed alliance. Yunju Venerable chuckled, you truly dote on your granddaughter. This is a small matter. I'll send someone to Shuiyin Palace to stop the conflict. Thank you, old friend. The white-haired old man sighed. Your injuries. Yunju Venerable looked at the old man, who was shrouded in an aura of death, his mind racing. I've already met with a grand sovereign, but even they couldn't help, the Ice Soul Venerable said, looking desolate. I'm nearing the end of my life. I just hope my granddaughter can step into the Yin God realm before I go. The Yin God realm is incredibly difficult to achieve, Yunju Venerable lamented. Especially with the impending calamity, making a breakthrough is nearly impossible. The Ice Soul Venerable remained silent. In the Kanglin realm, to become a Yin God, one must venture into the celestial realm to transform their spiritual energy into divine power. In the celestial realm, there were endless seas of lightning. Without someone to protect her, his granddaughter's foundation was insufficient, making it impossible for her to break through to the Yin God realm. But with the calamity approaching, all Yin Gods were struggling to protect themselves. Who would be willing to waste their divine power to protect someone in the celestial realm? The cost of doing so was even greater than battling a fellow sovereign, and it would take at least 100 years to recover. Ice Soul, you once saved my life. If you pass on, I will look after your granddaughter, Yunju Venerable promised. The Ice Soul Venerable smiled warmly, thank you, old friend. Snowflakes fell. Qi Yuan reached out his hand to catch a snowflake. True Lord Daji stood nearby, watching the heavy snowfall. I've heard it said that no two snowflakes in the world are identical. Snowflakes are like people, there are no two identical people in the world either. Then why don't snowflakes speak human language? Qi Yuan asked. True Lord Daji looked at the snowflake, maybe because they don't have mouths. Really, maybe, True Lord Daji replied uncertainly. At this moment, the snowfall grew heavier. Qi Yuan's aura was silently undergoing a transformation. However, no one could see this change, not even the white-robed Yin God, who was nearby. Only Qi Jianjun noticed something strange. She looked at Qi Yuan with a peculiar expression. As she approached Qi Yuan, she felt the divine power within her body increasing, and the speed at which her divine apertures were opening also accelerated. Who knows how much time had passed, but Qi Yuan was still holding a snowflake. He looked at it and softly said, a mouth. And indeed, a tiny, barely noticeable mouth appeared on the snowflake. Now that the snowflake has a mouth, it should be able to speak, right? Little snowflake, say something. Zhang Ya, watching from a distance, almost burst out laughing. Did the blood-robed sword god think that just by giving a snowflake a mouth, it would start talking? She had no idea that Qi Yuan wasn't using a spell to make the snowflake grow a mouth. He was using the power of the heavenly Tao. Just moments ago, he had fully mastered the heavenly Tao of Moonwatch continent. Now, he was terrifyingly powerful. He looked at the snowflake with a curious expression. Even though he had used the power of the heavenly Tao to give it a mouth and ordered it to speak, the snowflake remained as silent as ever. True Lord Daji spoke, maybe it doesn't have a brain and doesn't know how to talk. A brain, Qi Yuan pondered. A tiny pig's brain appeared inside the snowflake, looking particularly odd. Seeing this, Zhang Ya was completely exasperated. Creating life out of thin air, this is something even a grand sovereign can't do. Really, Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed. He had thought that by becoming the heavenly Tao of this world, the world would completely belong to him. He would be like a game creator, able to delete files, create game characters, and roll back time at will. But it wasn't possible. He could only make changes to Moonwatch continent within certain rules. It was as if, even as the heavenly Tao, there was still a higher power overseeing him. At that moment, the white-robed woman hurried over. High Priestess, the Molo clan's army is growing larger and larger. In 3 months, they will be at our doorstep. The Yin gods of the Molo clan will also make their move. Please, High Priestess, prepare to activate the teleportation array. These words caused many present to show expressions of concern. The Molo clan's army was finally coming. The Yin gods were finally arriving. They didn't have much time left, only 3 months. 3 months. Qi Yuan was surprised. The white-robed woman glanced at Qi Yuan, knowing the High Priestess often listened to him. Yes, we only have 3 months left. 3 months is too long. These people are too slow. No wonder they can't achieve great things, Qi Yuan remarked. The Molo clan clearly wasn't capable of great things. Back when he first provoked a small fry from Guangming Palace, he immediately devised the 100-day annihilation of Guangming Palace plan. But these Yin gods from the Molo clan were taking their sweet time. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, the white-robed woman was stunned. She had been worried that the time was too short, but the blood-robed sword god was complaining that the enemy was too slow. Was he tired of living? Qi Yuan didn't pay her any mind. He took Qi Jianjun's small hand and glanced at True Lord Daji. Since the enemy is slow, I'll go find them myself. Music troupe, gather up. Today, I'll take you to feast again. Qi Jianjun's little face lit up with joy. Father, are you going to attack the Molo clan? Yes, it's time to dump this fertilizer into the garden, Qi Yuan replied seriously. If he killed enough Yin gods, maybe the icon in his game would unlock. And now that he had become the heavenly Tao of Moonwatch continent, it was time to deal with these enemies. This time, he wouldn't rely on anyone else. Are you really planning to attack the Yin gods of the Molo clan? The white-robed woman looked anxious, as if she had just heard something earth-shattering. Yes, if you go, you'll be facing at least 4 Yin gods. If you're not confident, please don't go, and especially, don't take the High Priestess. The white-robed woman urged. If the High Priestess died, the Moon Dynasty would be finished. The teleportation array wouldn't activate. She wouldn't be able to escape. I believe in Father, and I'm going, Qi Jianjun said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Seeing this, the white-robed woman knew she couldn't persuade them. She felt immense resentment towards the blood-robed sword god. Is this how a father should act? He didn't care at all about his daughter's safety. Since the High Priestess is going, I'll go too, the white-robed woman gritted her teeth, choosing to take a gamble. You're not part of my music troupe, and you're not my daughter. Why do you want to come along? Qi Yuan looked at the white-robed woman strangely. Do you want to be the shrimp-head girl? The white-robed woman was speechless. Just a few days ago, he had called her a boss, and now, a shrimp-head girl. She felt helpless. If you want to come, you can join my music troupe and play the Suona. Otherwise, no deal, Qi Yuan said. He wasn't interested in bringing along extra people. The white-robed woman's face darkened. When had she ever been humiliated like this? But when she thought about how he had 2 Yin god wives and a Yin god daughter, she realized she had to endure it. She was puzzled. Did the goddesses in the heavens all like this kind of domineering lunatic? Fine, the white-robed woman agreed through gritted teeth. Qi Yuan beamed. Perfect. He had finally managed to convince a yin god to play the suona for him. His status and level had risen once again. Is everyone ready? After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Qi Yuan glanced at the members of the music troupe behind him. He was surprised to find that this time, even Zhang Ya was holding an instrument. He took Qi Jianjun's little hand and said, I asked you to play the suona, not the trumpet. Zhang Ya froze for a moment, then took out a suona from her storage pouch. I grabbed the wrong one. Since everyone's ready, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Qi Yuan enveloped everyone in the rules of the world. They felt as if their lives were no longer under their own control. The white-robed woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Just now, when the blood-robed sword god waved his hand, she couldn't resist at all and felt as powerless as an ordinary cultivator. She was shaken. She was a yin god, a deity with divine power. But with a mere wave of his hand, the blood-robed sword god made her feel like a child, as if she had no cultivation at all. What kind of technique was this? A terrifying thought crossed her mind, but she didn't dare to confirm it. In a valley, the Molo clan was gathering. Several terrifying figures were gathered together. Perhaps there were too many yin gods. The rules of the world in the entire valley seemed unstable. A childish voice spoke, Mojun Venerable, in this cooperation, neither I nor affectionate Venerable can deal with that two-step treading the heavens powerhouse. We can only help you capture the blood-robed sword god and prevent the formation from activating. Affectionate Venerable stood beside Yi Chong Venerable, her eyes filled with seductive charm as she looked at the purple, towering figure ahead. That terrifying figure was Mojun Venerable, who had reached the pinnacle of two-step treading the heavens, just one step away from becoming a three-step treading the heavens powerhouse. Such a powerhouse was considered top-tier even in the Kanglan realm. Anyone who dares to kill my brother is dead meat. That two-step treading the heavens powerhouse will die without a doubt, you don't need to lift a finger. Mojun Venerable's voice was deep and filled with strong confidence. Today, even if the moon god sovereign descends, they won't be saved. Of course, the latter part was just boasting. Mojun Venerable served the Black Demon Abyss. With his strength, he was just a nobody in the Black Demon Abyss and hadn't even met the Black Demon Sovereign. I've heard that blood-robed sword god provoked Yi Chong Venerable in the Kanglan realm. A yin god from the Molo clan spoke, his eyes filled with mockery. How does it feel to be humiliated by a Zifu cultivator? Yi Chong Venerable's expression remained unchanged, his childish voice calm. A cultivator who relies on women is not worth mentioning. I wouldn't mind having a grand sovereign take a fancy to me, Mojun Venerable said with a smile. However, at that moment, a desolate and sorrowful sound of music suddenly rang out. All 6 yin gods present changed their expressions. This is... Yi Chong Venerable's face shifted. He had heard about the blood-robed sword god. When the suona sounds, it's time for the blood-robed sword god to start killing. But how could there be suona music here? A sense of foreboding gripped him. All the yin gods present looked tense. Endless divine power surged, threatening to tear the entire mountain range apart as they searched for the source of the sound. Who is it? Show yourself, Mojun Venerable roared. They couldn't locate the source of the sound. Didn't your mothers teach you not to talk bad about others behind their backs? A voice suddenly echoed through the valley. Oh, I forgot, you don't have mothers. They've been dead for a long time. After saying this, Qi Yuan regretted it, feeling like slapping himself. As his voice echoed, a group of over 50 people suddenly appeared before the 6 venerables. Leading them was Qi Yuan, dressed in a blood-red robe. His gaze fell on Yi Chong Venerable and affectionate Venerable, showing surprise. Oh, there are humans here too. Yi Chong Venerable frowned. Blood-robed sword god, you're a yin god too. For the blood-robed sword god to appear out of nowhere, accompanied by a music troupe, was indeed strange. There was no doubt he was a yin god. For some reason, a sense of doom crept into Yi Chong Venerable's heart. Mojun Venerable was also filled with doubts. Facing 6 yin gods, the enemy didn't flee but instead attacked them head-on. Were they seeking death? There were only 2 explanations. The first was that the enemy was insane. The second was that the enemy had a trump card. Mojun Venerable scanned the surroundings, always wary of the appearance of that two-step treading the heavens powerhouse. He looked at Qi Yuan with great apprehension but still said, since you're all here, we can eliminate you in one fell swoop. Yi Chong Venerable, affectionate Venerable, as agreed, the blood-robed sword god is yours to handle. Yi Chong Venerable and affectionate Venerable's brows furrowed. That was the previous agreement, assuming the blood-robed sword god was a purple mansion cultivator. But now, it seemed that the person before them was no mere purple mansion. They wanted to argue, but Qi Yuan spoke directly. No wonder you're so incompetent. You're so hesitant even when killing someone. Today, I'll teach you how to kill properly. And don't worry, don't fall in love with me because of it. At this moment, Qi Yuan extended his finger. He pointed at the 6 yin gods before him and said softly, God says, you are guilty of gossiping behind people's backs. As Qi Yuan spoke, the world around them instantly changed. The rules of the vast earth directly assaulted the 6 yin gods. Their expressions changed drastically as they felt that the heavenly Tao of this world seemed to have awakened, suppressing them with the force of an entire realm. Their divine apertures were blocked, and their divine power couldn't circulate. Mojun Venerable's eyes filled with horror. This is a divine domain. You're a grand sovereign. Such a phenomenon could only be caused by a grand sovereign. Only a grand sovereign could condense a divine domain and easily suppress ordinary sovereigns. Even Yi Chong Venerable's face showed fear. How could this be possible? How could this be a grand sovereign? How could the blood-robed sword god be a grand sovereign? The white-robed woman playing the suona also widened her eyes in shock. The scene before them was completely unexpected. Qi Yuan ignored the 6 of them and calmly continued, God says, gossiping behind people's backs is a grave sin, punishable by death. He has already sent someone to your residence to execute you by gunshot, effective immediately. Qi Yuan snapped his fingers, but for some reason, it didn't make a sound. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he provided his own sound effects. Bang, bang, as if 6 gunshots rang out, the 6 yin gods had no ability to resist and were shot dead by Qi Yuan. The incredibly powerful yin gods died, pitifully, too easily, without making any waves. The suona music continued. Qi Yuan looked at the people behind him and solemnly said, never gossip about others behind their backs, or you'll be executed by gunshot. I once received such a message, and it scared me to death. Everyone present was utterly stunned. Only a breath of time passed, yet it felt as though a whole day had gone by. The crowd stared at the 6 fallen yin gods before them, still feeling as if they were in a dream. 6 yin gods, without any ability to resist, were easily slain. That overwhelming force, rendering the yin gods incapable of fighting back. Other than the divine domain, the woman in white couldn't think of any other explanation. Only a great sovereign could wield a divine domain. But how had the blood-clad sword god suddenly become a great sovereign? The woman in white was deeply confused. On the other hand, Daji Zhenjin seemed to be pondering something. Shu Tongchen, however, was unfazed. What was this compared to the time when the sun fell? That had truly shocked him. Father is amazing. Qi Jianjun clenched her little pink fist, full of pride, showing none of the usual arrogance of a yin god. Behind her, the people in the Suona band looked on with fanatical eyes. Qi Yuan reached out, and immediately 7 or 8 storage bags fell into his hand. His divine sense swept through the storage bags, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Confiscated stolen goods. He was quite pleased. This was truly a jackpot. Inside those storage bags were 6 heavenly level techniques, with 2 of them being mid-grade heavenly level, each worth 10 of the lower grades. Seeing how sensible you all are, I've decided to allow you to settle on the moon-watching continent and become a part of it. Qi Yuan looked at the corpses of the yin gods. As he stared at them, the bodies turned into something akin to fertilizer, merging with the dust. Yin gods are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to nourish flowers. Qi Yuan couldn't help but recite a line of poetry. These yin gods were truly good people. The moon-watching continent had been so barren that apart from the high priest, not even a single purple mansion cultivator could emerge. But now, with the addition of this fertilizer, it was a blessing for the moon-watching continent. The woman in white watched this scene in silence for a long time. At that moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes, and the crowd looked at him, not daring to speak. A breath later, he opened his eyes again. There are still 13 million Molo clan troops left to deal with. The woman in white hurriedly said, I will personally lead people to deal with the remaining Molo army. The strength of the moon-watching continent was incapable of facing the Molo army. Only she, as a yin god, could run around and kill, wiping out those millions of Molos. Why bother with such trouble? Qi Yuan chuckled, since they dared to come to my home, they can all stay and become fertilizer. The woman in white was puzzled by his words. The blood-clad sword god was strong, at the level of a great sovereign, but to kill the Molo army without harming the moon-watching continent would be extremely difficult. Unless, of course, one used brute force to kill them. At that moment, Qi Yuan rose into the air again, his blood-red robe flapping in the wind. The light of the sun and moon froze, concentrating on Qi Yuan. A vast voice echoed at that instant. The myriad beings of the earth, all things in existence, are under my control. The ancient tree trembled, snowflakes danced wildly. Rivers flowed backward, and deserts roared. At that moment, every living creature on the moon-watching continent couldn't help but look toward Qi Yuan's location. Whether human, animal, or beast, their eyes were filled with fervor and reverence. The vast voice spread across the entire moon-watching continent. All the Molo troops looked up at the sky, their faces bewildered. In the stronghold of the Kanglin realm on the moon-watching continent, Ji Yu Xiaoyao, a Foundation establishment cultivator of the heavenly Tao, looked up, eyes confused. What is this? The nascent soul cultivators were also puzzled, having no idea what was happening. This is the voice of the blood-clad sword god. A prodigy gritted his teeth, his voice trembling uncontrollably. They didn't know what was about to happen, but they could sense that something terrifying was coming. At this moment, the woman in white widened her eyes, looking at Qi Yuan in confusion. She could clearly see that the world's origin was trembling, active. How could the blood-clad sword god make the world's origin boil? This was something even a great sovereign couldn't do. The vast voice resounded once more. With my words, condense the laws of heaven and earth. Thunder god and lightning mother, 5 sacred mountains and rivers, the creation of heaven and earth, all heed my command. Slay the Molo army. As the vast voice rang out, the entire moon-watching continent turned into a divine prison. The sky darkened, the sun and moon lost their light, and the countless stars were obscured by dark clouds. Within the black clouds, thunder rumbled as if a colossal beast was roaring, and ferocious deities were howling. In the clouds, 2 innate gods appeared, formed by the will of the heavenly Tao. Thunder god receives the order. Lightning mother receives the order. In the mountains and rivers, booming sounds echoed, as if ancient gods were awakening, roaring. The 5 sacred mountains receive the order. Heaven and earth, all beings, at that moment, received the command of the heavenly Tao, fully awakened. Wu receives the order. Xuanyuan's prohibition receives the order. Tianzhu receives the order. All things in the world seem to gain souls, awakening from their slumber, responding to the will of the heavenly Tao. A snap of the fingers, and the command, play music. A flash of brilliance appeared in the eyes of the Daji Zhenjin, and then the mournful yet exhilarating and heroic sound of the suona began to play. The woman in white was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly joined in. All across the moon-watching continent, one terrifying figure after another appeared. They were like ancient innate gods, awakening from their slumber. By the order of the heavens, slay the Mara. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and the pitch-black world finally saw light. In the heavens, countless bolts of lightning pierced through the space. Looking up at the sky, the terrifying scene was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more shocking than any star war. Countless bolts of lightning, accompanied by terrifying figures, descended upon the Mara army. Across the world, the millions of Molo troops had no idea what was happening before they were washed away by the lightning, suppressed by the mountains and rivers. No matter how they resisted, no matter how they fled, it was all in vain. For they were fighting against the entire world. How could they possibly defeat the world itself? Thunder. The heavens are angry. Wah! So many gods. This is the manifestation of the will of the world. The heavens have no eyes. We're done for, it's all over. The heavenly Tao of this world has been devoured by a terrifying being. How can we possibly oppose the mighty force of heaven and earth? In just 3 breaths, the millions of Molo troops scattered across the world were all annihilated. Heaven and earth continued to tremble, and the origin was rejoicing, as if celebrating their supreme lord. Those who trespass on my moon-watching continent, kill without mercy. The voice echoed across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, to the ends of the earth. In the stronghold of the Kanglin realm, the prodigies who witnessed the resurrection of innate gods and the sky filled with divine lightning were all pale. Run, the blood-clad sword god is not human. These prodigies, along with some nascent soul cultivators, no longer cared about any calamity or stronghold, and all rushed back to the Kanglin realm. What had happened here was too terrifying. They couldn't comprehend it at all. But they knew it was definitely horrifying. At that moment, in the valley, Qi Yuan looked at the people behind him. The people are all dead. It's time to go back. Qi Jianjun looked at Qi Yuan, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Hee, turns out I really am father's own daughter. Behind her, Zhang Ya remained silent. The scene before her was something she had only read about briefly in ancient texts. The heavenly Tao, only the heavenly Tao could explain this. Had the blood-clad sword god devoured the heavenly Tao of the moon-watching continent? The woman in white was trembling. At this moment, she fully understood. She also realized why the blood-clad sword god had asked her those questions by the lake. The blood-clad sword god before her was not human. He was a ruthless god who dared to devour the heavenly Tao. He had hidden within the moon-watching continent, and even the great calamity of the Kanglan realm wouldn't dare extend here. In the blood-clad alliance. The old man of Meishan wore a worried expression. In the grand hall, dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators had gathered, and none of them looked particularly cheerful. This meeting was to deal with the Shuiyan Palace and the dispute between the blood-clad sword god and Yechong Venerable. Unfortunately, only 2/3 of them had come, with 1/3 of the Purple Mansion cultivators absent, which was quite telling. Who would have thought that Yunju Venerable would block Shuiyan Palace? We must remember this favor, the old man of Meishan said. Shuiyan Palace had come with great force, with the foundation of Yin gods. The newly established blood-clad alliance was no match for it. Yunju Venerable can block Shuiyan Palace for a while, but not forever. Once Yechong Venerable and our leader decide the outcome, Shuiyan Palace. An elder's face was filled with worry. They had finally found a leader to resist the great calamity together, but who would have thought that the leader's fate would soon be uncertain? It's all my fault. I should have advised the leader not to offend Yechong Venerable. This time, with Yechong Venerable and Yuking Venerable joining forces, the leader's fate seems bleak. Yunjong Court's master lamented, full of self-blame. It's a pity that we can't enter the void, so we have no idea what's happening now. Those two old scoundrels, Yechong Venerable and Yuking Venerable, bullying the weak and outnumbering our leader, they've cut off our hope in the Kangyan continent. It's truly detestable. An old man was so angry that his nose was crooked. This is not the time for self-blame. We should be thinking about how to deal with this calamity, Meishan said, turning to Zai Li. Old Shu, what do you think? Shu Yi raised an eyebrow. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. I believe the blood-clad sword god will be victorious. These words shocked everyone. After all, the blood-clad sword god was facing an ambush by 2 Yin gods. If 2 Yin gods dared to launch a sneak attack, they must have been fully prepared. At that moment, a panicked nascent soul cultivator rushed in. Not good, a Yin god is coming. Meishan froze for a moment and instinctively asked, which one? Tiger Roar Venerable. The nascent soul cultivator reported the name of the Yin god. Meishan's heart sank, and he felt as if his parents had died. The Venerable has come to kill us. Tiger Roar Venerable was the father of the Shuiyan Palace's mistress, a Yin god powerhouse. Why had he suddenly appeared? If not to kill them, then for what? But he was a bit puzzled. A Yin god had arrived, so why wasn't he attacking? Where is he? They couldn't escape, so Meishan asked in despair. Tiger Roar Venerable is waiting outside the Grand Hall, and he sent me in to report. The nascent soul cultivator had never seen a Yin god before and was already scared out of his wits. Meishan was stunned. A Yin god waiting outside the hall. How bizarre was this? Quick, go see what's going on. Meishan hurried outside, followed closely by the other Purple Mansion cultivators. After all, it was a Yin god. If they kept him waiting too long and he got angry, what if he killed them all? Dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators hurriedly ran outside the hall. They immediately saw a white-haired elder standing respectfully outside the Grand Hall. If not for the terrifying aura emanating from him, they would never have believed that this was a Yin god. Greetings, Tiger Roar Venerable. The group of Purple Mansion cultivators hurried out, showing respectful expressions. They had heard that Tiger Roar Venerable had a bad temper. Please, no need for such courtesy, my fellow Taoists. I don't deserve this. Tiger Roar Venerable smiled warmly, his expression kindly. Meishan and the others were puzzled, not understanding what game Tiger Roar Venerable was playing. His attitude was too strange. At that moment, Tiger Roar Venerable's face showed a pained expression. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. My daughter, Ling Zhao, was arrogant and reckless, offending blood-clad sword god. She was rightly slain by him, slain well, slain wonderfully. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 2 Purple Mansion cultivators fell to the ground. One was a man, the other a woman. Both were bound with ropes and covered in countless wounds, looking extremely miserable. Meishan's pupils contracted when he saw them. These 2 were the Lord and Lady of Shuiyan Palace, both at the late Purple Mansion stage. Yet they had been captured by Tiger Roar Venerable and brought here, bound and humiliated. It was truly baffling. I've been in seclusion for 300 years, paying no attention to worldly affairs. I never imagined that when I emerged, I would hear that these two had conspired with Yechong Venerable to plot against the blood-clad sword god. I've already crippled their cultivation and brought them to the blood-clad alliance, to be dealt with as the blood-clad sword god sees fit. Tiger Roar Venerable said, striking Shui Yin Palace's lord with a whip. A terrifying bloody mark appeared, the strike infused with a soul attack that an ordinary person couldn't bear. Yet the lord of Shui Yin Palace, like a dead pig, made no sound at all. In the presence of a yin god, even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator's life and death were entirely in his hands. The old man of Meishan remained silent, his heart in turmoil, completely unable to understand what had happened. Could it be that the blood-clad sword god had won against Yechong Venerable? But even if that were the case, why would an old venerable like Tiger Roar Venerable surrender? As they wondered, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth began to gather. All the Purple Mansion cultivators could feel the spiritual energy in the world churning as if a great figure was about to descend. In the sky, terrifying figures appeared one after another. Venerable Qingmei requests an audience with the blood-clad sword god. Venerable Lycan requests an audience with the blood-clad sword god. Venerable Yunju requests an audience with the blood-clad sword god. So many yin gods. Oh my god, what on earth has happened? All the Purple Mansion cultivators were shocked, having no idea what was going on. These venerables, legendary figures, had all gathered at the blood-clad alliance to see the blood-clad sword god. How could they not be stunned? Shocking. 4 gods descend, gather at the blood-clad alliance. Just now, 4 yin gods gathered at the blood-clad alliance. The specific reason is unknown. To find out what happens next, stay tuned. Quote? 4 yin gods gathered at the blood-clad alliance. What happened? Tell us what happens next. Damn it, why didn't you finish the story? If I find out where you live, I'll definitely use a spell to erase you. A single post drew countless attention. After all, 4 yin gods gathering at the blood-clad alliance was a major event among major events. Typically, yin gods remain unseen. Nearly 99% of cultivators have never seen a yin god, only heard of them in legends. On the Divine Flower Society forum, a post by a nascent soul cultivator could attract countless followers. Now, with 4 yin gods gathering at the blood-clad alliance, how could it not spark imaginations? Especially since there had been a dispute between Shui Yin Palace and the blood-clad alliance. It was rumored that Yechong Venerable and Yuking Venerable had jointly attacked the blood-clad sword god. Could it be that the situation had taken a turn? All the cultivators were like ants on a hot pan, unwilling even to cultivate, constantly refreshing the posts. The forum was filled with all kinds of information. Some people speculated that there was a powerful yin god artifact in the blood-clad alliance, attracting the yin gods to fight over it. Others claimed they saw Tiger Roar Venerable hang his son-in-law, the Lord of Shui Yin Palace, outside the blood-clad alliance. In any case, the information varied, with none of it consistent. Meanwhile, in the Divine Flower 4 Emperors group, Rogue Immortal Venerable was extremely anxious. Ice Mountain Queen sister, do you know what's going on? Is Origin Heavenly Venerable okay? He should be fine, right? Ever since Shui Yin Palace declared war on the blood-clad alliance, Rogue Immortal Venerable had been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But unfortunately, he was too weak to intervene in such a major event. Ice Mountain Queen responded in the group. Do you remember when Origin Heavenly Venerable said he was a Heavenly Tao Foundation? Isn't it normal for such a strong person to be a Heavenly Tao Foundation? Rogue Immortal Venerable was puzzled, not understanding what Iceberg Overlord meant. What I mean is, Origin Heavenly Venerable's Heavenly Tao Foundation is a true Heavenly Tao Foundation. What? Rogue Immortal Venerable was stunned, not comprehending her words. A Heavenly Tao Foundation is a Heavenly Tao Foundation. What did she mean by a true one? He devoured the Heavenly Tao of an entire world to form his foundation. Ice Mountain Queen explained with a hint of mystery. What? He swallowed the heavens. Rogue Immortal Venerable was shocked. Devouring an entire Heavenly Tao, how is that even possible? He couldn't even imagine it. A cultivator who used Heaven's Pulse to build their foundation was someone he would look up to for the rest of his life. Not to mention someone who devoured a Heavenly Tao. What kind of concept was that? Well, Rogue Immortal Venerable had no concept. But swallowing the Heavenly Tao of a world would make someone far more powerful than a yin god. Origin Heavenly Venerable doesn't eat people, right? Rogue Immortal Venerable shivered. If he could eat the heavens, eating a person would be nothing to him, right? At that moment, Ice Mountain Queen's tone turned serious. Do you remember what cultivation level Origin Heavenly Venerable claimed to be? Golden Core, Rogue Immortal Venerable said. Back then, Origin Heavenly Venerable had pretended to be a small fry at the Golden Core stage when he met with him. Who could have known that he would suddenly transform into a mighty purple mansion cultivator? That was already terrifying. Later, when he heard that the blood-clad sword god had annihilated the Light Palace, Rogue Immortal Venerable had become numb. That had already shown the power of a yin god. And now, he had even devoured a heavenly Tao. Ice Mountain Queen's words were something Rogue Immortal Venerable completely believed. Do you remember what kind of golden core Origin Heavenly Venerable said he had formed? Origin Heavenly Venerable mentioned in the forum that it was a stellar golden core. Rogue Immortal Venerable typed, feeling a lump in his throat. Do you think it's possible that Origin Heavenly Venerable's golden core is the actual sun in the sky? Iceberg Overlord asked in the group. Rogue Immortal Venerable was completely at a loss. In the past, he would have said it was impossible. But Origin Heavenly Venerable had shattered his understanding time and time again. Could it be that someone had actually formed a golden core from the sun? How could that even be possible? He blinked, looking up at the sun in the sky. He couldn't comprehend what kind of strength it would take to forge the sun into a golden core. But suddenly, he thought of something. When the second sun appeared in the sky, was that when Origin Heavenly Venerable said he broke through to the golden core stage? Moon Dynasty. The woman in white looked at the young girl in front of her, her eyes filled with helplessness. High Priestess, do you really plan to go to the Kanglin realm with him? You're going to the upper realm alone. I must stay here, Chi Jianjun said with a sweet smile on her face. This was very different from the High Priestess the woman in white was used to seeing. All of this was because of that man. High Priestess, do you think that his current state is due to the aftereffects of devouring this world's heavenly Tao? The woman in white asked, subtly reminding Chi Jianjun to be cautious. After all, a person who is mad could unexpectedly harm others. In such a dreamy world, isn't it nice to be a little mad? Chi Jianjun replied evasively. The woman in white fell silent. Chi Jianjun continued, all right, the teleportation array has been activated. You should go to the upper realm. If you reach the Moon God Palace, tell my mother that I've found my father. The teleportation array leading to the upper realm was random, with no guarantee of where it would send her. The woman in white might spend hundreds or even thousands of years trying to find the Moon God Palace. The High Priestess glanced at the woman in white and then walked outside. When she saw the figure in the blood-red robe, her eyes lit up with joy. Father, are we going to the Kanglin realm? Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. In the past few days, he had intended to visit the world where the Molo tribe resided. Unfortunately, the gate had already closed. He had even thrown a punch at the Molo realm from afar, but nothing happened. Later, he spent a day traveling across the Moonwatch continent, hoping to find traces of the past. Unfortunately, whether it was Xuanyuan's prohibition, the dressing department prohibition, the 5 elements prohibition, the yin-yang prohibition, or Tianju, all were empty. He didn't see any of his old friends, nor did he find any familiar traces. Without the power of reincarnation, there's almost no chance of being reborn as a yin god. Death meant complete annihilation, dissolving into the world. No one remembered them anymore. Except for Qi Yuan. So, Qi Yuan decided to head back to the Kanglin realm, returning to the 7-color peak. Of course, before going back, he wanted to stop by the Ascension Pavilion. After all, Zhangya still owed him quite a few techniques. Everyone's here, let's go. Qi Yuan took one last deep look at the ancient Kyo tree. The towering tree was clad in silver, covered with snowflakes, creating a beautiful scene. Let's go back. Qi Yuan glanced at the true Lord of Wisdom, Shu Tongchen, and Zhang Ya. 4 had come, and 5 were returning, with the addition of a child. Sigh, we're leaving. The true Lord of Wisdom sighed, is it me leaving this world, or is it the world leaving me? In an instant, the group of 5 arrived at the desert where they had first come through and quickly entered the passage back to the Kanglin realm. Qi Yuan also felt the terrifying power he wielded in the Moonwatch continent slowly dissipating. However, he was neither anxious nor hurried. As they stepped back into the Kanglin realm, Qi Yuan squinted his eyes. There are quite a few people. Are they Yechong's reinforcements? Qi Yuan held Qi Jianjun's hand, noticing 4 terrifying presences. All four were yin gods. Greetings, blood-clad sword god Senior. Yunju Venerable spoke up. The others also bowed. Senior, we are not acquainted with Yechong Venerable. I'm Lycan, it's an honor to meet you, Senior. The four yin gods present all looked at Qi Yuan with deep respect. The high and mighty yin gods treated Qi Yuan as a purple mansion cultivator would treat a yin god. Many noticed the young girl Qi Yuan was holding and had a strange look in their eyes. Are you all yin gods from the eastern land? Qi Yuan asked. He only knew that there were 3 yin gods in the eastern land on the surface. Yes. No, Senior, I've come to apologize. The aged Tiger Roar Venerable seemed like a child in front of Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan glanced at Tiger Roar Venerable, who quickly explained the situation. Finally, Tiger Roar Venerable added, I had no knowledge of Yechong Venerable's schemes. The ignorant are not guilty. Qi Yuan smiled warmly. As expected, strength is everything. Back then, when the Light Palace initiated the blood war of 100 nations, aiming to incite chaos, not a single yin god spoke up for the 100 nations. Now, just because Ling Zhao had spoken ill of him, Yunju Venerable had stopped Shui Yin Palace from sending troops. Even before Qi Yuan could express his opinion, the Lord of Shui Yin Palace had been brought, restrained, and left to his disposal. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Tiger Roar Venerable breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely terrified of the blood-clad sword god. Based on the descriptions from Jiyu Xiaoyao and the other nascent soul cultivators, they had confirmed that the blood-clad sword god had devoured the heavenly Tao of the Moonwatch continent. And to devour the heavenly Tao, one must at least be at the great sovereign level. In other words, the blood-clad sword god was at least a great sovereign. Moreover, the power he wielded in the Moonwatch continent was even greater than that of an ordinary great sovereign. You didn't come just to welcome me back, did you? Qi Yuan looked at the 4 yin gods. For some reason, he had the same feeling he had after destroying the Light Palace when those Purple Mansion cultivators had sought him out. Yunju Venerable stepped forward and said, we have already sealed all information about Senior. Besides the 4 of us, only Ice Soul Venerable knows. I'll remember the favor you and Ice Soul have shown me. Tiger Roar Venerable had already explained everything, including Yunju Venerable's assistance to the Blood-clad Alliance. Yunju Venerable was overjoyed. He couldn't help but think that sometimes, it's better to be cautious. Otherwise, if he had joined Yechong Venerable and Yuking Venerable in dealing with the blood-clad sword god, he would have walked right into a trap. Senior, we've come to ask you for a favor, Yunju Venerable said as the other yin gods looked at him. What is it? Qi Yuan knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. When the great calamity arrives, we hope Senior will allow us to take refuge in the Moonwatch continent. Yunju Venerable looked hopeful. If it were just an ordinary great sovereign, they wouldn't be able to survive the calamity. If it were an ordinary Moonwatch continent, entering it wouldn't protect them from the calamity. But if it were a great sovereign who had devoured the heavenly Tao, that would be different. There would be a good chance of avoiding the calamity by hiding inside. Qi Yuan looked at the yin gods. It's simple if you want my help. I need techniques, as many as possible. After all, there were still hundreds of years before the great calamity. There was still plenty of time. First, secure the benefits, that's what's real. Does Senior have any other conditions? Lycan Venerable asked. What the blood-clad sword god was asking for seemed too easy. For now, that's all. I'll think of anything else later. Qi Yuan replied. The other yin gods were a bit apprehensive. They almost wanted to ask Qi Yuan to make more demands. Too few demands made them uneasy. Shenhua Forum. In the Fox Den, Little Li was fiercely debating with others. The blood-clad sword god Senior is a righteous person. He opposed the Light Palace for the greater good, to stop the blood war of 100 nations. What nonsense about righteousness. These kinds of cultivators only care about their own interests. The blood-clad sword god is arrogant and deserves to be killed by Yechong Venerable. I bet those yin gods who gathered at the blood-clad alliance are there to fight over the blood-clad sword god's treasures. It's clear that the blood-clad sword god killed countless ordinary cultivators for those treasures. That's slander. Little Li from the Fox Den was furious and quickly recorded everything with her image stone. If the blood-clad sword god thinks I'm slandering him, he can come face me. If he doesn't dare respond, isn't that an admission? Or rather, it's not that he doesn't dare, he's probably already dead. Seeing these comments, Little Li was extremely angry. She could only record these posts. After arguing for so long, she felt exhausted. Just as she was about to leave the forum, a post caught her eye. Her pupils shrank. Thank you for everyone's concern. Indeed, I, the blood-clad sword god, was besieged by yin gods, but unfortunately for them, they were too weak. When I entered the Moonwatch continent, one day I overheard someone speaking ill of me. I took a look, and it turned out to be Yechong and Yuking. They were bad-mouthing me together with the Mara tribe. I couldn't stand it, so I executed them on the spot. The blood-clad sword god senior is still alive. Little Lee from the Fox Den was thrilled. She quickly replied, I knew the big shot would survive. You're amazing. Can I have a friend slot? Come, I'll add you. At that moment, the blood-clad sword god replied to her. Little Lee from the Fox Den was wide-eyed. The big shot actually added me as a friend. She was ecstatic, so happy that she wanted to tell the elders in her clan. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. Big shot, after you left, many people in the Shenhua forum have been bad-mouthing you behind your back. After adding him as a friend, Little Lee from the Fox Den quickly told him what had happened in the forum. What? Someone's talking bad about me behind my back. Qi Yuan was immediately enraged. The internet isn't lawless. These people must pay the price. He hadn't even started cursing people online, and yet someone was already cursing him. Big shot, I've recorded it all. Do you want me to send it to you? Little Lee from the Fox Den was worried. How do I send the image stone to you? It's simple. Tell me where you are, specifically, and I'll have my daughter's clone come to meet you. Qi Yuan wasn't a yin god, so he couldn't use divine power to create a clone that could instantly cross thousands of miles. Big Shot's daughter. Meanwhile, Little Lee from the Fox Den was extremely nervous. The Big Shot's daughter was actually coming to meet her. She quickly sent the address to the blood-clad sword god. My daughter will arrive within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. Just show her the image stone. Okay, Little Lee from the Fox Den was a bit anxious. She hadn't expected to meet the Big Shot's daughter before meeting the Big Shot himself. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her face turned pale. This is bad. The Fox Den is a forbidden area, outsiders aren't allowed inside. If Grandma finds out someone's coming to see me, she'll definitely scold me. Little Lee from the Fox Den was on edge. She was wondering whether she should tell Grandma that a friend was coming to see her. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Fox Den, a fierce aura spread. An old figure flew out, her voice filled with vigilance. Which senior expert has come to the Fox Den? Please reveal yourself. The grandma of the Fox Den was a purple mansion powerhouse. She had been cultivating when she suddenly sensed a powerful presence approaching. It was definitely stronger than hers. She was worried, fearing it might be an enemy coming to settle a score. But in the next moment, that fierce aura became even more terrifying. The grandma of the Fox Den's face changed drastically. Yin god. This kind of fluctuation was clearly that of a yin god. How could a Venerable come to this broken Fox Den? She was terrified, afraid that the passing Venerable would destroy them with a single palm. In front of the grandma of the Fox Den appeared a small, delicate figure, merely a phantom. But even just a phantom could wipe out the Fox Den. Facing the Venerable, she was on edge, terrified. The small, cute girl showed a bright smile. Don't be afraid. I'm here on my father's orders to collect something from Little Lee in the Fox Den. The small, cute girl was Qi Jianjun. Seeing the confusion on the grandma's face, she entered Little Lee's part of the Fox Den. The grandma was shocked. When had Little Lee become acquainted with a yin god? No, she knew the yin god's father. At that moment, Little Lee from the Fox Den was trembling. Facing a yin god in person, she was extremely scared. Senior, here is the image stone. Little Lee from the Fox Den quickly handed the image stone to Qi Jianjun. Qi Jianjun watched the content of the image stone, and her smile froze. How dare they speak ill of my father behind his back? They're finished. Qi Jianjun gritted her teeth. Little Lee from the Fox Den finally dared to speak up. Those people are really too much. Even after the blood-clad sword god posted in the Shenhua forum, some people still privately said that a dignified yin god like him wouldn't bother with these small matters. Why wouldn't we? Qi Jianjun said, should we only fight the strong? If they dare to badmouth my father, is that a small matter? They're finished. Qi Jianjun memorized all the content. Before leaving, Little Lee from the Fox Den glanced at the grandma. Little Lee is my father's friend. With that, Qi Jianjun's phantom disappeared. The grandma's shock lingered. She entered Little Lee's part of the Fox Den, speaking much more gently than before. her face full of kindness. "Little Li, how did you meet that venerable?" This was something Little Li had never seen before. "Grandma, I met him in the Shenhua Forum." Little Li honestly recounted how she came to know the blood-clad sword god. Hearing this, the grandma's smile grew even wider. "Little Li, you've done well." The grandma seemed to have thought of something and continued, "I remember you always wanted the 9-tail fruit, but you didn't have enough contribution points. Fortunately, I have 8 remaining here, with no use for them. I'll give them to you." The grandma handed 8 9-tail fruits to Little Li. Little Li's face lit up with joy at the sight of the 9-tail fruits. This joy was like a kitten seeing catnip. "Thank you, Grandma." The precious 9-tail fruit would have taken her at least 100 years to gather enough points to get just one. How could she not be happy to suddenly receive 8? Blood-clad alliance. Qi Yuan sneered. "How dare they bad-mouth me behind my back and try to morally blackmail me? They're really asking for death." Zhang Ya stood silently by his side. She didn't see this as a big deal. At this moment, the true Lord of Wisdom spoke up, his expression serious. "I think the Blood-clad Alliance should launch its first campaign right now to stamp out this kind of backbiting at the source. Right, this isn't about personal revenge. It's about rectifying the atmosphere of the cultivation world." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he raised the importance of his actions. "The cultivation world is filled with filth, and the atmosphere must start changing with me." At this moment, Qi Jianjun appeared. "Father, I've gathered the general information from the vice president of the Shenhua Forum." Qi Jianjun extended her small hand, looking quite proud. The 3 people in the room immediately began discussing how to take revenge. Zhang Ya watched the 3 of them discussing how to rectify the atmosphere of the cultivation world and felt quite out of place. She was puzzled. "You're a dignified great sovereign, and yet you're concerned with such trivial matters." Eastern Land, Water Immortal Continent. Liqi City was a rather remote cultivation city. The nearby cultivation sects were led by a late Golden Core stage sect. At this moment, Wang Shenghai was in the Red Lips Pavilion, indulging in pleasures, but his brow was furrowed, unable to relax. A group of cultivators was also drinking and having fun. "Wang, why are you so gloomy?" asked a Golden Core stage cultivator, curious. "Sigh, didn't I join that Shenhua Forum? I originally thought that Yechong Venerable would successfully kill that blood-clad sword god, but who would have thought Yechong Venerable was so useless, getting killed by the blood-clad sword god instead. What a waste." Wang Shenghai spat. He spoke with authority to the cultivators present. He often spoke of the major events he saw on the Shenhua Forum, earning much praise. The Golden Core cultivator heard this and felt some disdain. Wang Shenghai, who spent his days doing nothing, had the nerve to call a yin god venerable a demon. "Wang, you should be careful. If that yin god venerable hears you, he might come after you," the Golden Core cultivator advised. "We're in such a backwater place. A nascent soul cultivator coming here would be talked about for years. How could a yin god venerable come?" Wang Shenghai was confident and fearless. After all, how could such a great figure bother with someone as insignificant as him? It was like expecting an ordinary person to go out of their way to swat a mosquito in another building. But just then, a mournful Suona sound suddenly filled the air. The Golden Core cultivators in the Red Lips Pavilion were all stunned. Because in front of them, more than a dozen cultivators dressed in blood-red robes, playing Suonas, had suddenly appeared. Each of these cultivators had an aura so deep that they couldn't discern their cultivation level. At least nascent soul level. At that moment, a man in a blood-red robe appeared, looking at Wang Shenghai with a smug expression. "So you're the one who's been bad-mouthing me behind my back." Wang Shenghai was stunned, instantly sobered up. "Senior, are you?" He didn't recognize the man before him, but his cultivation level was undoubtedly very high. "Aren't you the one who said on the Shenhua Forum that I should be torn to pieces by Yechong Venerable, and that when I died, the sky in the eastern land would clear up?" Qi Yuan looked at Wang Shenghai, smiling brightly. You're the blood-clad sword god." Wang Shenghai looked at the blood-robed Qi Yuan, and the Suona players behind him. He instantly realized that this setup could only belong to the blood-clad sword god. He's a dignified yin god venerable, and he's not playing fair. The other cultivators present were also shocked and dumbfounded. A yin god, this was actually a yin god venerable. Such a great figure had actually come to this small, remote place. It was like the richest man in the world coming to attend a local trade school. "Correct, and your reward is another bullet." Qi Yuan smiled brightly. Qi Jianjun then pulled out a jade slip and read coldly, Wang Shanghai, 70 years ago, in order to obtain a first-grade foundation establishment item, you conspired to kill your junior brother Li Xiangyang's entire family. 20 years ago, you forcibly abducted a woman. 6 days ago, you made wild statements on the Shenhua forum, slandering the blood-clad sword god. Your crimes are heinous, and you are sentenced to execution. Qi Yuan extended his hand, mimicking the gesture of firing a gun. Don't talk bad about people behind their backs again. Oh, and after you die, you'll be the most famous person in this city. Don't thank me. Qi Yuan fired. Bang! Wang Shanghai was dead. He never expected to die at the hands of a legendary yin god. The cultivators present were filled with fear and shock. A yin god had come to Licky City. Wang Shanghai would undoubtedly become the most famous person in Licky City from now on. After all, a yin god Venerable had traveled thousands of miles with his entourage to personally execute a lowly golden core cultivator. Qi Yuan glanced at the people present and said softly, rectifying the atmosphere of the cultivation world starts with me. And as for all of you, don't think that small sins aren't worth correcting. With that, Qi Yuan left with the Purple Mansion band. The Red Lips Pavilion was left with cultivators who were too stunned to move for the rest of the day. What had happened today was beyond belief. The yin god descended, and the Purple Mansion played music. He came quickly and left just as quickly. After killing a Yuandan cultivator, he disappeared into the sky. In the small town of Licky City, Wang Shanghai's name completely resonated, making him the most famous person there. If someone were to ask why he was so famous, the people of Licky City would say, he was the first cultivator in Licky City to be killed by the yin god Venerable. At this moment, Qi Yuan had already changed his title to Blood-Robed Sword God and entered the Shenhua Forum. Purifying the cultivation world's atmosphere, starting with me, the Blood-Robed Sword God. Looking back, when I first came to Shenhua Forum, everyone here spoke so nicely, with humility and courtesy. I don't know when, but the atmosphere here went bad, filled with all sorts of hostility. Especially recently, many people on the forum have been slandering and spreading rumors about me, causing me deep pain, unable to eat or sleep, and nearly succumbing to depression. I have to take medicine every day just to fall asleep. Sometimes, it's not just knives or Taoist techniques that kill, words can too. Just now, I went to Licky City and executed the Shenhua Forum cultivator who slandered and defamed me. As for the others who defamed me, I will personally go and educate them one by one. Is that for real? Does the big shot even sleep? I never expected the yin god Venerable to be so sensitive. Come here, mommy will give you a hug, blood baby. Don't be sad, be good. Strongly support. Blood-Robed Sword God is invincible. Beat those disgusting people to death. Fox Den Shaoli quickly replied. She hadn't expected the Blood-Robed Sword God to share her feelings. At the time, when she was arguing with those people, she truly couldn't eat or sleep and almost became depressed. But some people, especially those who had verbally attacked the Blood-Robed Sword God before, started to feel a bit panicked. Senior is the yin god Venerable and should be magnanimous. Why bother with small people? It's unbecoming. Right, this is something only a demonic cultivator would do. Seeing these comments, Qi Yuan sneered and told Qi Jianjun to take note, then replied, I am a barbarian, so I have no manners. Daji Zhenjin looked on enviously and said, a real man should be like this. Hearing this, Qi Yuan thought of Liu Bang. He glanced at the Daji Zhenjin. When your mother gave birth to you, did she dream of a dragon? No, but she did dream of golden light falling from the sky, said the true Lord of Great Wisdom. That should be the light of wisdom, Qi Yuan remarked. He then posted another message on the Shenhua Forum. Next stop, Fengxian City, those who know, know. At that moment in Fengxian City, a young woman in embroidered robes turned pale. Ancestor, ancestor, she stumbled into a cave residence, shouting loudly. Not long after, an old man exuding a terrifying aura appeared, his face full of kindly affection. What happened? Who bullied my little Dai? The old man's name was Yan Yiki. 10 years ago, he entered the Purple Mansion and became the supreme elder of the Chaoyang sect. He was quite pleased with himself. The young woman before him was his most beloved descendant. Ancestor, please save me. Woo-woo, the young woman cried, her eyes full of tears, looking particularly pitiful. Yan Yiki immediately felt distressed. Quick, tell me, who bullied my little Dai? Ancestor, I saw a senior on Shenhua Forum who was acting arrogantly and killing innocents, so I secretly commented on it with some others. Who knew that the senior was so petty and is now coming to Fengxian City to kill me? The young woman was completely flustered but still knew how to exaggerate. Anyway, it wasn't her fault. How absurd. Just because a junior criticizes him, he comes for revenge. This is the behavior of a demonic cultivator. If everyone acted like this, wouldn't the cultivation world be in chaos? Tell me his name and cultivation level. If he dares to come, I'll have words with him, Yan Yiki said righteously. The young woman felt reassured. Ancestor, he's the blood-robed sword god on Shenhua Forum, the yin god Venerable. Quote. Yan Yiki's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? He's already made threats. He just killed a cultivator in Licky City and is now hurrying to Fengxian City. Ancestor, it's not Xiao Dai's fault, it's all because the blood-robed sword god is narrow-minded. The young woman cried, acting pitiful, knowing that this approach never failed. No matter what mistake she made, she would be forgiven. Yan Yiki's expression changed slightly. He took Xiao Dai's Shenhua Forum jade slip and read for a while, his beard nearly curling up. You dared to slander the yin god Venerable, you must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. The Venerable is purging the cultivation world's atmosphere with good intentions, but you're just a parasite in the cultivation world. Someone, tie her up. We will welcome the Venerable's arrival. Ancestor, it was clearly. Xiao Dai wanted to resist, but she couldn't get a word out. In the days that followed, such incidents happened repeatedly. Every time Qi Yuan went to a city, he would announce it in advance. The cultivators of those cities, and even those from nearby cities, would gather early to watch the spectacle. After all, this was the yin god Venerable, a big shot rarely seen in 10,000 years. When the big shot appeared, there would even be music played by the Purple Mansion. For small fry like them, it was rare enough to even see the Purple Mansion, let alone hear its music. And the geniuses who had cursed on the Shenhua Forum were already tied up by their sects and handed over to the blood-robed sword god. The blood-robed sword god swept across the land, tracking down and punishing people through the network. This serious yet absurd attitude indeed shook the eastern land. Many sect elders issued orders forbidding their young disciples from casually slandering strong people on their communication jade slips. And some cultivators who were once adept at verbal battles also fell silent. To some extent, the atmosphere in the cultivation world did improve a lot. Lixing continent, the rogue Immortal Lord sat in front of the pill furnace, deep in thought. Watch the fire, a stern voice suddenly called out. The rogue Immortal Lord snapped to attention and carefully observed the flames in the pill furnace. This batch of pills must not go wrong, they are for the great master Yi Chen. The elder beside him reminded, the sect is in a difficult time and needs to build good relationships. Yao Cheng's sect was a large sect in Lixing continent, with a supreme elder in the Purple Mansion. The supreme elder had been in secluded death meditation for over 100 years without showing himself. Rumors outside suggested that the Yao Cheng sect's patriarch had long since perished, and the sect's enemies were secretly watching, constantly squeezing the sect's influence. The rogue Immortal Lord stared at the flames in the furnace, his eyes showing a confused look. Master, I want to progress. I don't want to stay on the Eastern Land's minor geniuses list any longer. Even after his recent trip to Qian continent, he still hadn't made it onto the Eastern Land's geniuses list. Hearing this, True Lord Danhang smiled kindly. It's rare for you to have such ambition. I hope you, like Jian, can both make it onto the Eastern Land's geniuses list and enter the Purple Mansion. I have some experiences regarding breaking the golden core and forming the nascent soul, you can take them to study. Seeing his usually lazy disciple finally showing some ambition, True Lord Danhang felt quite pleased with himself. Master, I don't want to break the golden core to form the nascent soul, the rogue Immortal Lord said hesitantly. Do you want to refine it further? No, I want to break the golden core and start over. The first grade golden core I formed is too weak, not impressive at all. No way, True Lord Danhang quickly responded. A first grade golden core is already better than 99% of cultivators. It's enough. If you break the golden core and start over, it'll waste time. Even if you form an Earth grade golden core, so what? Could you beat your former self with a first grade golden core that's already a nascent soul? Master, I don't want to form an Earth grade golden core. I want to form a more powerful one. More powerful? How powerful? Even a celestial grade golden core is just known for its incredible potential. I know a friend who formed a golden core that seems quite powerful. How powerful? How powerful are we talking? What kind of golden core did he form? True Lord Danhang looked at the rogue Immortal Lord with some displeasure. What kind of golden core did he form? The rogue Immortal Lord looked up, through the glazed roof, and pointed at the sun. That. What? True Lord Danhang was dumbfounded. He formed a sun golden core. Quote. I think you've been staring at the sun too long and fried your brain. True Lord Danhang snapped, stop staring at that new sun. The rogue Immortal Lord was speechless. Because if someone had told him before that they had formed a sun golden core, he would have thought they were crazy too. Master, I really want to break the golden core and start over. Even if I don't form a sun, forming a sea would be good. The rogue Immortal Lord was obsessed. His golden core was too weak, too small. Not long ago, he had even consulted Origin Heavenly Venerable in the group chat. Origin Heavenly Venerable said the bigger, the better, the stronger, the better. Stop dreaming. Could you even fit a sea in your dantian? Then, how could someone fit a sun? The rogue Immortal Lord asked weakly. True Lord Danhang was so angry that his eyebrows were about to fall off. He could only say earnestly, there is a difference between people. Don't aim too high. Your golden core may not be as big as a sun, but it's a 6-flavor Tianwang pill that I meticulously refined for you. It's small but full of potential. The rogue Immortal Lord fell silent. Indeed, how could he compare to Origin Heavenly Venerable? Not to mention Origin Heavenly Venerable, who else in the group could he compare to? But then he thought, if he could just latch onto the big leg, he'd feel much better. In 3 days, once this batch of pills is ready, you will personally deliver them to the Great Master Yi Chen. Oh, and spend more time with Great Master Yi Chen's granddaughter to build some rapport. True Lord Danhang instructed. He was trying to matchmake the rogue Immortal Lord with the Great Master Yi Chen's granddaughter. If successful, his disciple's future would be secure, he could just live off a woman. The rogue Immortal Lord panicked. Master, in 3 days, a friend of mine is coming nearby to kill someone, and I need to go watch. True Lord Danhang frowned. Killing someone and he told you? Your friend is something. Is he trustworthy? Yes. The rogue Immortal Lord nodded vigorously. Go and watch then. After that, deliver the medicine. True Lord Danhang naturally assumed that this was a case where the disciple's friend was facing a strong opponent and needed someone to support him, and had turned to his disciple. This kind of thing, he couldn't stop. 3 days later. The rogue Immortal Lord sat in the inn, with the medicine his master had just refined stored in his bag. He was waiting for Origin Heaven Venerable to arrive. Honestly, he felt a bit anxious. Or rather, he hadn't figured out how to face Origin Heaven Venerable. Xiao Yu, you're supposed to deliver medicine to my grandfather, but instead, you're here to watch the show. At this moment, a young, lively-looking girl walked in, glaring at the rogue Immortal Lord with her almond-shaped eyes. Yi Chan, ahem, I have a friend coming over, so I'll see them first, then deliver the medicine. The rogue Immortal Lord felt a bit intimidated facing the girl in front of him. The tall woman beside the girl couldn't help frowning. Daring to delay Great Master Yi Chen's medicine, you've got some nerve. Yi Chan quickly responded, a little late is fine, my grandfather isn't in urgent need. The tall woman's eyes flickered with a complex expression. Xiao Chan, Feng Xiao, the grandson of Great Master Feng Xiao, is waiting for us upstairs. Let's go see him. Yi Chan hesitated. At that moment, a clear voice came, Rogue Immortal Lord, long time no see. So this is your city. It looks pretty good, much better than my backwater place. The rogue Immortal Lord looked up and saw Qi Yuan in a blood-red robe. Qi Yuan was holding the hand of a cute little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. This is my daughter, Qi Jianjun. Jianjun, this is the rogue Immortal Lord. Call him Uncle Rogue. Qi Jianjun's eyes seemed to hold the stars as she looked at the rogue Immortal Lord without any airs. Hello, Uncle. The rogue Immortal Lord was flattered but still said, no need to call me Uncle, just call me by my name. I'm still young. After all, he had heard that the Origin Heaven Venerable's daughter was a yin god. Having a yin god call him uncle, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Hey, Gao Xiaoyu, stop pretending to be young. Yi Chan couldn't help but interject. She then looked at Qi Jianjun, what a cute little girl. She said this and then glanced at the tall woman beside her, Sister Hua, I'm not going upstairs. After saying this, she looked at the rogue Immortal Lord, Xiaoyu, you don't mind if I sit here, do you? The rogue Immortal Lord looked at Qi Yuan. Honestly, hearing Yi Chan call Qi Jianjun a little girl, he was really worried that the Yin God Venerable would kill Yi Chan on the spot. Rogue Immortal Lord, Haha, I know your real name now, so you'll be using your real name online from now on. Qi Yuan hadn't expected that the rogue Immortal Lord's name was actually quite rogue, Gao Xiaoyu, a bit feminine. The rogue Immortal Lord awkwardly smiled, feeling quite nervous inside. Facing Origin Heaven Venerable wasn't too bad, but facing Qi Jianjun, that was really nerve-wracking. Is this your Dao companion? She's quite good-looking. Qi Yuan glanced at Yi Chan, giving a polite compliment. Yi Chan blushed slightly, don't say such things. Qi Yuan showed an expression that said everyone understood, patting the rogue Immortal Lord on the shoulder, keep it up. Become a father soon. The rogue Immortal Lord was speechless. Yi Chan looked at Qi Jianjun, her face slightly red, then waved her hand, come here, what a cute little girl, let me give you a meeting gift. As she spoke, a porcelain white jade bottle appeared in her palm, there are some candies inside. They taste really good, eat one when you're craving something sweet, it won't upset your stomach. The rogue Immortal Lord kept winking at Yi Chan. Are you giving snacks to a yin god? Qi Jianjun extended her hand, ready to take the bottle. At that moment, a hurried voice came, Xiao Chan, that's the 3 Yang essence pills your grandfather gave you. How can you give them to a child? The tall woman who had just gone upstairs rushed back down, followed by a young, handsome man, Feng Tian. My things, I can give them to whomever I want. Yi Chan was displeased with Sister Hua. Sister Hua was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Feng Tian looked at Qi Yuan, children don't understand, but you, as an adult, should. Don't you know how valuable the 3 Yang essence pills are? Yi Chan is being kind, but do you really feel comfortable taking something like that? Qi Yuan laughed, I never understood such things. As he spoke, he took the bottle from Yi Chan's hand. He opened the bottle, and a fragrant scent filled the air. Come, Jianjun, have some candy. Qi Jianjun grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into her mouth, tastes good. Sister Hua and Feng Tian were stunned. Especially Sister Hua, who kept shaking her head, such a waste, such a waste. Such precious pills, given to a child. Feng Tian glanced at Qi Yuan, I'll report this to Great Master Yi Chen. He said this and glared angrily at the rogue Immortal Lord, colluding with outsiders, deceiving. Enough. Yi Chan coldly looked at Feng Tian and Sister Hua, I'll do as I please. Are you my son, caring for me so much? Feng Tian was momentarily speechless. Sister Hua's face alternated between green and red, and she finally softened her tone, Xiao Chan, we're just worried about you being deceived. The atmosphere on the scene became tense. At that moment, Qi Yuan spoke, Rogue Immortal Lord, we'll talk later. I have someone to kill. Qi Jianjun, holding Qi Yuan's hand like a little follower, said, goodbye, uncle, goodbye, sister. His musical ensemble was arriving late, he had to go kill someone. Yi Chan was stunned, how did the conversation suddenly turn to killing? Feng Tian and Sister Hua were also surprised. At that moment, a familiar sound suddenly echoed in the sky. The desolate sound of Suona, like the sighs of gods, resonated throughout the entire city. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the sky. The blood-robed sword god has come to kill. They had heard in the morning that the blood-robed sword god was coming to kill someone here. Such a major event, they had naturally come early to watch. At this moment, this city was likely hiding countless strong people. Even the elusive, secluded purple mansion might appear, just to witness the legendary yin god Venerable. That was the one who had destroyed the bright palace and killed both the exhausted Venerable and the sentimental Venerable, a powerful yin god. At least someone who had reached the second step of sky treading. Let's go, watch from upstairs. Yi Chan, no longer concerned, prepared to take the rogue Immortal Lord and Qi Yuan upstairs to watch the spectacle. I have to go kill someone. Qi Yuan, holding Qi Jianjun's hand, vanished. Yi Chan was momentarily stunned, but eventually, she still went with the rogue Immortal Lord to watch the excitement. At that moment, the city's cultivators had almost all gathered together. They looked up at the dozen or so purple mansion cultivators in the sky, their expressions full of awe. Using the purple mansion as a band, what grandiosity the blood-robed sword god has. Shish, don't speak ill of the Venerable, or else. No, I'm not speaking ill, I'm praising. Never thought I'd live to hear the purple mansion play music and see the legendary yin god. Yi Chan stood on the restaurant's upper floor, her eyes shining, Gao Xiaoyu, what do you think the blood-robed sword god looks like? Is he cold and distant, the kind that keeps people away? I heard he also has a daughter, and she's a yin god too. It's terrifying. The rogue Immortal Lord didn't speak. He wanted to say, you just saw the blood-robed sword god, and you even gave his yin god daughter some candy. But thinking about it, he decided not to say anything, they'd find out soon enough. Everyone looked up at the sky, gazing at those stern-faced purple mansion cultivators, their eyes filled with reverence. At this moment, a hunched old man appeared, lamenting sorrowfully, Senior blood-robed sword god, this person is merely a branch member of the Lu family and has nothing to do with our main Lu family. The blood-robed sword god had not yet appeared, but this purple mansion cultivator had already begun to speak non-stop. The cultivators in the city watched this scene with mixed emotions. This is the purple mansion we're talking about, a being whose mere finger movement can shake the entire Lixing continent. Yet, because a descendant of a branch of the Lu family offended the blood-robed sword god, he traveled thousands of miles to come here and bind that descendant. This Lu Wen bullied men and women alike, and now that he's offended the blood-robed sword god, this is truly karma. Where is the blood-robed sword god? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The crowd was puzzled, eager to see what the legendary blood-robed sword god looked like. He's here. At that moment, a figure in a blood-red robe appeared in front of the dozen or so purple mansion cultivators playing music. The man was handsome, with a tall and upright figure, holding the hand of a harmless-looking little girl. However, anyone who saw this little girl would feel nothing but fear and awe, not deceived by her innocent appearance. After all, she was a yin god. This is the blood-robed sword god. The aura of the yin god Venerable is truly extraordinary. Even if he hides his cultivation, I would still think he is an exceptional expert if I saw him on the street, a man sighed. Suddenly, he glanced at the man next to him with a puzzled look. Brother Feng Tian, what's wrong? Why is your body trembling? At this moment, Feng Tian was staring at the man in the blood-red robe in the sky, his eyes full of disbelief. Is he the blood-robed sword god? Next to him, Sister Hua was also trembling violently, her face pale. Not far away, Yi Chan covered her mouth, looking at the rogue Immortal Lord, unable to speak, her eyes blinking rapidly. The rogue Immortal Lord saw this and felt very proud. Finally, he could say with satisfaction, you're not mistaken, he is the blood-robed sword god, and the one you just gave candy to is his daughter, a yin god. You're really brave, I admire you. At this moment, in the sky, Qi Jianjun was reading aloud the list of Lu Wen's crimes. Qi Yuan's face lit up with a brilliant smile. The most noteworthy thing in your life is that you died by my hand. With a light push of his hand, Lu Wen, who had been making arrogant statements on the Shenhua forum, perished instantly. Qi Yuan glanced at the purple mansion expert who had come all the way here and said softly, I am always reasonable, I won't harm the innocent, nor will I exterminate families. You may leave. Hearing this, the purple mansion cultivator sighed in relief. Thank you, Senior blood-robed sword god, for cleansing the atmosphere of the cultivation world. When I return, I will certainly discipline my descendants to do more and speak less. Qi Yuan nodded, and his figure disappeared at that moment. The sound of the Suona also abruptly ceased, and the purple mansion cultivators in the sky vanished as well. The cultivators in the city looked at the sky, feeling it had ended too soon. I didn't get enough of a look. Why did they leave so quickly? Wouldn't it be great if they killed one more? How about someone go provoke the blood-robed sword god so we can watch some excitement? If you want to, you go. At this moment, Qi Yuan reappeared in the inn with Qi Jianjun. However, due to his innate divine ability, others who saw him wouldn't remember or associate him with the blood-robed sword god. The person is dead. Rogue Immortal Lord, let's go and have a chat. Qi Yuan called out to the rogue Immortal Lord. Yi Chan, who was beside the rogue Immortal Lord, felt her heart pounding and didn't dare to speak. In the distance, Feng Tian and Sister Hua were pale, their emotions in turmoil after seeing the interaction between the rogue Immortal Lord and Qi Yuan. Let's go, Qi Yuan called out to the rogue Immortal Lord. Yi Chan looked at the rogue Immortal Lord, her voice trembling, I can't move my legs, I won't go. She still couldn't accept it. She didn't dare to meet the blood-robed sword god or his daughter, fearing she might embarrass herself. The rogue Immortal Lord sighed, all right, take care. I'll go chat with my friend and then deliver the medicine to your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yi Chan thought to herself, forget the medicine. Just give it to me directly. Of course, she didn't say this out loud. At this moment, the rogue Immortal Lord and Qi Yuan sat back at their original spot in the inn. They ordered a lot of dishes. Qi Jianjun held a cup of wine, ready to take a sip. But Qi Yuan's chopsticks struck her little hand. Children shouldn't drink alcohol. At this moment, the waiter saw this scene and smiled. This is fruit wine, it won't get anyone drunk. Even children can drink it, it's fine. Qi Jianjun looked at Qi Yuan smugly. Qi Yuan glared at the waiter. If my daughter gets spoiled, it'll be your fault. Your daughter is so well behaved and adorable, her future is bright. She will definitely become a golden core master, the waiter said, offering the usual blessings. Stop saying that, Qi Yuan retorted. The waiter was stunned for a moment. A nascent soul lord. Use your imagination. I hope my daughter will be able to dominate the ages in 300 years, Qi Yuan said casually. The waiter laughed, thinking this customer was particularly interesting. As they ate, Qi Yuan looked at the rogue Immortal Lord and slowly said, regarding what you mentioned some time ago about wanting to break your golden core and start over, I thought about it for a long time and discussed it with Daji Zhenjin. We concluded that there's no need for you to break your core and start over. Qi Yuan was always generous to his friends. He had kept the rogue Immortal Lord's comments in the group chat in mind. Hearing this, the rogue Immortal Lord was deeply moved. At that time, he had casually mentioned in the group that his golden core wasn't good enough and that he wanted to break it and start over. He never expected that the Origin Heavenly Venerable would actually consider it for him. After Daji Zhenjin enlightened me, I thought you could emulate his two-core method. If you're dissatisfied with the golden core you've formed, why not form a few more? Over the past few days, I've roughly created a method based on your situation, called the 9-core method. This method allows you to form up to 9 golden cores. However, due to limited time, I haven't fully developed it. Once you've formed multiple golden cores, you'll get used to it. Later, you can perfect it into the 10-core method, 20-core method, whatever you like. Qi Yuan handed a jade slip to the rogue Immortal Lord. Creating this method for the rogue Immortal Lord had also given Qi Yuan many insights. His stellar golden core currently relied on devouring solar true fire. But as everyone knows, if you devour too much, strange things can happen, like an upset stomach. So Qi Yuan thought his golden core could also take 2 paths. One path is to form more stellar and planetary golden cores, the other is for the stellar golden core to keep devouring. Thank you, Origin Heavenly Venerable. The rogue Immortal Lord was deeply moved as he accepted the jade slip. No need to thank me. Back when I lacked techniques, didn't you all share some with me? Qi Yuan said casually. Back then, when he lacked techniques, the 4 emperors had all supported him in one way or another. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly fell in front of the inn. Several figures appeared at once. The leader was an old man, clearly a purple mansion cultivator. The cultivators in the inn saw this and showed expressions of surprise. That's Feng Xiao the Great. Why has he come here? And the one beside him is true Lord Green Poverty. His expression looks grim. What's happening? Why have they come to the inn? Is there some important person here? At that moment, Feng Xiao's face was full of fear as he looked ahead. Feng Xiao, along with my unworthy descendant Feng Tian, seeks an audience with Senior Blood-Robed Sword God. In front of Feng Xiao, Feng Tian, who had previously been arrogant, was kneeling, covered in wounds, clearly having been beaten severely. But compared to the pain of his injuries, Feng Tian was obviously more afraid of the legendary blood-robed sword god. Sister Hua was the same, kneeling with a look of desperation on her face. When Feng Xiao said this, everyone in the inn was shocked. Blood-robed sword god. Blood-robed sword god is in the inn. Everyone quickly turned their heads, scanning the inn, but they couldn't spot the blood-robed sword god anywhere. The innkeeper and the waiter were also panicking. At that moment, a lazy voice came from inside the inn. I'm eating. Don't disturb my peace. It's just a minor issue, it's over once they've been taught a lesson. Do you think I, the blood-robed sword god, am a petty person? Qi Yuan felt helpless. It's true that hiding his identity is better. Otherwise, he couldn't even eat in peace. Sometimes, being too famous isn't a good thing. Outside the inn, hearing the blood-robed sword god's voice, Feng Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior Blood-Robed Sword God, for your magnanimity. True Lord Green Poverty also wiped the sweat from his forehead. The blood-robed sword god, a true god of slaughter. Who could believe he wouldn't harm others? The bright palace was directly destroyed. And the heaven palace of the exhausted Venerable, those once powerful figures were lined up and beheaded. And that overwhelming aura of blood, no wonder they thought he was a demon. Without slaughtering millions, how could one have such a bloody aura? Feng Xiao came quickly and left just as quickly. The guests in the inn exchanged glances, looking around at each other. But they couldn't figure out where the blood-robed sword god was. In the Yaochang sect, true Lord Danhang was refining pills. He checked the time. That kid still hasn't returned after delivering the medicine. I wonder where he's fooling around. True Lord Danhang was helpless. This disciple was very much like him when he was young, lazy and boastful. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. Brother Danhang, I never expected you to hide so deeply. True Lord Danhang was taken aback and saw Great Master Yi Chen approaching with Yi Chan. Greetings, Senior, True Lord Danhang said, bowing, though he was puzzled as to why Great Master Yi Chen had come. You've taken a good disciple, Great Master Yi Chen couldn't help but say. True Lord Danhang was startled. It's over. Has Gao Xiaoyu caused trouble again? Senior Yi Chen, what do you mean? Did my unworthy disciple fail to deliver the medicine? True Lord Danhang was a little angry. Does Gao Xiaoyu not understand what's important? The medicine is not important. Great Master Yi Chen looked at True Lord Danhang, his eyes full of curiosity. Brother Danhang, do you really not know who your disciple is with now? Seems like a friend. Alas, my disciple is loyal to his friends. One of them has come to this place, facing a formidable enemy. Fearing he couldn't win, he invited my disciple to help, delaying the delivery of the medicine. I hope you can forgive him, Senior. True Lord Danhang's mind was racing, immediately embellishing the story. Great Master Yi Chen heard this and squinted his eyes with a smile. It seems, Brother Danhang, that you really don't know who your disciple has befriended. Who is it? Could he have offended Senior? I wouldn't dare to offend him. What? He is, the blood-robed sword god. What? True Lord Danhang was stunned. Great Master Yi Chen smiled brightly. With this connection, the Yaochang sect is bound to flourish for 10,000 years. Half a month passed, and the blood-robed sword god had nearly traveled across the entire eastern lands. The sound of the Suona had also spread throughout the eastern lands. Everyone who had cursed him on the Shenhua forum had received their due punishment. Now, when Qi Yuan posted on the forum, all the replies were full of praise. The previous hostility, the arguments, and the unpleasant comments had all disappeared. Qi Yuan looked at the comments, feeling content. It seems we've achieved great success in purifying the atmosphere of the cultivation world. In the distance, Zhang Ya was speechless. You call this a success? This is just people being too afraid to speak, too scared to offend you. The true Lord of Great Wisdom sighed. Indeed, the atmosphere of the cultivation world has been cleansed a lot. But it's a pity that beneath this flourishing peace, many evils and injustices are still hidden. Qi Yuan's gaze rarely became deep. The cleansing is not yet complete. We must continue to work hard. At that moment, Zhang Ya said, Senior, we are almost at the Ascending Sky Pavilion. My master said that all the techniques in the Ascending Sky Pavilion would be open to you. Back on Wangyu continent, Zhang Ya had made a deal with Qi Yuan. They had exchanged techniques. Now, Qi Yuan was heading to the Ascending Sky Pavilion for more techniques. He had already collected many techniques from other yin gods. But to him, it still wasn't enough. After all, the Golden Core chapter was a bottomless pit. And the Ascending Sky Pavilion collected techniques from all over, not just from the eastern lands, but from other regions of the Kanglin realm as well. The eastern lands bordered the north and were far from other regions. Especially the central heaven domain, even for a yin god, reaching it wasn't easy. It could be said that in the eastern lands, the Ascending Sky Pavilion had the most complete and extensive collection of cultivation techniques. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense passed. The spiritual boat descended. A tall pavilion straight into the clouds appeared in Qi Yuan's sight. Seeing the pavilion, Zhang Ya smiled brightly. We're back. She hadn't expected that just by participating in a small eastern lands genius list, so many things would happen. It all felt like a dream. Greetings to Lord Blood-Robed Sword God. At that moment, a man in white robes appeared, elegant and scholarly, with a strong scholarly aura. Senior brother. Zhang Ya greeted him. This white-robed man was Zhang Ya's senior brother. Daji Zhenjin looked at the white-robed man. Has that old man Wushan not come down? The white-robed man seemed unsurprised by Daji Zhenjin's tone. Master is sitting in the Ascending Sky Pavilion, and until the riddle is solved, he will not come down. Please forgive him, Senior. The senior brother of the Ascending Sky Pavilion was polite. No problem. Let me into the Ascending Sky Pavilion, Qi Yuan said. He wasn't interested in meeting old man Wushan. He was interested in the Ascending Sky Pavilion's collection. Was it really as rumored, containing techniques from all over? Not just from the eastern lands, but from other regions as well. Please follow me, Senior, the white-robed man said. Qi Yuan followed him inside, while the others stayed behind. Soon, Qi Yuan arrived at the towering Ascending Sky Pavilion. His left eyebrow twitched, and Qi Yuan smiled. It seems something good is about to happen. Entering the Ascending Sky Pavilion, the white-robed man excused himself and slowly disappeared. In the vast Ascending Sky Pavilion, Qi Yuan was the only one left. Looking at the myriad of technique jade slips on the first floor, Qi Yuan showed a satisfied expression. The Ascending Sky Pavilion's reputation for collecting techniques from all over isn't false. Just on the first floor, when he scanned with his divine sense, he found over 10,000 techniques. There were basic, intermediate, advanced, jade level, and mysterious level techniques, all kinds. On this first floor alone, he found 5 heavenly level techniques. To know, at the exhausted Venerable and sentimental Venerable's places, he only got 6 heavenly level techniques. Here there were 5, and it was only the first floor. According to Zhang Ya, the Ascending Sky Pavilion had 5 floors. This first floor was almost richer than a yin god. Yet Old Man Wushan was only a purple mansion expert. Greetings, Lord Wangyu. At that moment, a hoarse voice came. Qi Yuan looked over and saw an old man sitting in a wheelchair. The old man's body was like withered wood, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Qi Yuan was surprised. You're in the purple mansion, yet you're sitting in a wheelchair. A somewhat unusual cultivator, the master of the Ascending Sky Pavilion, Old Man Wushan. I've gotten used to sitting. I can't leave it. The old man's voice was hoarse. If you get married in the future and prepare for your wedding night, will you still sit in a wheelchair? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Senior, you have a wonderful sense of humor. Facing Qi Yuan, he didn't show the same fear that other purple mansion cultivators did. They seemed to converse as equals. Qi Yuan didn't mind this either. If I cannot break free from the shackles of this body, how could I even talk about marriage? Old Man Wushan said, looking at Qi Yuan, I envy you, my friend. To become the Lord of the Moon-watching realm in one leap, you have, at least 10,000 years of freedom. No riddles, Qi Yuan said, looking at Old Man Wushan. Old Man Wushan stared at Qi Yuan. Lord Wangyu, do you know what the Great Catastrophe is? Qi Yuan pondered and showed a surprised expression. You know. In fact, he had asked many yin gods about the Great Catastrophe, but while they all mentioned it, none of them knew what it actually was. Yet Old Man Wushan seemed to know. Look up, Lord, at the brightest star in the sky. Qi Yuan looked up. In the sky, the red sun was like a glowing tomato. The sun, the Great Catastrophe is the sun. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. According to the information he had gathered, the sun in the sky represented a yang god. That yang god was also the most powerful yang god in the surrounding realms. That's why its light was the brightest. Of course, there were yang gods who illuminated all the heavens, much stronger than this one. But those were far, far away from the Kanglan realm. Yes, and no, Old Man Wushan spoke, the Great Catastrophe and that sun have an indescribable connection. So, even if there are some strong ones in the Kanglan realm, they can only endure the humiliation and let themselves be taken advantage of in the face of the Great Catastrophe. Hearing this, Qi Yuan began to understand. If what Old Man Wushan said was true, then the Great Catastrophe was indeed difficult to deal with. 300,000 years ago, a supreme expert emerged in the Kanglan realm. He created his own cultivation technique and ascended to become a great sovereign. Facing the Great Catastrophe, he struck with fierce power, nearly suppressing it. But, at that moment, the stars of the heavens shone, and countless celestial beings descended. That supreme expert also fell as a result. The one behind the Great Catastrophe, is it that sun? Qi Yuan looked at the sun, deep in thought. Now in the Kanglan realm, there are 2 suns in the sky. Old Man Wushan sat in his wheelchair, his eyes profound. Unfortunately, the second sun is too small. Otherwise, if the 2 fought, our Kanglan realm might have had a chance to break free from the Great Catastrophe. Qi Yuan was speechless. He looked at Old Man Wushan and said, you're the one that's small. He never liked being called small. Old Man Wushan seemed not to hear Qi Yuan's words and muttered, born in the Kanglan realm, we are too constrained by the Great Catastrophe. If we could shatter that sun in the sky, wouldn't the Great Catastrophe be over? Qi Yuan asked seriously. Old Man Wushan chuckled, the Great Catastrophe itself is already invincible in this world. Even if the supreme beings of this realm joined forces, they wouldn't be its match. Moreover, to kill that sun in the sky, one would need to at least reach the realm of a young god. But without ascending to the higher realms, it's impossible to break through to the young god stage. And once we ascend to the higher realms, we people of the Kanglan realm become meat on their plate. Generally speaking, cultivators at the yin god stage have the opportunity to ascend to the higher realms. The rules of heaven and earth are more complete in the higher realms, and the world's essence is more abundant. To advance to the young god stage, one must be in the higher realms. It's impossible to reach the young god stage in the lower realms. I've sat here for endless years and finally found a way out, Old Man Wushan said as his wheelchair rolled over to a jade slip, which he picked up. What way out? We become the fodder of the great catastrophe, marked by that sun in the sky, all because our cultivation techniques have flaws, Old Man Wushan said solemnly. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was surprised. He had known for a long time that there were problems with the cultivation methods. But this was the first time he heard it from a native of the Kanglan realm. The yin gods he had encountered before had never mentioned this, and Qi Yuan had also discovered that the techniques they practiced had the same flaws. Hearing it from a Purple Mansion cultivator was indeed interesting. If we create a new method and use it to cultivate to the yin god stage, then ascend to the higher realms, we could avoid the great catastrophe, Old Man Wushan said, his voice hoarse. But creating a new method is incredibly difficult. Qi Yuan suddenly had an idea. If we use techniques left behind in the Kanglan realm from the higher realms, wouldn't there be no problem cultivating them? Not so, Old Man Wushan replied. According to ancient records, the supreme being who once arose in the Kanglan realm obtained a cultivation method from a young god in a dream and cultivated all the way to the realm of a great sovereign. But even then, he still became fodder for that sun. The great catastrophe even affects the will of heaven in the Kanglan realm, so even techniques from the higher realms, when cultivated here, inadvertently make one fodder. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was shocked. This great catastrophe sounded truly unsolvable. Fortunately, though his Qi Yuan Sutra had some minor issues, it wouldn't turn him into fodder. Unfortunately, despite all my years of struggle, I still haven't created a new method that can truly escape the great catastrophe, Old Man Wushan sighed deeply, his voice filled with endless sorrow. The purpose of creating the Ascending Sky Pavilion was to create a new method to avoid the great catastrophe. Qi Yuan, however, said, even if you create a new method, at most only a few cultivators can avoid the great catastrophe. If this new method spreads and the great catastrophe and that sun find out, wouldn't the Kanglan realm still be doomed? So I believe that the great catastrophe cannot be avoided. Escaping it won't solve the problem. We must face it head on, take the initiative, and resolve the great catastrophe. Qi Yuan spoke passionately. With his increased strength and after sweeping through a series of Yuandan and nascent soul cultivators in the eastern lands, he had become somewhat overconfident. He felt like someone who could command the world, and no one would dare disobey. Old Man Wushan looked at Qi Yuan and pointed in a direction. The great catastrophe should be in that direction. After traveling for 3 months, you'll reach it. Are you sure you want to go and see the great catastrophe, Lord Wangyu? Qi Yuan immediately looked in that direction. Suddenly, his right eyebrow began twitching wildly. They say when your left eye twitches, it's good luck, when your right eye twitches, it's bad luck. If it was just a minor twitch, it might still mean luck. But this was too intense. Qi Yuan couldn't deceive himself. Forget it, I'll let the great catastrophe go for now, Qi Yuan decided. He wouldn't mess with the great catastrophe until he broke through to the nascent soul stage. Is it okay if I copy all your techniques here? Qi Yuan asked. If he could copy all the techniques in the Ascending Sky Pavilion, he could return to the 7-colored peak and play games in peace. The game icon was almost loaded, it only needed a few more days of preparation before he could enter. Qi Yuan planned to memorize all the techniques now so that he could continue refining the Qi Yuan Sutra in his spare time while in the game. Otherwise, if he didn't get enough techniques to advance the Qi Yuan Sutra before entering the game, his power would increase, but without enough techniques, his progress in the real world would be slow. Feel free, Lord Wangyu, Old Man Wushan said as he pushed his wheelchair away. Qi Yuan then immersed himself in the Ascending Sky Pavilion, collecting all the techniques. 7 days later, on a spiritual boat, Kong Fulu was beaming with pride. In the Eastern Lands Genius Battle, I, your senior brother, fought valiantly against many and upheld the prestige of our 5-colored Saint Law. Even when faced with several geniuses from major sects, I didn't flinch and defeated them honorably. Now, I'm ranked 498th on the Eastern Lands Genius list. It's a pity you didn't participate in the Eastern Lands Genius battle, or you would have seen your senior brother's heroic performance. Qi Yuan looked at the few strands of gray hair on Kong Fulu's head, knowing that he must have worked hard to achieve this in the Eastern Lands Genius battle. After leaving the Ascending Sky Pavilion, Qi Yuan briefly gave instructions to the Blood-Robed Alliance, announced his seclusion, and then reverted to his original identity, taking Qi Jianjun back to the Shining Light sect. On the way back, he happened to meet Kong Fulu and decided to travel with him. Unfortunately, I couldn't break into the top 100 of the Eastern Lands Genius list, so I couldn't bring back the treasure the sect master needed. I've been secretly investigating who took that treasure, but I haven't found any clues, Kong Fulu said, disappointed. Qi Yuan smiled at this. If Kong Fulu had found out, that would have been a problem. Sigh, you kid, disappearing for a while, and now you have such a big daughter. Kong Fulu said, looking curiously at Qi Jianjun, who was playing chess with another little girl on the spiritual boat. Hearing Kong Fulu's voice, she turned her head and glanced over. The past is gone, Qi Yuan replied, not bothering to explain. As they neared the mountain gate, Qi Yuan said to Kong Fulu, "Senior brother, I won't be accompanying you to see the sect master. I need to return to the mountain peak." He beckoned, and Qi Jianjun ran over. Kong Fulu nodded. I understand. He patted Qi Yuan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Junior brother, don't be too hard on yourself. There's a difference between people. Give it some time, and you'll surely make it onto the Eastern Lands Genius list." Kong Fulu was very excited. Making it onto the Eastern Lands Genius list was already an extraordinary achievement. When he returned to the sect, he would definitely surprise the master and the sect master, wouldn't he? After all, the Shang Kingdom, such a poor place, finally produced a true dragon like him. At the seven-colored peak. Qi Jianjun held Qi Yuan's hand, her eyes full of curiosity. Is this daddy's home? Returning to the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan felt a sense of peace. Stirring up trouble outside was indeed exhilarating, but home was the true harbor of the heart. The environment here is quite beautiful, perfect for seclusion, Qi Jianjun remarked. Qi Yuan gave his daughter a sideways glance, thinking she was saying this place was remote. Qi Yuan and Qi Jianjun landed in front of the brick house. He glanced at the wooden hut next door, looking puzzled. Where's junior sister? Suddenly, his expression changed. He felt a strong icy aura emanating from his junior sister's wooden hut. He walked inside, and immediately several talismans ignited, forming a formation to block Qi Yuan. His junior sister often used talismans to guard her surroundings during cultivation. The power these talismans emitted was close to that of a nascent soul cultivator. In the Shang Kingdom, these talismans were considered top-tier protective talismans. Qi Yuan's gaze swept over, and the top-tier talismans shattered instantly. He turned around and immediately saw Zhang Lingsu lying on the bed, dressed in a thin robe. She was covered with a layer of gauze, exposing her lotus-white arms and a faint layer of frost on her snow-white neck. She frowned, seemingly enduring some pain. Junior sister. Qi Yuan's heart tightened. He had always known that his junior sister had a physical problem that required a water attribute heavenly spirit root purple mansion cultivator to resolve. Unfortunately, even after establishing the Blood-Robed Alliance and practically dominating the Eastern Lands, he still hadn't found a purple mansion cultivator with a water attribute heavenly spirit root. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Lingsu's arm. A scorching warmth swept through her body. Qi Yuan practiced the 5 elements Qi refinement, which, while it couldn't eliminate the root of Zhang Lingsu's illness, could alleviate her pain. As the heat wave swept through the wooden hut, the frost on Zhang Lingsu's body melted, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She weakly opened her eyes, a hint of frailty in them. Senior brother. She seemed to be thanking Qi Yuan. Don't speak, Qi Yuan said, continuing to transmit his spiritual energy, using this simple method to help Zhang Lingsu dispel the cold within her. Zhang Lingsu opened her eyes, her slender arm trying to move, reaching for something. Don't move, Qi Yuan said, grabbing Zhang Lingsu's arm to stop her from moving. His junior sister, this wealthy lady, had helped him so much, and he felt he should take good care of her to repay her kindness. If you need anything, just tell your senior brother, and he'll help you, Qi Yuan said, full of responsibility. A blush spread across Zhang Lingsu's pale face. She turned her head, unwilling to look at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan was puzzled. What was wrong with his junior sister? Daddy, I think this big sister wants you to help her adjust her clothes, Qi Jianjun teased from the side. Lying on the bed, Zhang Lingsu's skin was faintly visible beneath the pink gauze. Even lying down, her delicate figure was apparent, and at this moment, one of her curves was half exposed, the white skin dazzling. Seeing this, Qi Yuan gently blew, and Zhang Lingsu's robe shifted up, covering her. Zhang Lingsu felt Qi Yuan's warm breath, and her blush deepened. Who helps adjust clothes like this? But Qi Yuan was quite proud of himself, thinking he was being considerate. As they say, men and women should maintain proper distance. He didn't use his hands to avoid touching anything inappropriate and instead chose to blow gently. Junior sister, no need to thank me. Seeing Zhang Lingsu's complexion improving, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhang Lingsu seemed to have recovered significantly. She covered her chest with her hands, still showing a weak expression like a sick beauty. Thank you, senior brother. Your condition is worsening, Qi Yuan said, looking at her. When he dispelled the cold from her body earlier, he realized that the cold had been accumulating for half a month. It was clear that his junior sister, Zhang Lingsu, had been enduring the pain for half a month. She had been lying in bed alone for half a month, suffering in silence. This made Qi Yuan feel that even wealthy people have their own difficulties. It's fine, I'm used to it, Zhang Lingsu seemed to take it lightly, her expression relaxed. Senior brother, how did you fare in the Eastern Lands Genius List? I didn't disappoint you, I made it onto the Eastern Lands Genius List. Really? Zhang Lingsu's face lit up with joy. Senior brother, you truly are amazing. Making it onto the Eastern Lands Genius List meant truly stepping onto the stage of the Eastern Lands. Now, if senior brother went to her Zhang family, he would be treated with respect by such a prestigious family. Before, if senior brother had gone to her family with a letter of introduction, he probably wouldn't even have been able to get through the door. Have there been any major events recently in the Shining Light Sect or the Shang Kingdom? Qi Yuan asked. If there have been major events, there are two. Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan with a strange expression. 2 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Blood-Robed Alliance came to our Shining Light Sect and killed an elder of the Red Sword Sect. At first, Zhang Lingsu always thought the Blood-Robed Sword God was just a smaller version of her senior brother. But later, she realized the Blood-Robed Sword God was simply too powerful. There was no way the two could be the same person. Now, the Blood-Robed Sword God had established the Blood-Robed Alliance and sent people to the Shining Light Sect. When her senior brother sent word that 2 subordinates would be coming, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. But thinking about how her senior brother had spoken to her just now, friendly and without the overwhelming aura of a great demon, and how he reacted normally even when she threw a little tantrum, she felt she must be overthinking it. However, there must be some deep connection between her senior brother and the Blood-Robed Sword God. Could it be that the Blood-Robed Sword God was her master? Only that would make more sense. Of course, she still harbored a slight suspicion that her senior brother was the Blood-Robed Sword God. And what's the other major event? Qi Yuan asked. He was already aware of the Blood-Robed Alliance's activities. The Demon Desire sect had an internal conflict. The Shen family suddenly launched an attack and suppressed the Ji family, slaughtering all its members. Now, the Demon Desire sect is ruled by the Shen family, Zhang Lingsu said seriously. Qi Yuan was a bit surprised. He had been planning to deal with the Ji family of the Demon Desire sect upon his return. But now, he didn't need to deal with them, the enemies within the Demon Desire sect were already gone. Life is truly unpredictable. Senior brother, who is this? Zhang Lingsu finally took a serious look at Qi Jianjun, her eyes full of curiosity. Earlier, she had vaguely heard the little girl call senior brother, Daddy. This is my daughter, Qi Jianjun. Daughter. Zhang Lingsu's eyes widened. Senior brother, if I remember correctly, you're not even 20 years old. How do you have such a big daughter? I have a game, and she's my daughter in the game, Qi Yuan explained. Zhang Lingsu was confused. She remembered that in her family, some people played game Jade slips and adopted brothers, sisters, even fathers and daughters. But those were just games. Such a young Qi Jianjun. What's going on here? Alright, junior sister, now that you're awake, I'm going back. I need to continue playing my game. I haven't played in a long time, and I'm eager to get back to it, Qi Yuan said, hurrying off. The room was left with a bewildered Zhang Lingsu. Could it be that the little girl is an orphan adopted by senior brother? So pitiful, Zhang Lingsu's maternal instincts were stirred. She stood up, her body stiff from lying down too long. However, as a foundation establishment cultivator, the discomfort quickly vanished. Suddenly, she thought of something, her expression turning curious. Where are the talismans I placed at the door? Every time she went into seclusion to cultivate, she would place talismans around to protect her safety. Now, the talismans were gone. How did senior brother avoid my talismans? Zhang Lingsu wondered, her expression puzzled. In the mortal heart realm. In the village of Qingshui. Villagers, their faces pale and gaunt, walked back with heavy injuries on their faces. The village chief, Yuli, was a small old man with a hunched back, his pants rolled up to his knees, exposing legs as thin as matchsticks. We lost the village battle. Such a disgrace. A fat man cried bitterly, looking particularly sad. Shihia village has no martial virtue, they worship a new god. A scholarly-looking man said disdainfully, expressing his contempt for Shihia village's new god. At the mention of the new god, everyone present looked uneasy. For these villages to have favorable weather and good harvests, they had to worship a god. Qingshui village had been worshipping the dogtail grass god, who hadn't shown any response for decades. According to the god official Shintu, the dogtail grass god had probably starved to death. It sounded ridiculous, but it was understandable. After all, Qingshui village had always been dirt poor, with nothing to offer the dogtail grass god. Without the blessings of a god, we can't possibly defeat Shihia village. A man said. Qingshui village was overall stronger than Shihia village. But Shihia village had a new god who could bless their villagers, making Shihia village much stronger than Qingshui village. In this fight over water resources, Qingshui village suffered heavy losses. Even if the dogtail grass god blesses us, we still can't beat Shihia village. Their new god is too powerful. At the mention of the new god, everyone in the village felt a deep sense of dread. How about we also worship a new god? A villager tentatively suggested. No, the usually silent village chief, Yuli, spoke up. No matter what, Qingshui village must not worship a new god, absolutely not. The crowd fell silent, they all knew why the village chief was so adamant. The difference between the new gods and the old gods was that the new gods required human sacrifices. Shihia village's new god demanded the sacrifice of a child every month. This was something the people of Qingshui village could never accept. Moreover, we are the remnants of an ancient clan. How could we possibly worship a new god? Yuli said. At the mention of the ancient clan, pride filled the eyes of the villagers. The ancient clan was the most unyielding. Once, when the heavens were blind, the great gods of the ancient clan dared to challenge the heavens. Now, with the new gods causing chaos, how could they bow to these new gods and survive by groveling? Our ancient clan dares to challenge the gods. Even if we decline, we mustn't bend our spines. Dare to fight the heavens, dare to challenge injustice in the world, our ancient clan will not be humiliated. I'm so hungry. Guden, give me a steamed bun. Your ancient clan bloodline is so pure, and you have the nerve to ask me for a steamed bun. A group of people returned to the village, passing by a dilapidated temple. Suddenly, a sturdy man suggested, since the dogtail grass god is no longer with us, why don't we sell his statue? Maybe we can trade it for some food. The others looked at the broken statue, their eyes lighting up with interest. The dogtail grass god's statue could probably get us a few hundred steamed buns, right? The fat man said, his eyes gleaming. Shintu, the village god official, became anxious. The god has protected our Qingshui village for so long, how can we smash his statue? If the statue were destroyed, he, as the god official, would lose all his status. The dogtail grass god protected us while he was alive. Now that he's gone, he would certainly want to sacrifice himself to keep us from starving, the fat man argued. The other villagers also eyed the statue, their eyes gleaming with greed. Since the dogtail grass god was born from the statue, he hadn't really protected Qingshui village. After all, Qingshui village never had much food or offerings. The dogtail grass god probably ran away or starved to death a long time ago. If we smash the statue, Qingshui village will incur divine wrath. No god will ever protect us again, Shintu said urgently. As long as the statue remained, it meant the legacy was intact. If they sincerely prayed and offered sacrifices, perhaps a new god might emerge from the statue. This statue is too low level. We can't even feed ourselves, how can we support a god and hope for the future? I think it's better to sell it for money and enjoy ourselves before we die. Yes, most of the nearby villages already worship the new gods. If we don't, we'll all be killed sooner or later. Better to trade the statue for money. I've heard that the temple on Old Immortal Mountain has some beautiful demon women who look like celestial beings. For just a few coins, you can enjoy a night with those demon women and feel like a god yourself, the fat man said, his eyes glowing with lust. The temple on Old Immortal Mountain was home to many beautiful demon women who specialized in taking the life essence of men, providing a service known as peaceful death. However, before death, those demon women would serve their clients lavishly, allowing those who sought death to experience the ultimate pleasures of the world. Villagers from nearby often saved up to die peacefully at the temple. In fact, the temple's business was booming. For decades, their prices had never increased, making it a popular place. The villagers of Qingshui, trapped in their village with barely enough to eat or drink, had little hope for the future. To them, dying in the temple was almost a blessing. We can't. Shintu stood in front of the temple. I heard the statue come to life recently, it seems a new god is being born inside. Shintu, stop making things up. No one's offered any sacrifices here, so how could a new god appear? Who's been secretly worshipping? What if Shintu is telling the truth? After all, a newly born god is still alive. If we sell the statue, it might die. The villagers debated among themselves. Some wanted to sell the statue, while others hesitated. I think Shintu is just making this up because he doesn't want to lose his position as god official, an old man said weakly, just wanting to die peacefully. Nearly 100 villagers, considered the strong labor force of Qingshui village, were present. Whenever the village needed to fight for water or go hunting, they were the ones sent out. But now, most of them were gaunt and emaciated from hunger. The village chief, Yuli, watched the scene, his old eyes clouded with emotion but saying nothing. To think that proud Qingshui village would fall under his leadership, it was truly a disgrace. He would go down in history as a sinner. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the village. The villagers were momentarily stunned. The dilapidated statue suddenly exploded. What's happening? The statue exploded. We're doomed, no money now. The villagers regretted it deeply. That statue was worth money. But then a light voice echoed, a new game. My people. Everyone looked over and saw a stunningly handsome man standing in the ruined temple. The man had a sword on his back and an extraordinary aura. A god, a god. The villagers were stunned. They could clearly sense that this person was indeed their god. The sudden appearance of a god left them bewildered. After all, since the dogtail grass god disappeared, they hadn't expected another god to be born in Qingshui village. They hadn't offered any sacrifices or prayed sincerely. The god that appeared must be one of the weakest, right? And the statue's destruction meant this was the last god Qingshui village would have. The villagers were filled with mixed emotions, the broken statue saddened them. No more peaceful deaths now. Let's go, everyone back to your homes. The villagers weren't as reverent as the legends described. However, most of them stayed, watching the newly born god. One old man even boldly asked, Lord God, are you hungry? I have half a steamed bun at home, do you want it? This god was, of course, Qi Yuan, who had entered the game. Hearing their words, he felt a bit strange. I'm a god, and I'm a player, how could I be hungry? Qi Yuan said confidently. But then, a loud grumbling noise echoed. The villagers looked at Qi Yuan with interest. Qi Yuan was stunned. The sound had come from his stomach. He was hungry. This was hard to understand. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators could avoid eating. He was now a golden core master, how could he be hungry? Lord God, you should rest, don't starve to death, one villager said. Seeing this, Shintu gritted his teeth, ran behind the temple, and brought out half a flatbread, handing it to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan saw the flatbread, which still had teeth marks on it, and turned his head away. Is this all you have for your god? The villagers burst into laughter. Lord God, be grateful for what you get. Don't be picky, if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left. The villagers seemed very familiar with this situation. Qi Yuan looked at the villagers, surprised. He noticed 3 nascent soul cultivators among them, with the rest being golden core cultivators. This kind of strength would be enough to form a large cultivation sect in the Shang kingdom, where they could live in luxury. But here, they were living in such poverty. How bizarre. And why were these cultivators, including himself, feeling hungry? You are my people, I'm very disappointed in you, Qi Yuan said. Upon arriving in this world, his first task was to become the god of Qingshui village and protect it. Lord God, why don't you bless us so we can go wipe out those brats from Shido village? The fat man said. He didn't think this newly born god had any extra divine power to bestow upon them. Given how hungry they all were, this god was probably no different from the dogtail grass god. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky. The stars were densely packed. The brightest one was a blood-red star. He could hardly find the sun or moon of the Kanglan realm. As he gazed at the stars, he spotted the star that represented his own golden core. Why should I bless you? I'll just go kill them myself. When he received the task, Qi Yuan had also absorbed many memories from the remnants of the statue. This world was called the Mortal Heart Realm. Humans worshipped gods to receive blessings and protection. In return, they had to offer sacrifices to the gods. Gods and humans were mutually dependent. When gods were strong, the humans they protected would also become stronger, enabling them to offer more sacrifices and food, helping the gods grow. However, thousands of years ago, new gods suddenly descended, changing the world's order. More and more villages, cities, and even nations began to worship the new gods. These new gods were more powerful and much more evil. People who worshipped the new gods had their will and spirit influenced, becoming more prone to violence and often invading other villages. Qingshui village and Shido village had once shared a border, each controlling a river, and they coexisted peacefully. But everything changed when Shido village began worshipping a new god. Shido village started attacking Qingshui village, trying to seize their stream. In several skirmishes, Qingshui village lost each time. After all, without a god's blessings, Qingshui village couldn't gain any battle advantage. Someone lead the way, I'll go kill Shido village's new god. Qi Yuan declared. The villagers looked at each other in disbelief. They had lived for decades and had never heard of a god personally going to another village to kill another god. Wasn't the usual practice to bless the villagers and let them fight? Lord God, are you serious? The fat man asked, stunned. A god leaving the temple ceased to be a god. So, even in the most terrifying wars between villages, gods never personally fought. At most, they bestowed blessings. But here was a god who wanted to kill someone personally. It sounded strange. What kind of god does something so degrading? Hurry and lead the way, I'm starving and want to feast. Qi Yuan said, dissatisfied. These ragged villagers didn't look like cultivators at all. They probably even had to dump their own chamber pots every morning. Feast. The fat man swallowed nervously, not understanding. If we kill their god, they'll have a feast. We can crash it and eat for free, Qi Yuan said, proud of his cleverness. What better way to get a free meal? That makes sense, Shintu, the god official, mused. The village chief said, Lord God, you've only just been born, so your power is weak. If you recklessly go to Shido village, it could be dangerous. The fat man added, leaving the temple will diminish your divine power, making you weaker and easier to devour. Although Qi Yuan's plan to kill the god and feast sounded interesting, it wasn't practical. How could it be dangerous? My left eyebrow has been twitching, which means great fortune awaits. Qi Yuan said, feeling hungrier by the moment. You're the god official, take me there quickly, and don't waste time. Shintu's expression changed several times before he finally relented. I'll take you there, Lord God. With that, he pushed through the crowd. Qi Yuan followed Shintu out of the village. The other villagers watched in disbelief. Is this new god a bit crazy? Sigh, it's our fault for not offering good sacrifices. The god is malnourished and didn't develop properly. Village chief, what should we do? If the god goes there, it'll be suicide, the fat man asked Yuli. This god was just born, there's no way it can defeat the evil god of Shido village, another villager lamented. Especially on the enemy's home turf. It was a death sentence. Village chief Yuli's face remained expressionless as he finally said, let's go and follow them. About 2/3 of the villagers decided to follow the village chief. The others, however, couldn't be bothered to watch the spectacle. After all, they already knew the god's fate, it was better to go home and eat their steamed buns. Lord God, are you the origin heavenly sovereign? Shintu asked as they walked. Last time, in his dream, he seemed to hear the name origin heavenly sovereign. Yes, Qi Yuan replied, looking at Shintu. How did you end up so miserable, as a nascent soul cultivator? Qi Yuan couldn't understand. No reliable support, no money, and nothing to eat, Shintu replied weakly. By reliable support, he meant the god that Qingshui village worshipped. Generally, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, you don't need to eat, right? Qi Yuan asked, still puzzled by his hunger. Don't need to eat. If you don't eat, you'll die, Shintu said, looking at Qi Yuan as if he were the strange one. All right, Qi Yuan could only chalk it up to different world customs. Lord God, are you sure you don't want that flatbread I offered earlier? Shintu clutched the piece of bread with teeth marks, secretly eyeing Qi Yuan, as if afraid Qi Yuan would change his mind. Qi Yuan was speechless. I'm sure. Shintu smiled brightly. That's good. At least I can fill my stomach before I die, so I won't be a hungry ghost. Having a follower like you is really a blessing, Qi Yuan said helplessly. Qingshui village was so poor that they probably didn't even have a suona. Otherwise, he would have had Shintu help him form a band. Shintu ignored Qi Yuan's words, quickly devouring the flatbread, as if afraid Qi Yuan would snatch it from him. Just then, Qi Yuan stopped in his tracks. In the village ahead, the sound of drums and gongs echoed. Seems lively over there, Qi Yuan remarked. Shintu looked at the village of 100 households ahead. Today is their sacrificial day. They're going to sacrifice 3 boys to the new god, Shintu said, his expression darkening. These damned new gods are all evil. Since when do gods eat people? According to ancient clan records, gods were simply powerful humans, the spirits of heroes who died fighting for humanity. These spirits protected humans, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. But the new gods, also known as evil gods, fed on humans. At that moment, Qi Yuan's gaze pierced through the village, seeing a weeping woman and a man pinned to the ground. Wu-wu, Xiao-Qian, the woman cried, struggling. One of the sacrificial offerings was her young child. Sister Li, offering sacrifices to the god is an honor for us. A burly man said, his eye glowing with a bloody light. This indicated he was already influenced by the new god, gradually being assimilated. It wouldn't be long before he became the new god's most loyal guard. Another man sighed, sacrificing a dozen children each year for good weather in Shito village, that's a fair trade. Sister Li, look at Qingshui village next door. They refused to worship the new god, and now look at their fate. I bet in another month, everyone there will be dead, said a fat man with large ears, who was also touching the woman's chin. Pitui, evil god, the woman spat in the fat man's face. The fat man's expression turned dark. Sister Li, I was talking nicely to you, but you won't listen. Seems like you're disloyal to the god, send her to the red pen. Hearing this, the woman struggled even more fiercely. The man pinned to the ground shed tears from his tiger-like eyes. Since the new gods appeared, a new term had been coined, the red pen. New gods love to eat young children. But what if there weren't enough children? Then, they would lock up some women, putting them in the red pen, where they were kept just to breed. This treatment of people like livestock was utterly inhumane. This is Shito village, ruled by the Shi family. You Wang family people better behave, or I'll send you all to the red pen. The fat man said. Shito village wasn't solely inhabited by the Shi family, other families lived there too. However, it was the Shi family, the largest family in the village, that had orchestrated the descent of the new god. Because of this, they now completely controlled Shito village. As for the other families, they didn't dare speak out. Offending the Shi family could mean having your children offered to the new god. The heavens are blind to let you evil gods descend, the woman wailed. The fat man laughed. Evil god, this is the true god, the future ruler of the mortal heart realm. Everyone knew that the new gods were slowly devouring the territory of the old gods. Now, 2/3 of the mortal heart realm worshipped the new gods. The old gods were barely holding on. It wouldn't be long before they were completely wiped out. Evil god, come out and die. I'm hungry, hurry up and die so we can feast. At that moment, a crisp voice echoed from the sky. 2 figures appeared above, one was Shintu, the other Qi Yuan. The people of Shito village looked up in surprise. The god of Qingshui village. A new ancient god. Come to Shito village to die. Many Shi family villagers had red glowing eyes. If this were happening in Qingshui village or at their temple, they might have felt fear. But here in Shito village, this was their home ground. They were confused and astonished. Was this ancient god out of his mind, daring to leave his temple and come here? Generally, gods rarely left their temples or domains. Meanwhile, the woman on the ground looked up at Qi Yuan in the sky, her eyes filled with devotion as she repeatedly bowed, her forehead bleeding. God, Please save my son. Just then, a seductive voice rang out. Oh my, a newly born cutie has come to me. Do you want to merge with your sister? A she-wolf in a blood-red dress appeared, looking particularly eerie. The villagers of Shido village saw the god manifest and quickly knelt. Greetings, Lord God. The new god was their god, their heaven. The fat man looked at the wolf-dressed woman with fanaticism. As for the newly born ancient god of Qingshui village, he was nothing. Standing next to Qi Yuan, Shintu was trembling, but remembering he had eaten a bit of bread, he felt it was worth it and grew bolder. Bold evil god, you've plagued the world. The god of Qingshui village will destroy you. The she-wolf in the red dress flew into the air, her posture seductive. The villagers of Shihia village looked terrified. Qi Yuan gazed at the she-wolf, the so-called god of Shihia village, with a strange expression in his eyes. A nascent soul cultivator at the peak, wielding a sliver of original divine power. He could see at a glance that the so-called god before him was not very powerful, only slightly stronger than the villagers. A mere nascent soul cultivator, though at the peak, had managed to condense a sliver of original divine power through the villagers' offerings. This was already quite impressive. In the Kanglan realm, if nascent soul cultivators could gain original divine power through such means, the entire realm would descend into chaos, with gods everywhere. It should be noted that the Shang kingdom had dozens of nascent soul cultivators, and the 100 kingdoms had thousands, yet there was not a single Purple Mansion cultivator. This shows just how vast the gap between Purple Mansion and nascent soul cultivators truly is. The she-wolf in the red dress, exuding a seductive charm, stuck out her broad tongue. A newly born ancient god, your taste must be delicious. New gods could enhance their cultivation by devouring ancient gods. The she-wolf stared at Qi Yuan, her eyes glowing with greed. Qi Yuan, maintaining a high level of composure, responded lightly, HMPH, you little creature, you should be able to give me a lot of experience points, right? Upon arriving in this world, Qi Yuan discovered that his character level was different from the usual levels of 1 to 100. Currently, he was at Divine Being level 1. And before him, the she-wolf was at Divine Being level 55. The difference between the two was immense. It was like comparing an early Yuandan cultivator to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. And the opponent was still a god in her own domain, wielding original divine power. Ordinarily, such a difference would result in Qi Yuan being instantly defeated. In his current state, without summoning his stellar golden core, Qi Yuan's in-game power was indeed insufficient to overcome such a vast level difference. My people, offer your strength to me. Fight by my side. The she-wolf in the red dress let out a seductive shout. The villagers of Shihia village winced, their faces turning pale. It was clear that, despite her apparent disdain for Qi Yuan, the she-wolf was going all out from the start. Countless red light dots flew out from the villagers' bodies, gathering in the hands of the she-wolf and finally forming a massive wolf-toothed club. Shintu looked at the club, his gums trembling. It's a sacrificial artifact. Sacrificial artifacts were formed from the offerings of countless people, containing the essence of the world's power. In Qi Yuan's understanding, these were weapons capable of wielding original divine power. Interesting, Qi Yuan murmured, intrigued. This was the first time he had seen someone inscribe original divine power into a weapon like he did. By this time, village chief Yuli had arrived with nearly 100 villagers. Seeing the she-wolf absorbing the villagers' offerings, they all showed signs of fear. We're doomed, the evil god. Go, help the Lord God. Village chief Yuli commanded. The villagers did not hesitate. This was a time to unite and support Qi Yuan. But Qi Yuan simply remarked, the more people, the merrier the feast. He showed no fear of a divine being level 55 opponent. Sword, come. With a light command, the sword on Qi Yuan's back flew out of its sheath. The sword was blood red, engraved with intricate patterns. The hilt was adorned with 7 grim-faced figures, each with a different expression. A massive wave of bloodthirsty energy spread, turning the entire sky above Shihia village crimson, as if a demon had descended upon the world. The villagers of Qingshui village, who had come to help, froze in their tracks. The terrifying blood energy felt like an evil weapon that had slaughtered countless lives. The villagers of Shihia village looked on in horror. A demon god. He's a demon god. Earlier, the villagers of Qingshui had called Shihia's god an evil god. Now, the villagers of Shihia were calling Qingshui's god a demon god in return. Qi Yuan looked at the she-wolf in the red dress. You have the blessings of your people and the support of your shrine, but I have a sword that will sever your head. For once, Qi Yuan felt justified in saying, "I'll cut off your head," because the opponent truly had a wolf's head. Sword, go. Qi Yuan didn't even lift a hand. He valued his life too much to put himself in harm's way. At level 1, if he were to be struck, it would be disastrous. The sword, inscribed with original divine power, flew towards the she-wolf in the red dress. Her expression turned to one of fear. Where did you get that sacrificial artifact? She couldn't understand. Despite having left his shrine and domain, how could he still wield a sacrificial artifact, especially one so terrifying? Compared to the terrifying sword, the wolf-toothed club in her hand was insignificant. Chop off the head, Qi Yuan commanded, giving no explanation. The sword, engraved with original divine power, shot towards the she-wolf in the red dress. The original divine power of the Void Lord's heart demon was unleashed. Against such original divine power at the inscribed level, a mere nascent soul peak cultivator stood no chance. In just half a breath, the guardian deity of Shihia village fell into madness. Eat, I must eat. The sword passed through, and the she-wolf's head fell. The powerful guardian deity had been effortlessly slain. A massive amount of experience surged into Qi Yuan's body. His level increased from 1 to 2, 3, and finally stopped at level 11. The villagers of Shihia village were stunned. Village chief Yuli was also stunned. The villagers he had brought along were in shock. A god, having left his shrine, wasn't supposed to be this powerful, right? How could he have killed Shihia village's new god? Especially the fat man who had been waiting to laugh at Qi Yuan. He was now wide-eyed in disbelief. Our god may be a bit odd, but his strength is incredible. How could such a powerful god be born in their run-down village with such a dilapidated shrine? It didn't make sense. Village chief Yuli's eyes focused on the blood-red sword. The strength isn't from the god, it's from that sword. He could tell that the sword contained a strong concentration of original divine power. If it grew stronger, it could become a divine artifact. An artifact capable of subduing an entire city. Our ancient god must have been born with this sword, perhaps the offspring of a true god. Yuli deduced. The other villagers, upon hearing this, became excited. Their god, born in a shabby village, must have an impressive background. If our god is this powerful, maybe we can eat 2 steamed buns at once. The villagers began to dream big. Meanwhile, the villagers of Shihia village were gripped with fear. Especially the most powerful family in Shihia village. They had invited the new god, and their fates were now intertwined with the gods. With the god dead, No, a terrifying wolf head burst out of one villager's body. Soon after, similar wolf heads emerged from the bodies of a dozen other villagers. They've been assimilated by the new god. Now that the god is dead, they'll turn into god spawns. Shintu quickly explained. The more loyal someone was to the new god, the more benefits they received. The new god would gradually assimilate them, turning them into temple guards. But if the new god died, they would become mindless god spawns, driven only by the urge to kill. In an instant, dozens of god spawns appeared from the most arrogant family in Shihia village. Big boss dead, turned into mini bosses. Qi Yuan glanced at them. The blood-red sword transformed into a streak of light. All things are exorcised. Behead them all. Let's feast. For 30 days straight. If killing the whole family meant extending the feast by several days, why not? The blood-red sword streaked through Shihia village. With every god spawn beheaded, Qi Yuan's smile widened. The feast could last another day. In just a few breaths, the terrifying god spawns were all slain by Qi Yuan. His experience points increased slightly. Compared to the guardian god, the experience gained from the god spawns was negligible. With all the god spawns defeated, Qi Yuan and Shintu landed in Shihia village. Qi Yuan's expression was stern, his aura powerful. The blood-red sword returned to its scabbard. The remaining villagers of Shihia village quickly knelt. Lord God, spare us. There was no escaping now, so all they could do was beg for mercy. We didn't truly worship the new god. It was all that damned Shifugi's doing. The burly man, who had been pinned down earlier, knelt sincerely. Thank you, Lord God, for saving my child. My life now belongs to you. The villagers trembled before Qi Yuan, terrified. After all, they had just witnessed this god slay their village's guardian deity. They bowed their heads, anxiously awaiting their fate. After all, ancient gods typically detested those who worshipped new gods. Some would kill such worshippers outright, while kinder gods might show mercy. But this new god, with his bloodstained sword, didn't seem like the merciful type. The villagers braced themselves for a harsh judgment. What should you do now that your guardian deity is dead? Qi Yuan asked, looking at the kneeling villagers. The villagers, hearts leapt into their throats. They had no idea what this ancient god was getting at. Hold a tribunal to judge the crimes of the new god and conduct a trial. One of the villagers suggested, trembling. After the trial, pledge loyalty to the ancient god. Another added. Build a new shrine for the ancient god, and craft a new statue. A third chimed in. The villagers stammered their responses, accepting their new reality. Compared to staying alive, the effort and expense of building a shrine and statue seemed trivial. Qi Yuan, hearing their suggestions, was dumbfounded. These people, don't they have any common sense? The evil god is dead, so what you should be doing is throwing a feast. I've already killed over 30 of that evil god's minions, so the feast should last 30 days. Qi Yuan declared loudly. His voice echoed throughout Shihia village. The villagers of Shihia were utterly bewildered. A feast? What does he mean? The burly man, formerly pinned down, quickly snapped out of his shock and shouted, hurry up and prepare the feast. The other villagers nodded frantically. Yes, a feast. At this point, survival was a blessing, so they were more than willing to comply with the ancient god's command. And so, Shihia village sprang to life with activity as preparations for the feast began. The villagers of Qingshui village, who had been watching with growing hunger, finally received Qi Yuan's approval to join the feast. They eagerly approached the tables. Seeing the abundant food on the tables, meat, no less, the villagers of Qingshui village couldn't help but drool. They had been starving for too long. Without the blessings of a god and with their water source cut off, their crops had all but failed. In contrast, Shihia village's granaries were overflowing, and they had no shortage of pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. Even Qi Yuan was slightly taken aback. No wonder people flocked to worship new gods. Following a new god indeed led to better food. Over 30 tables were set up, but no one dared to start eating until Qi Yuan did. Qi Yuan rose from his seat and raised a cup of wine. Today, we gather with heavy hearts. The heavens weep, the earth mourns. My dear brother, the guardian deity of Shihia village, the wolf god, has tragically passed away and left us forever. His voice was filled with emotion, tinged with sadness. The villagers of Shihia village exchanged confused glances, as did the villagers of Qingshui village. Everyone was baffled. Then, Qi Yuan extended his hand, signaling for something. The burly man, catching on quickly, gave a nod. Soon, several old women in white robes, professional mourners, appeared. Oh, God, you died so horribly. Woo. These women wailed with such conviction, it seemed as though they were mourning their own relatives. Qi Yuan listened to their cries, feeling that the solemnity of the occasion was just right. Let the feast begin, he declared, diving into the food, nearly swallowing a whole pig's head in one bite. He was starving. Ever since he had arrived in this world, he had never felt as hungry as he did now. The villagers of Qingshui village, like starving ghosts, tore into the food with wild abandon. Some secretly hoarded food, hiding it away for later. They were just that hungry. Back in Qingshui village. 2 old men lay on a haystack, munching on steamed buns. Sigh, when will this suffering end? Not long now. If the Lord God dies in Shihia village, Qingshui village will be next. At least I saved some dry food, I won't die hungry. This newly born ancient god is really strange. If he had stayed in the village, we could have survived a little longer. But going to Shihia village, that's like throwing a bun to a dog. These 2 old men voiced the thoughts of nearly everyone in the village. No one believed the newly born ancient god could defeat the new god. And even if he did win, the aftermath would be terrible. Feiwang City had practically become a stronghold for new gods. There was almost no place left for the ancient gods. Just then, they heard the sound of rustling nearby. One of the old men called out, puzzled, Sister Zhang, what are you doing out here so late? A frail-looking middle-aged woman raised her head, her eyes glowing with hope but her voice weak. There's a feast. The old man felt like he had heard those words before but couldn't quite place them. The Lord God killed the evil god, and there's a feast in Shihia village. We're going to help, and eat. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. The Lord God killed the evil god. In the evil god's own territory. His eyes lit up. A feast. None of the other details mattered. The feast was what mattered. In Shihia village, the evil god had been slain, and the most powerful family in the village had been entirely wiped out by Chi Yuan. Their granaries, filled to the brim with food, had been looted. On the first day, the feast was in honor of the fallen evil god. On the second day, the feast continued. With so many people dead, there was plenty of reason to keep the feast going. One day, a thin old man, dressed in scholarly robes, was traveling in a horse-drawn carriage pulled by a skinny horse. His eyes were half closed, and he looked seriously injured. "Sir, are you all right?" Huang Mengying asked with concern. The new god in Quangfeng town was stronger than expected. The town is fortified with 500 guards. In its home territory, I was heavily injured in the battle and will need 3 years to recover before I can fight again, the old scholar said with a sigh. I have failed Lord Huang's trust. Huang Mengying's worry deepened, but she still tried to console him. As long as you're all right, sir. Alas, 6 of the 7 towns have fallen under the control of new gods, leaving Feiwang City to stand alone, the old scholar lamented. Feiwang City had always worshipped the ancient gods. There was an ancient god enshrined in the city. But 20 years ago, that ancient god fell into a deep sleep and would not wake. The situation in the city deteriorated. Many influential families within the city began secretly advocating for the worship of new gods. Huang Mengying's father, the city lord, naturally resisted this, suppressing the powerful families. But these families, unable to sway the city, colluded with the towns and villages, toppling ancient gods to welcome new ones. Now, 6 of the 7 towns under Feiwang City's jurisdiction worshipped new gods. As for the villages, most had turned to new gods, with few still worshipping the ancient ones. The old scholar was a close friend of the city lord and a powerful late-stage purple mansion cultivator, personally invited by the city lord to eliminate the new gods in the towns and weaken their influence. Unfortunately, after killing just one new god, he encountered a second and was seriously injured. At that moment, the sound of Suona horns reached them, an unusually lively scene for a village near Feiwang City. The old scholar was puzzled. Boy, what's happening in the village up ahead? Sir, I'll go find out. The young boy driving the carriage jumped down and ran towards the village. Before long, he returned. Sir, it's Shihia village. They're having a feast. Shihia village, having a feast. The old scholar was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, Shihia village was home to an evil god. It's because the ancient god of Qingshui village killed the evil god of Shihia village, and now they're having a feast. Hearing this, the old scholar smiled. How interesting, I must see this for myself. Huang Mengying was also intrigued. This situation was indeed unusual. In these troubled times, it was rare for an ancient god to slay a new god. And to kill a new god and then boldly host a feast. That was even rarer. After all, the new gods were so powerful now that many ancient gods could barely protect themselves, let alone openly defy them. Let's go take a look, Huang Mengying said, her curiosity piqued. She was well versed in the history of the county and knew all the deities worshipped in the villages under Feiwang City. Qingshui village worshipped the dogtail grass god, the lowest of the low. How could such a god defeat the evil god of Shihia village? The carriage rolled forward, the passengers each with their own thoughts, until they reached Shihia village and were greeted by a bustling scene. They also saw coffins laid out on the ground, with people wailing around them. What had been a funeral now seemed utterly absurd amid the celebrations. Nangong Wuji from Feiwang City seeks an audience with the deity. The elder in the scholar's robe was immensely powerful, he could easily kill even the gods who ruled entire regions. However, when he came to see the deity of Qingshui village this time, his attitude was one of utmost respect. At this moment, Qi Yuan, who was focused on eating, looked up and saw Nangong Wuji. Are you here to join the feast too? Come and sit down, eat whatever you like. Nangong Wuji looked at Qi Yuan, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't feel any strong divine presence from Qi Yuan. This indicated that this deity was actually of a very low rank. Then I will accept your hospitality. Nangong Wuji walked over. Huang Mengying, full of curiosity, followed along. She was really curious about how this new deity had managed to kill the deity of Shihia village. She was also puzzled as to how a deity could sit and eat with these ordinary folks. She had seen many deities before. They might not have been extremely powerful, but they all considered themselves noble and wouldn't deign to sit with mortals. This deity seemed overly down to earth. When Nangong Wuji and Huang Mengying arrived, some villagers hurried to bring them chairs and extra bowls and chopsticks. The villagers were all curious, staring at the elder and the woman. After all, they were important figures from the city. As the Lord the newly born deity, Huang Mengying couldn't help but ask. If she remembered correctly, the deity of Qingshui village was a dogtail grass god, not a human figure. Something like that. Qi Yuan continued to eat. Honestly, he had already practiced fasting in the Kanglan realm, so no matter how good the food was, it all tasted the same to him. Maybe this was because of his age. But eating at the banquet in Shihia village reminded him of the taste of his childhood. Why did the Venerable One suddenly kill the new deity of Shihia village? Asked the scholar-robed elder Nangong Wuji. Generally speaking, any deity could be addressed as venerable. Calling someone venerable like this was akin to meeting a deputy director and calling them director. Huang Mengying was also puzzled. Now, the few remaining ancient gods of Feiwang City didn't dare provoke the new gods. Few dared to make a move against an evil god. I just arrived here and was a bit hungry. My domain is so poor it's practically echoing with emptiness. What do you do when you're hungry? You can't just steal food from others, right? How would that be any different from bandits? So, I came up with a plan. When people die, don't they hold a banquet? Wouldn't there be a feast? I killed their deity, and now they're holding a banquet. It shows my idea was right. Qi Yuan explained matter-of-factly, happily eating. Nangong Wuji was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Huang Mengying was completely at a loss. This reason sounded too ridiculous. Naturally, she didn't believe it. However, Huang Mengying still said, the Venerable One killed the evil god of Shihia village. I'm afraid this will provoke the evil god of Quangfeng town. Shihia village was under Quangfeng town, and the two evil gods had a subordinate relationship. Then so be it. Qi Yuan didn't care at all. After days of feasting, the hunger in his stomach had gradually subsided. It was time to continue, eating banquets. No, killing monsters. The god of Quangfeng town is far more powerful than the evil god of Shihia village. Mr. Nangong Wuji was injured by that evil god. Huang Mengying said with a sorrowful expression. Qi Yuan looked at the elder in the scholar's robe. Nangong Wuji, divine being, level 82. Not bad, you're qualified to play the Suona for me. My band still needs one more person, are you interested? Qi Yuan looked at Nangong Wuji expectantly. According to the Kanglan realm's classifications, Nangong Wuji's strength was at the late Purple Mansion stage. He hadn't expected to encounter a late Purple Mansion stage cultivator crashing a village banquet. The waters of this world were really deep. After all, he had traveled all over the Dashang kingdom and rarely encountered anyone at the late stage of the nascent soul. Nangong Wuji didn't quite understand Qi Yuan's words but just smiled awkwardly. What Miss Huang said is true. The Venerable One has killed an evil god, completely offending the entire lineage of evil gods. It won't be long before their minions find their way here. I am the daughter of the Lord of Feiwang City. Venerable One, why not leave Qingshui village and come to my Feiwang City? I will build a temple and erect a statue for you. Huang Mengying was trying to recruit Qi Yuan, also hoping to save his life. Any ancient god who dared to kill a new god would inevitably be hunted by other new gods, with tragic outcomes. No, let's not bring it up again. I won't leave Qingshui village. Qi Yuan waved his hand. His task was to protect Qingshui village, so there was no way he could leave. Seeing Qi Yuan's reaction, Huang Mengying realized she couldn't persuade him and sighed softly. She had already explained the gravity of the situation, but if he didn't listen, there was nothing she could do. She felt a bit regretful. The power of Feiwang City was still too weak. Otherwise, how could they let a new god act so freely? This is pig's ear, try it. Qi Yuan handed Nangong Wuji a piece of pig's ear. Nangong Wuji smiled and declined, I don't eat meat. Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment, are you a monk? No, you've got a full head of hair. Are you a vegetarian? Nangong Wuji didn't quite understand Qi Yuan's words, so he said instead, I am a follower of the Holy Mother of Fasting. Seeing Qi Yuan's puzzled expression, Huang Mengying explained, the Holy Mother of Fasting is a powerful ancient god. The Holy Mother of Fasting believes that when a person is born, they are pure, but after a journey through the world, they become tainted. The food they eat, the spiritual energy they cultivate, and the air they breathe all harm and pollute their bodies. Only by fasting, severing all ties with the world, can one shape the true body of glazed purity. Hearing this, Qi Yuan didn't know how to respond for a moment. This Holy Mother of Fasting seems to have some issues with her head. Nangong Wuji was not offended by this judgment. After all, almost everyone dismissed his faith. And he wasn't truly fasting either. At the feast, Huang Mengying ate quite a bit, while Nangong Wuji only drank a little water. Finally, after the feast ended, Huang Mengying said, "If the Venerable One encounters any difficulties, you may come to my Feiwang city. The gates of Feiwang city will always be open for you." Qi Yuan nodded and kept Huang Mengying's words in mind. After watching Huang Mengying and Nangong Wuji leave, Qi Yuan sat back at the table. He spoke up, "Who's having a banquet tomorrow?" The burly man Wang Zhongshan quickly replied, "Deity, it's Shi Gangqiang's turn." Make it a grand one." Qi Yuan waved his hand. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan showed a troubled expression. "We're running low on pork in Shihia village. These past few days, with banquets every day, several pigs in Shihia village had been slaughtered. Hundreds of people feasting every day, eating heartily. There was still plenty of grain in storage, but no more pigs." "No more pigs." Qi Yuan looked troubled. "Which nearby village has plenty of pigs?" Quangfeng town. Whispers echoed. "Lord Shilang, can you take down Nangong Wuji?" A man dressed in luxurious silk robes, looking very prosperous, spoke. In the temple, the god statue opened its eyes. "His strength is formidable, and he escaped. But I also severely injured him. He won't be able to fight strong opponents for the next 3 years." Hearing this, the prosperous man's face lit up with joy. "Lord Shilang is truly impressive. When will you be able to welcome the Venerable One's descent?" the evil god Shilang asked. The Venerable One he mentioned was a new god, a true god. The prosperous man showed a troubled expression. "Currently, Feiwang City is still under the Lord's control. We don't even know if the ancient god Yuan is still alive, so this matter requires careful planning. You must act quickly." The evil god Shilang spoke with a voice full of rage. The prosperous man felt a tightness in his heart and quickly said, "Rest assured, my lord. Within 3 years, we will surely bring the new god forth." The evil god Shilang's gaze flickered. Too slow, too slow. The prosperous man didn't dare to speak further. Internally, he was grumbling. "If you think it's slow, why don't you just storm Feiwang City? Is it because you don't want to?" Of course, he wouldn't dare say these things out loud. Remembering something, the prosperous man said, "Recently, we received an order about a woman related to an ancient god who has wandered into the area near Quangfeng town. We request that you capture her, my lord." "An ancient god? Which one? I do not know, but she is likely a true god." "A true god? I will take note of it. What is her name, and what does she look like?" "She is called Chi. This is her portrait. On a dark mountain path, a young woman named Chi had a determined look in her eyes. Beside her, the maid Xiaoshui was panting heavily. "Miss, how much longer until we arrive?" "According to the map, we're almost there." Chi-Chi's gaze was resolute. She was born into a great family. In her childhood, when an evil god descended, all her family members perished. She was the only one who survived, carrying a family heirloom. Now, she was heading to a remote village. According to the family heirloom, the statue in that remote village was crafted by her ancestors. Hidden within the statue was a treasure, the Yinsheng stone. This treasure could create a true god. Now, new gods were clashing with ancient gods. The ancient gods were at a disadvantage because new gods kept appearing. But when an ancient god perishes, they are gone for good, with no new ancient gods being born. 10,000 years ago, a great change occurred in the world, and divine beings in this world could no longer rely on themselves to break through and ascend to the realm of true gods. Thus, if one ancient god falls, it's a permanent loss. Of course, there are still scattered treasures in the world, like the Yinsheng stone, which can help someone ascend to the realm of true gods. However, such treasures are extremely rare. So, the number of new ancient gods is far less than those who have fallen. Chi had come to Qingshui village this time to retrieve the Yinsheng stone from the statue. With it, she could create a new ancient god. Perhaps she could even avenge her family. "Miss, do you think what the old lady we met on the road said is true?" Xiaoshui suddenly asked, recalling something. A few days ago, while traveling, they encountered a mad old woman. The old woman said that Chi was of noble birth and asked Chi to follow her. Chi naturally did not follow a mad old woman. She laughed at herself. "My parents are dead, what good is noble birth?" Xiaoshui nodded in agreement, it made sense. But then she thought of something else and continued, "Miss, if the guardian deity of Qingshui village is still there, how do we get the statue from him?" Typically, to take something from a statue, one would need the deity's consent. After all, the statue is like the deity's second body. I brought a treasure this time that can create an even more valuable statue. I'll use it to exchange for the statue with the deity. Plus, I have a family heirloom, hee. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled as she mentioned this. Back when the ancestors created the statue, they made an agreement with it. But then Chi-Chi's expression turned sad. I heard that Qingshui village is almost finished, we might not even see that deity. The statue might be empty, with no deity residing in it. Now, with the evil gods descending and the battle between old and new gods raging, the ancient gods were at a disadvantage. Many villages had already become playgrounds for evil gods. The people there had lost their minds, becoming puppets, only knowing to worship the evil gods, becoming part of them. Just like in Shihia village, if given 100 more years, the villagers would slowly turn into zombies, becoming part of the evil god. And the evil god's strength would increase significantly. After a few hours, Chi-Chi and Xiaoshui finally arrived at Qingshui village. Seeing the desolate village, Chi-Chi's eyes filled with sorrow. The former Fankun realm had been a place where everyone lived in peace and happiness. But now, one side suffered greatly, while the other turned into walking corpses. Granny, where are the villagers of Qingshui village, and where is the deity? Chi-Chi saw an old woman and quickly approached to ask. The old woman looked at Chi-Chi warily. Who are you? Granny, my name is Chi-Chi, I'm from Tianfu. Tianfu. The old woman looked at Chi-Chi, recognizing her bloodline, and her eyes filled with sorrow. Are you also of the ancient bloodline? 10 years ago, an evil god descended, and the people of Tianfu refused to worship the god. The god grew angry and destroyed the city, turning Tianfu into scorched earth, with all its people perishing in battle. The people of Tianfu also had ancient bloodlines and refused to worship new gods. Given that this young woman shared the same bloodline, the old woman naturally trusted her more. Yes, Chi-Chi nodded, her expression neutral. Our village's people, led by the deity, went to Chengxi village to exterminate the evil god there. The evil god said Chengxi village has plenty of pigs, so the deity went to kill the evil god and have a feast. The old woman spoke straightforwardly, almost drooling as she did so, the earlier sorrow forgotten. Chi-Chi was stunned by this. What kind of situation was this? She was puzzled as to why the deity of Qingshui village would go to exterminate an evil god. Could it be that this deity was strong? But Chi-Chi knew the level of the statue in Qingshui village, as her family had crafted it. How could it give rise to a powerful deity? Granny, where is Chengxi village? Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask. Just follow that road ahead for 3 miles. When you see a pavilion, turn right. Thank you, Granny. Chi-Chi quickly took Xiaoshui with her and hurried towards Chengxi village. On the way, Xiaoshui's face showed a puzzled expression. Miss, how can the deity of Qingshui village be so bold as to dare challenge an evil god? Feiwang City is practically a fallen area. Now, as the battles between new and ancient gods raged, many battlefields had been opened. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. Overall, the new gods were stronger. And Feiwang City was considered a fallen area. The cities around Feiwang City had mostly been taken over by the new gods. In such an environment, the ancient gods were at a disadvantage. So many ancient gods chose not to resist, not to fight back. Some even chose to become the lackeys of the new gods. The fact that the deity of Qingshui village dared to act against an evil god was unexpected. Maybe the deity of Qingshui village is also a venerable one with a righteous heart, unwilling to see evil gods slaughter all living beings. Chi-Chi, even before meeting the deity of Qingshui village, already admired the deity in her heart. She felt this must be a great god, one who was willing to sacrifice himself for the people. Such an ancient god might be more likely to die in Fankun realm. But they were certainly worthy of respect. Such venerable ones are most likely to be killed by the evil gods, while those ancient gods who grovel and serve the new gods live the longest. This world is so unfair. Xiaoshui couldn't help but sigh. The two quickened their pace towards Chengxi village. Just then, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. You, a nascent soul cultivator, can't even catch a pig. Hurry up, catch these pigs, or how will we hold the feast? Chi-Chi and Xiaoshui looked over and saw a large group of pigs frantically running towards them. These pigs were all robust and had cultivation, mostly at the golden core stage. These pigs were fleeing in panic, kicking up dust. Behind the hundreds of pigs was a handsome young man with a sword on his back, hands in his pockets, stepping on a fat pig, cursing. If I didn't need them alive, I would have chopped off all their heads with one swing. The handsome young man spoke, divine light radiating from him. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Is he the deity of Qingshui village? Xiao Shui was also stunned. Just moments ago, they had imagined the deity of Qingshui village as a majestic figure, and now they were being told he was catching pigs. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help stop the pigs, and I'll reward you with a pigtail to eat. Qi Yuan shouted from a distance. Shintu was also pulling along a pig, looking at Chi-Chi for help. Chi-Chi sighed and reluctantly pulled out a formation disc. The 9 heavens yin-yang dragon confining array. As soon as the formation disc was activated, the space around Chi-Chi changed, and 100 golden armored generals appeared, holding long spears, their expressions stern, advancing forward. Trap them, the 100 golden armored generals shouted in unison, their spears turning into immortal ropes that tied up all the pigs. Seeing this, Qi Yuan clapped his hands in delight. Not bad, not bad. Later, I'll reward you with a pig head. Chi-Chi felt a bit embarrassed. Such a powerful formation, and she had used it to trap pigs. At this moment, the village chief Yulei and the priest Shintu walked over, giving Chi-Chi approving looks. This little girl is quite capable. Impressive, she managed to stop hundreds of pigs just like that. Being praised like this, Chi-Chi felt her toes curling in embarrassment, almost wanting to dig a hole in the ground. Haha, it was nothing. Chi-Chi responded with an awkward but polite smile. She watched as the villagers hoisted the pigs up and walked towards the handsome young man, trying to stay composed. However, when she saw the pig still squealing under his foot, she couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Venerable One, are you the guardian deity of Qingshui village? I am Chi-Chi, from Tianfu. Are you here for the feast? Qi Yuan looked at Chi-Chi and asked. Chi-Chi was slightly stunned, her thoughts unable to keep up. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, she answered seriously. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression changed. Such deep cunning. You traveled all the way from Tianfu to Qingshui village just for some pig's head. Chi-Chi, she was completely bewildered. I didn't come for the pig's head. Didn't you just say you wanted to eat at the feast? Qi Yuan quickly retorted. Then why are you here? Qi Yuan interrupted her. I came for something inside the statue, Chi-Chi began, but suddenly caught herself. She almost let it slip. This man in front of her, as expected of a god, had almost tricked her into revealing her purpose with just a few words. But then, realizing that her purpose didn't really need to be hidden, she said, My lord, I came here for something inside the statue. After she finished speaking, the villagers of Qingshui village exchanged glances. The statue seemed to be gone. I'm here to enjoy the feast, we can talk later. Qi Yuan kicked the pig under his foot. The pig squealed and was kicked over to Wang Zhongshan. Chi-Chi was speechless. Beside her, the maid Xiao Shui was also holding onto a pig, looking very aggrieved. Miss, what should we do? It was her first time holding onto a pig, and as a young lady, she found it very embarrassing. Let's join the feast. In a large pot, water was boiling, and the steam was rising. Large chunks of pork were simmering, and the aroma spread throughout the village. Qi Yuan waved his hand. Wang Zhongshan, call over the morning band from Shihia village. The people here cry too half-heartedly, it's no fun. Wang Zhongshan was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. All right, my lord, I'll call them right away. Nearby, the priest Shintu couldn't help but say, our people in Qingshui village can cry too. Qi Yuan glanced at Shintu. Forget it, the people of Qingshui village cry too fakely. Qi Yuan then looked at Chen Shifan from Chengxi village and nodded approvingly. Your village's chef is quite skilled, better than the one from Shihia village. Chen Shifan, hunched over, replied, I'm willing to cook for the Venerable One every day. Just today, the deity of Qingshui village had come to Chengxi village with great pomp. The god they worshipped had excitedly rushed out to greet them, only to be swiftly beheaded by a single strike. The temple guards of Chengxi village had also turned into demonic creatures, all of whom were slain by Qi Yuan. Most of the villagers, except for a few who resisted, chose to protect themselves. They had worshipped the new god out of necessity, offering sacrifices of boys and girls each year, harboring resentment in their hearts but lacking the power to resist. The people of Chengxi village both feared and were grateful to Qi Yuan. The feast continued. As the fatty pork was served, everyone's appetites were whetted. Yulei, the village chief of Qingshui village, and the priest Shintu sat together with a fat man and a thin man. The origin heavenly lord is our village's guardian deity, But, the people of Shihia village are too obsequious, said the thin man, his voice tinged with jealousy. Sigh, it's all my fault. I wanted to sell the statue to make some money, and I ended up offending the Venerable One, the fat man said, looking distressed. After the battle with Shihia village, Qingshui village was on the brink of collapse. The once fat man was now so starved that he was almost unrecognizable. With the statue in the temple serving no purpose, selling it seemed reasonable. In theory, aren't we supposed to be the arms of the deity? But our guardian deity is a bit too extreme. He handles everything himself, charging into battle with his sword. It's too dangerous, the thin man said nervously. It was as if a king were personally leading his troops into battle every day, charging ahead of his soldiers. The villagers were naturally shocked by this. If anything happened to the deity, Qingshui village would be doomed. It's because we're too weak. Village chief Yulei puffed on his pipe, exhaling smoke. The others looked embarrassed at his words. Indeed, they were too weak to assist the deity with their problems. If they were all powerful, they wouldn't fear being sidelined. Not strong enough to fight, not good enough at mourning, and even our cooking isn't as good as Chengxi villages, the priest Shintu muttered. The group sighed, feeling helpless. By rights, they were the direct descendants of the origin heavenly lord, yet they were just sitting around eating feasts all day. Feasting was great, but without improving themselves, they would inevitably be sidelined. Unfortunately, we're too weak to repay the deity. And now that the world has changed, it's difficult for gods to rebuild their divine bodies, village chief Yulei said, hesitating. After the great change in the world, ancient gods could no longer rebuild their divine bodies or ascend to the realm of true gods. Thus, many ancient gods didn't take their domains seriously anymore. In ancient times, however, the stronger the people in a god's domain, the stronger the god would become. What if we imitated the new gods and allowed the deity to assimilate us? Wouldn't that make the deity stronger? The fat man suggested. New gods were stronger than ancient gods, partly because they kept emerging. But also because new gods assimilated their people, merging them into themselves. Just like the demonic creatures in Shihia village, if the evil god had lived, they would have eventually become temple guards, losing their consciousness entirely and becoming part of the evil god. You're talking nonsense. That's what the evil gods do, and we can't control that ability anyway, the priest Shintu replied. The group laughed, dropping the topic, though they remained anxious and uncertain about the future. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was eating pig's head meat, occasionally sneaking glances at Qi Yuan as he ate. Xiaoshui, what do you think of him? Chi-Chi whispered. Xiaoshui, her mouth greasy, replied, he's a great person. Anyone who let her eat well was a great person in her eyes. He seems carefree, but he's actually very shrewd. With just a few simple words, he almost made me reveal everything. Chi-Chi thought back to their earlier conversation, finding Qi Yuan unfathomable. If Qi Yuan knew what Chi-Chi was thinking, he would surely protest his innocence. Smart, Xiaoshui praised, munching on pork. Chi-Chi continued, I heard he killed the new gods of Shihia village and Chengxi village all by himself. Brave and powerful, Xiaoshui praised without hesitation, eager for more pork. Do you think I should give him the Yinsheng stone? Chi-Chi asked, stealing a glance at Qi Yuan. Now that it was difficult for ancient gods to break through to true gods, a Yinsheng stone was highly coveted by many ancient gods and divine beings. Xiaoshui stopped eating pork and furrowed her brows in thought. After a long while, she looked at the fragrant pork and said, we don't have a better option than him. With the collapse of Tianfu and the fall of the Qi family, Chi-Chi had few connections left. She hardly knew any respected elders, and those she could trust were even fewer. Perhaps the deity of Qingshui village was someone she could rely on. Chi-Chi's mind raced as she looked at Qi Yuan, and she seemed to come to a decision. On the other side, Qi Yuan was feeling the increase in his strength, thinking that killing new gods and holding feasts was truly satisfying. I'm at level 21 now. After killing 2 new gods, he had gone from level 1 to level 21. This was because, in terms of cultivation, he was only at the golden core stage, while the 2 he had killed were at the late nascent soul stage, so his experience bar had filled quickly. If I kill more, I might reach level 90. Could that be the Yin God stage? Qi Yuan wondered. He felt that coming to this world was truly fortunate. It seemed to be filled with elite monsters, so his experience bar was filling up quickly. The only downside was that he had to eat after every fight, or he'd be too hungry. I hope I can form my nascent soul in this world, Qi Yuan mused. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached, her expression resolute. My lord, I truly came to Qingshui village for a very important matter. I know, for the pig's head, Qi Yuan said, glancing at the young woman in front of him. He couldn't help but marvel at her. So young, yet already at the golden core stage. In the Kanglan realm, she could have competed in the Eastern Heavens Young Heroes list. This realm was truly full of extraordinary people. My lord, please don't tease me. I came here to offer you a gift, Chi said with a sweet smile. Qi Yuan became interested. What gift? Would you be willing to take me to see the statue in Qingshui village? Chi asked. Is it the item you mentioned earlier that's inside the statue? Yes, Chi nodded. Alright, let's go take a look. Qi Yuan waved his hand. You all keep eating, I'll be back soon. Seeing Qi Yuan leave, the others at the feast sighed with relief and began to eat more joyfully. A flash of light passed, and they landed in front of the temple in Qingshui village. Where's the statue? Chi asked, looking at the empty temple in surprise. Those fragments on the ground are it, Qi Yuan said. Maybe my entrance was too flashy, and the statue couldn't handle it and shattered. Chi fell silent. After a long pause, she said, the statue in Qingshui village was forged by my Qi family, it's incredibly sturdy. Even a peak-level divine being would struggle to destroy it. Maybe I'm just too dazzling. Chi glanced at Qi Yuan, not fully understanding his words. But recalling what Qi Yuan had said earlier, she thought there must be some deeper meaning. She looked at the fragments on the ground and slowly said, when my ancestors forged this statue, they embedded a yinsheng stone within it. As she spoke, she watched Qi Yuan's reaction but saw that he remained unmoved. She was surprised. This big shot was truly unfazed, even upon hearing about the yinsheng stone. This only strengthened her resolve to invest in him. The future of the Origin Heavenly Lord was full of potential. Now that the world has changed, ancient gods can no longer break through to true gods. But the yinsheng stone can help an ancient god ascend to the realm of true gods. Chi bent down and cupped her hands around the fragments of the statue. Even though the statue is broken, I can still extract the yinsheng stone from these fragments, so you can break through to the realm of true gods. Qi Yuan was deep in thought. He considered himself a player. Would this world's restrictions apply to him? In the moonlit continent, it seemed that the Great Sun had once set a rule prohibiting all beings from breaking through to level 100. Qi Yuan felt he had been affected as well. So this yinsheng stone might be useful to him too. I can't accept something for nothing. Just tell me, what quest do you have for me? Qi Yuan was treating Chi like an NPC, giving him a quest, with the yinsheng stone as the reward. My lord, why must we be so formal with each other? Chi said, her face turning slightly red. She continued, when my ancestors forged the statue, they made a pact with the statue's spirit. The god who emerged from the statue would. Chi's ears turned a translucent red, and her voice took on a shy tone. Qi Yuan's eyes widened. Are you telling me you're betrothed to me, and you've come to break off the engagement? A flood of thoughts crossed Qi Yuan's mind. If she wanted to break off the engagement, should he utter that classic line, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years, don't underestimate a poor young man. But what if she didn't want to break off the engagement? Should he seize the initiative? Chi's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Qi Yuan's words left her confused. Back then, my ancestors made a pact with the statue's spirit that the god who emerged from the statue would be my adoptive father. Qi Yuan was stunned. He had just gained one daughter, and now he was gaining another. Even though we both share the Qi surname, it's a bit much to ask me to be your foster father. Given our ages, who knows who's older? Qi Yuan always thought of himself as very young. But suddenly having such a grown daughter was bound to raise some eyebrows. This was the pact between my ancestors and the statue's spirit, Chi said hesitantly. If my lord doesn't wish to acknowledge it, we can just forget it. As she spoke, she took out a yellow cloth inscribed with the original agreement. Qi Yuan looked at the shattered statue on the ground and finally murmured, the statue shattered to bring me forth. I'll remember this favor. Today, I'll take a small loss and accept you as my daughter. Hearing this, Chi was overjoyed, though her face still held a slight blush. Father. Qi Yuan felt a bit strange hearing this. You should call me, Dad, instead. For some reason, the word, father, reminded him of Lu Bu. Dad, sounded much better. It felt much more proper. Chi was momentarily stunned, but then she sweetly called out, Dad. Calling an ancient god, Dad, didn't trouble Chi much. Most ancient gods were the spirits of heroic souls who had died in ancient times. These heroic spirits had fought in the great war of the distant past, sacrificing themselves for the Fankyun realm. Each one was worthy of Chi-Chi's respect. They had lived far longer than Chi-Chi. Having become his adoptive daughter, Chi-Chi quickly embraced the role. Dad, now that you have the Yinsheng stone and the potential to reach true godhood, you should no longer focus solely on your own strength. When facing enemies, try to avoid taking action yourself. Oh, Qi Yuan was surprised. He didn't see the connection. Dad, do you know that a true god's power is not only related to their own strength but also to their followers? Chi explained. Qi Yuan had fought the evil gods of Shihia village and Chengxi village. They gained power from their followers, significantly boosting their strength. The villagers of Qingshui village were too weak, so Qi Yuan hadn't had them boost his power. Indeed, the villagers of Qingshui village aren't very strong right now, so the benefit they provide to you, Dad, is minimal. But you mustn't overlook them because to become a true god, your strength, potential, and cultivation speed are all connected to the people of your domain, Chi advised earnestly. She was filled with ambition, determined to cultivate her adoptive father into a peerless true god. If I'm strong enough, won't that solve the problem? Qi Yuan pondered. In the Lufeng realm, he could quickly create powerful warriors in large numbers, but it seemed more difficult in the Fankyun realm. The realm of true gods is known as the 7 steps to heaven. The first 3 steps make you a venerable, and the last 4 steps elevate you to a great venerable. To become a great venerable, at least one person in your domain must also be a true god. The more true gods you have among your people, the stronger you will become. Chi painted a grand vision for Qi Yuan. After all, the realm of a great venerable was not something to consider just yet. She mentioned it to give her adoptive father some motivation. According to the villagers of Qingshui village, her adoptive father had only recently been born, and many of his memories might not have resurfaced. Qi Yuan listened and then asked, "Does this apply to a young god as well?" Chi was taken aback and slowly replied, "That, I do not know." Qi Yuan looked up at the stars in the sky. The brightest one was clearly the young god. As for the others, they might not be young gods, but at the very least, they were yin gods. In the Kanglan realm, a great calamity was imminent. According to Elder Wushan, 20,000 years ago, a supreme being had once defeated such a calamity. Unfortunately, with the descent of the immortals and gods from the heavens, that supreme being eventually fell. Behind that calamity were a young god and countless other immortals and gods. If Qi Yuan had countless immortal and godly subordinates, would he still fear that calamity? In the worst-case scenario, both sides could just gather their forces and see who had more, who was stronger. You make a good point, Qi Yuan agreed with Chi. I want to rename Qingshui village to Pei County. He needed to train these villagers. But the problem was, how? Could he just hold feasts every day? That wouldn't be enough. How about I go steal some treasures to enhance their cultivation? Qi Yuan asked, seeking Chi-Chi's opinion. Chi responded, that could be one way, but what's more important is the divine visualization technique. However, for that, Dad, you need to recover your past memories. Qi Yuan was confused. What past memories? Seeing his confusion, Chi continued, every ancient god was once a heroic spirit who died in the great battle of Hongtang. In that battle, true gods served as generals, and Zifu cultivators as soldiers, with thousands of true gods participating. All these true gods perished in the great battle of Hongtang, unknown to the world. Dad, you are an ancient heroic spirit who witnessed many true gods. Once you recover your memories, you can describe those true gods and form the divine visualization technique, which you can then bestow upon your people. The stronger the god being visualized, the faster the cultivators' progress and the higher their potential ceiling. This meant that the stronger the ancient god before their death, the more true gods they had encountered, and the more divine visualization techniques they could create. In contrast, heroic spirits with lower cultivation levels might have seen fewer true gods, leading to fewer divine visualization techniques and less improvement for their people. Most cultivators in the Fankyun realm now visualize the Lord of Hongtang and his 12 heavenly generals. They are indeed powerful, but too many people are visualizing them, and the descriptions are vague, so the improvement for cultivators isn't that great. If you, Dad, can recall 10 true gods, especially a few who haven't been visualized by other cultivators, then, the people of Qingshui village would see their cultivation levels rise quickly, Chi continued. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and asked, what if the gods aren't from the Fankyun realm? Can they still be visualized? He recalled the yin gods from the Kanglan realm. Those yin gods should be considered true gods. Qi Yuan had seen quite a few of them. If he described them for the villagers of Qingshui village to visualize, wouldn't that work? Have those gods ever received incense offerings? Qi asked. No, if they haven't received incense offerings or been worshipped by the masses, then it probably won't work, Qi said seriously. In the Fanqun realm, the true gods of the past had all been worshipped by at least one city. Only such true gods could be used to form the divine visualization technique. Hearing this, Qi Yuan realized his previous idea wouldn't work. Did he have to return to the Kanglan realm, summon those yin gods, and have them establish temples to receive the worship of thousands? That wouldn't work, and besides, there weren't that many yin gods in the Kanglan realm that he'd encountered. Don't worry, Dad. Once your memories return, you'll be able to create the divine visualization technique, Qi reassured him. Qi Yuan wanted to say that he had no memories to recover. He had never participated in the Great Battle of Hongtang, nor had he seen true gods, so he couldn't create a divine visualization technique. Suddenly, he had a thought. These new gods are also worshipped by the masses. If I visualize them into the divine visualization technique, would that work? Qi felt that her adoptive father was being overly imaginative, but considering that he had just been born and his memories hadn't fully returned, she understood. Visualizing these new gods could lead to terrifying consequences. Your people could even be assimilated and become demonic creatures, Qi explained. This immediately made Qi Yuan abandon the idea. Dad, don't think too much about it. For now, focus on killing more evil gods and accumulating evil god divine power. Creating a divine visualization technique requires consuming your divine power, but you can also use the divine power of evil gods as a substitute. I have a bit of evil god divine power, Qi Yuan said. After killing 2 evil gods, he had indeed gained some evil god divine power, though he didn't know how to use it. Now, after hearing Qi's explanation, he finally understood its purpose. If I make up some true gods, can they be used to create the divine visualization technique? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. He truly hadn't seen any true gods from the Fanqun realm. Qi smiled and replied, Dad, if you're knowledgeable enough about those gods, you might really be able to create something. Here's a guide on how to form the divine visualization technique. Once your memories return, you should be familiar with these methods. But for now, you can look at it and try it out. If the attempt failed, it wouldn't consume the evil god's divine power, it would just waste some time. So Qi felt no qualms about giving the divine visualization technique guide to Qi Yuan. After chatting for a while, Qi left the temple. Qi Yuan sat alone in the temple, frowning. Does this mean I'm only suited for solo combat? Not knowing any true gods who had been worshipped by the masses meant he couldn't create a divine visualization technique. Can I make up something? Suddenly, Qi Yuan had an idea. After all, didn't the people on earth have many gods? The 3 pure ones, the 4 sovereigns, the 5 elder lords, the 6 divisions, and the 7 primordials. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Weren't these big shots worshipped by the masses? But, they seemed to be fictional. Qi Yuan thought about it and quickly opened the guide that Qi had given him. It was a piece of black cloth, with white text written on it, detailing the method for forming the divine visualization technique. Before visualizing a god, can one enter a divine world and communicate with other gods about the divine visualization technique? Qi Yuan was taken aback, his interest piqued. Could this be another chat group? Holding the black cloth, Qi Yuan followed the instructions and began to circulate his divine power. Ripples appeared on the black cloth. In an instant, Qi Yuan's consciousness was drawn into it. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. So even the cultivation world has technology, though the form of technology differs from that on Earth. Different paths lead to the same destination. In the Lufeng realm, Ning Dao had worn black stockings, and now in the Fanqun realm, encountering something like a chat group was normal. What Qi Yuan saw before him was indeed something like a chat group. He scanned the interface, and a message immediately caught his eye. Is there a newcomer? Have you visualized any gods before? What level of true god did you visualize? 3 rapid-fire questions. The speaker's name was Dong Zhonghe, apparently the group leader, who seemed very enthusiastic. No, this is my first time visualizing a god, Qi Yuan replied honestly. It was best to be humble with these ancient god seniors. A newbie, Dong Zhonghe seemed even more excited. I remember my first time visualizing a god. I visualized a 2-step true god, and the other gods here called me the young heavenly emperor. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was filled with respect. You're amazing. Would you like me to share some tips on visualizing gods with you? I guarantee you'll be able to visualize a powerful god. Dong Zhonghe offered enthusiastically. A young heavenly emperor, just another fallen genius. You've failed your last 2 visualizations. I, the Divine Cat Venerable, have visualized a great Venerable. Divine Cat Venerable mocked the group leader in the chat. It seemed they had some history. The great Venerable you visualized has been visualized by many others, it's nothing special. Dong Zhonghe retorted. It's still a great Venerable, and it can easily suppress you, a fallen genius. Divine Cat Venerable shot back. Immediately, several other members who had been lurking chimed in. The East Heavenly Emperor is about to fall, and the Divine Cat Venerable will take his place. East Heavenly Emperor, you should have kept your mouth shut when the Divine Cat Venerable was visualizing, now you're getting what you deserve. Ignoring these comments, Dong Zhonghe turned to Qi Yuan and asked, Newbie, what do you plan to visualize? Tell me, and I'll give you some advice. Normally, I don't give advice to newbies, but mine can increase your success rate by at least 10%. I'm thinking of visualizing a divine dog, Qi Yuan replied after some thought. A divine dog? Dong Zhonghe sounded alarmed. Newbie, there are hardly any true god divine dogs in the Fankyun realm, and even fewer that have received incense offerings. The more a true god has been worshipped, the higher the chances of successful visualization. I advise you to pick a different true god, or you'll just waste your divine power. Qi Yuan hesitated, but then Divine Cat Venerable spoke up in the chat. Newbie, you're set. Last time, Dong Zhonghe said my visualization wouldn't work, and I ended up visualizing a great Venerable. Newbie, you're golden. Anyone Dong Zhonghe approves of ends up failing or getting poor results. Anyone he disapproves of soars. Before each visualization, we always check in with Dong Zhonghe. If he approves, we skip the attempt. If he disapproves, we go for it immediately. Everyone in the chat had their own opinions. Qi Yuan gradually began to understand some of the intricacies of divine visualization. The value of the resulting divine visualization technique could vary greatly. 2 factors determined its worth. First was the strength of the god visualized, rated on a scale from 1 to 7, representing the 7 steps to heaven. Second was the visualization degree, indicating how many people had visualized that god and how many followers practiced that particular technique. The product of these 2 factors determined the technique's value. The values were ranked in 7 tiers: common, elite, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary, and mythical. It was a bit like classifying monsters in a game, with each tier further divided into 1 to 3 stars. Dong Zhonghe had once visualized a 3-star rare technique and had been quite proud of it in the chat group. Meanwhile, Divine Cat Venerable had been mocked by Dong Zhonghe but ended up visualizing a 1-star uncommon technique. An uncommon 1-star technique, if not given to all followers, could be enough to cultivate a true god, provided one had a treasure that could help someone reach true godhood. So Divine Cat Venerable had the confidence to challenge Dong Zhonghe. Newbie, don't listen to their slander. Trust me, pick a different true god to visualize. If you insist on visualizing this one, there's a high chance you'll fail. Even if you succeed, it'll likely be a 1-star common technique, Dong Zhonghe warned sincerely. I don't think visualizing a divine dog will work either, but since Dong Zhonghe is against it, I believe you'll succeed. Go for it, newbie, we believe in you, someone else encouraged. Thanks for the advice, everyone. I'm going to visualize now. Qi Yuan exited the mental space and entered the visualization site. The visualization site was a mountain within the spiritual world. To visualize, one needed to imagine the god they wished to see and eventually carve it into the mountain. Then, a divine visualization technique would be created. For his first attempt, Qi Yuan chose not to visualize something too powerful, partly out of fear of major karmic repercussions and partly to experiment and see if it could actually be cultivated. He looked at the mountain. Memories from Earth flooded his mind. With his innate ability, the Great Forgetting Mind technique, Qi Yuan could recall every detail from his past, every glance, and every memory. He remembered flipping through various books out of boredom while sick and living alone. At the time, he hadn't committed them to memory, but now he could recall everything. In his mind, the image of a majestic divine dog began to take shape. Its form is like that of a white elephant, its might like that of a dragon. With golden wings fluttering, it dazzles the heavens. A single bark could frighten the gods, and 3 barks could break water, terrifying the ghosts. Wearing a 3-peaked hat, dressed in a solemn red robe, a fearsome three-eyed deity rode on clouds and rain, with a terrifying divine dog by his side, exuding a powerful aura. In Qi Yuan's mind, the image of a terrifying divine dog solidified. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from within the visualization mountain. Have you ever seen this god? Does this god truly exist? The two voices were awe-inspiring, and Qi Yuan instinctively felt compelled to answer truthfully, unable to lie. Then, he looked up at his golden core. Instantly, the great forgetting mind technique activated. Qi Yuan's gaze became resolute. This god exists. I've seen it before. Two heavenly gods were battling from the 9th heaven down to the 18th layer of hell. This divine dog stood by, seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The visualization mountain fell silent. Qi Yuan's answer had been recorded. After about a breath's time, the visualization mountain spoke again. If there is no incense worship, this divine visualization technique may fail. Do you still wish to proceed? Yes. Qi Yuan watched the visualization mountain, his curiosity piqued. He was also a bit nervous. If this succeeds, it would be unbelievable. In the chat group, Dong Zhonghe was acting arrogant. I may not be able to compete with you old folks, but suppressing a newcomer is easy for me. This newcomer didn't listen to me and is going to suffer for it. Just now, I searched through ancient texts and records of incense offerings and couldn't find any mention of a true god being a divine dog. That newcomer might know of one, but it must have had very few incense offerings. Even if they manage to visualize it, it will be at the most basic level. Dong Zhonghe was full of bravado in the chat. Previously, he had visualized a 3-star rare divine visualization technique, earning him praise from many guardian gods in the group. He got cocky. He ended up mocking several others, including Divine Cat Venerable and Black Dragon Venerable. Initially, both of these ancient gods had visualized 1-star rare techniques, but after Dong Zhonghe mocked them, they managed to visualize 1-star uncommon techniques. These two often brought this up in the chat to taunt Dong Zhonghe. A 1-star uncommon divine visualization technique was powerful enough to create a true god among one's people, which was an incredible achievement. I think the newcomer will succeed. Black Dragon Venerable chimed in. When he first joined the group, Dong Zhonghe had asked him his age and then mockingly called him an old man, earning his ire. Newcomer, are you back yet? Did you succeed in your visualization? Dong Zhonghe asked. Perhaps to help ancient gods better understand divine visualization techniques, any ancient god entering the visualization mountain would be randomly placed in a specific chat group, and their consciousness would pass through it when they exited. They could also enter the chat group anytime to talk. Right now, Dong Zhonghe could see that Qi Yuan was online. The others were also curious. I barely succeeded, Qi Yuan replied, feeling both pleased and nervous. See, anyone Dong Zhonghe mocks is bound to succeed. Divine Cat Venerable exclaimed. The other members of the group were excited too. Newbie, I have a question for the big shots here. If I were to create a completely fictional god, could I still visualize a divine visualization technique for my people? Qi Yuan asked in the chat. Stop joking, you can't visualize a fictional god. You wouldn't even pass the heart test on the visualization mountain. Besides, a fictional god with no incense offerings would never form a valid divine visualization technique, even if you pass the heart test. As long as it forms, there shouldn't be any problems, Dong Zhonghe, as the group leader, responded actively. So, what level was the divine visualization technique you formed? Don't worry if it's low, we're all friendly here and won't mock you. Although Dong Zhonghe said this, he was secretly hoping that the newcomer's technique would be low level so he could gloat and take down Divine Cat Venerable and Black Dragon Venerable. The other ancient gods in the group were also eagerly watching for Qi Yuan's response. The level is indeed quite low, just barely above average. It doesn't compare to the techniques you all have, Qi Yuan said, looking at the level displayed on the divine visualization technique and feeling a bit dissatisfied. It seemed just above the average line. But remembering that there were still many higher-level gods on Earth, Qi Yuan felt more confident. Average, a 1-star common level. Dong Zhonghe's excitement was palpable in his text. He was already crafting his response, ready to educate the newcomer and put down Divine Cat Venerable and Black Dragon Venerable. A 2-star uncommon level, barely average, Qi Yuan replied. Out of 7 levels, the 3 in the middle are average, right? The chat went silent. Divine Cat Venerable quickly spoke up. Impressive. A 2-star uncommon level. How come I've never heard of this divine dog? 2-star uncommon. Apart from White Dawn Venerable, that's the highest we've seen. As expected, anything Dongjonghe mocks turns out to be a rare treasure. So envious. A 2-star uncommon technique means that as long as you have enough resources, one of your people is bound to become a true god. This also meant that if the world hadn't changed, Qi Yuan would have had a chance to ascend to Great Venerable. For an ancient god to become a Great Venerable, at least one of their people had to be a true god. At that moment, White Dawn Venerable appeared in the chat. Well done, newcomer. You have potential. Seeing White Dawn Venerable, Divine Cat Venerable, Black Dragon Venerable, and the others began showering him with praise. When will White Dawn Venerable ascend to Great Venerable? White Dawn Venerable has visualized 3 uncommon techniques and 1 epic, truly a master. It won't be long before White Dawn Venerable becomes a Great Venerable. Those who had been praising Qi Yuan quickly shifted to praising White Dawn Venerable. Qi Yuan joined in. To think you are just 1 step away from becoming a Great Venerable, truly terrifying. Newcomer, which region are you an ancient god of? White Dawn Venerable asked in the chat. Lin Kingdom, Qi Yuan replied truthfully. Feiwang City was part of the Lin Kingdom. The Lin Kingdom is in the north, a fallen region. Newcomer, would you consider leaving there and coming to my Hu Kingdom to make a fortune together? White Dawn Venerable offered an olive branch. Big shot, I want to come to Hu Kingdom too. Please take me in, White Dawn Venerable, I don't even have shoes to wear. Wow, newcomer, you're in a fallen region. That's dangerous. Seeing these responses, Qi Yuan felt a warm sense of camaraderie. Human kindness is still alive and well. Thank you, big shot, but as an ancient god of this land, I must stand my ground and defend my domain, even if it means death. Qi Yuan declared with grand resolve. After all, the game's task was to protect Qingshui village. Newcomer, you've got guts. Divine Cat Venerable commented. If only more ancient gods had such spirit, added Treasure Venerable, a hint of regret in his words. I used to have a friend who defected to the new gods. The chat grew somber at this. Newcomer, I'm also in the northern region. If you ever want to hang out, come find me in the Zhang Kingdom, it's not far from the Lin Kingdom. But be careful of the Lu Kingdom, my friend is there, Treasure Venerable said. Sure, Qi Yuan replied casually. Exiting the chat, Qi Yuan's eyes shone with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, a divine visualization technique was imprinted on a piece of cloth. It recorded a technique for visualizing the divine being, Shaoshenquan. Indeed, visualizing a powerful god requires more divine power. During the visualization, Qi Yuan had a sense that the divine power he gained from slaying 2 evil gods was just enough to visualize Shaoshenquan. To visualize more powerful gods, he would need to hunt down stronger evil gods and collect more divine power. In a dirt-built house, the fat man sat in his yard, playing with his black dog. Good thing I brought you some bones, or you would have starved to death, the fat man said, tossing a pile of bones onto the ground. These bones were leftovers he had picked up at the feast. The black dog, emaciated, let out a joyful bark as it began to gnaw on the bones. Seeing this, the fat man grinned. Thank goodness the ancient god came, or you would have starved before I did. The fat man said, giving the dog a playful kick. The black dog growled but didn't dare retaliate, focusing on its bones. Hey, Zhu Shizhong, are you abusing animals? Qi Yuan, dressed in a green robe, suddenly appeared, his eyes fixed on the black dog with interest. The fat man quickly stood up. My lord, I was just playing with it. He wondered why the ancient god had come to see him. Is this black dog the only one in the village? Qi Yuan asked, his eyes bright as he stared at the dog, now with its tail between its legs. Yes, the fat man replied nervously. But my lord, this dog is old and scrawny. Its meat won't taste good. The ancient god loved feasts, what if he wanted to eat his dog? Oh, I just need to borrow it, Qi Yuan said. With a wave of his hand, the large black dog, still clutching a bone in its mouth and tail tucked, unwillingly followed Qi Yuan away. Seeing this, the fat man looked devastated. Only after Qi Yuan was out of sight did he dare to wail, my dog, my dog. By now, Qi Yuan had already returned to the temple with the large black dog. The dog still had the bone in its mouth, but with Qi Yuan present, it didn't dare chew. A dog at the golden core stage should be able to visualize, right? Qi Yuan mused as he took out the cloth with the divine visualization technique on it and tossed it in front of the dog. This is a divine visualization technique, take a look. Qi Yuan also glanced at it. Divine visualization technique. Shaoshenquan chapter, with growth potential. The large black dog seemed to understand. It dropped the bone and stared at the divine visualization technique, as if it were the most delicious food in the world. Good, you can understand it, Qi Yuan said, observing carefully. The large black dog lowered its head, studying the technique intently, its eyes showing a human-like focus. Suddenly, the dog sat down cross-legged, as if meditating, and began cultivating. Qi Yuan could feel the dog's strength steadily increasing. This is just like human cultivation. Interesting. After watching for a while and not noticing any drastic changes in the dog, Qi Yuan lost interest. According to the group chat, once a divine visualization technique is used, it can quickly boost the strength of the people, allowing for rapid advancement. This technique recreates the strength of ancient gods within the people. There's no need for slow, steady cultivation, it's a method for quick results. It works extremely well in the early stages. About an hour later, Qi Yuan looked at the dog still meditating in front of him. It's already at the late Yuandan stage. Initially, this black dog had only been at the early Yuandan stage, but in just an hour, it had advanced to the late stage, a terrifying rate. It seems my experience points have increased quite a bit as well, Qi Yuan noted with joy. Indeed, the cultivation of his people could feed back into his own strength. Well, I'll check again in the morning. Time to sleep. Qi Yuan dug a pit again and summoned Xiaojia, and the two of them snuggled in the pit to sleep. Bringing you into the game means no more snacks, huh, Qi Yuan mused, wondering whether to send her back to the Kanglan realm. But after some thought, he decided against it. Xiaojia's body was cold, and it took him a long time to warm her up. Holding her close, Qi Yuan drifted into sleep. The next morning, blood-red light shone across the sky as the earth around the temple shifted, and a figure crawled out of the pit. He looked at his character level and smiled with delight. I actually leveled up. This level up didn't come from killing monsters but from the feedback provided by the cultivation of his people. He quickly looked over and saw the large black dog still sitting cross-legged in the temple. The aura it radiated was now at the Purple Mansion stage. From Golden Core to Purple Mansion in one night, terrifying. Qi Yuan was astonished. In the Flowing Wind realm, mass-producing Purple Mansion cultivators was already an impressive feat. And that mass production was from the late nascent Soul stage to the Purple Mansion stage. But this, from Golden Core to Purple Mansion in a single night, unbelievable. Even people from the Duki continent would be astonished. However, Qi Yuan also noticed that after reaching the early Purple Mansion stage, the black dog's cultivation speed had significantly slowed. Of course, it was still much faster than normal cultivation. Qi Yuan looked at the dog with satisfaction. It seems this divine visualization technique really works. My village finally has a mighty warrior. Looking at the black dog, Qi Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Perfect. This black dog's strength is comparable to the new gods of some nearby villages. While I stay here and continue revising the Qi Yuan Sutra, I'll have the black dog take care of killing evil gods and collecting divine power. A few days ago, Qi Yuan had conducted a test. When his people killed enemies, like the demonic creatures, his strength increased. In other words, when his people killed, they didn't gain experience but he did. He had become the ultimate exploiter. In Qingshui village. Village chief Yulei had a grim expression. Ahead, Wang Zhongshan from Shihia village was leading a group of women dressed in mourning clothes, all wearing eager expressions. Is the Lord going to take action against other evil gods? Yulei asked. He had gathered quite a few people after hearing the news. At that moment, Chen Shifan from Chengxi village arrived with a group of villagers who looked like chubby chefs. Chengxi village is here. When do we start the feast? Chen Shifan asked, clearly excited. Previously, he had only prepared feasts in his village. He never imagined that this time they would be heading to another village. We'll depart once the Lord arrives, Yulei said, looking at the fat man behind him with some dissatisfaction. I told you to organize a team to play the Suona, so why are you taking so long? Zhu Shizhong looked aggrieved. The people in our village aren't very cultured, they don't know how to play well. Wang Zhongshan from Shihia village quickly chimed in, our village has a musician. Why not let us handle the Suona playing? Yulei glared at him. Was Shihia village trying to steal their job? This was outrageous. Qingshui village was supposed to be the Lord's direct followers. Seeing this, Wang Zhongshan didn't push the issue and instead turned to Zhu Shizhong. Why are you sulking? We're about to go to war. Zhu Shizhong shot him an angry glare. Wang Zhongshan was confused. Yulei, Meanwhile, reprimanded Zhu Shizhong, it's just a dog. If the Lord wants to eat it, then so be it. Will you sulk like this when the Lord arrives? Zhu Shizhong's expression softened slightly. The people from the 3 villages gathered together, looking serious yet expectant. They were about to witness the ancient god display his power. At that moment, Shintu, the priest, announced, the divine dog under the ancient god's command has arrived. Everyone was puzzled, unsure of what was happening. In the distance, they saw a huge black figure approaching, covered in black fur. Its back had 2 bulging lumps, as if something was about to burst out. The massive beast bared its fangs, looking extremely fierce. A black dog, a big black dog, a purple mansion-level beast. The villagers were shocked and confused. How did the ancient god acquire such a powerful divine dog? A purple mansion-level beast could rival the new gods of nearby villages. Zhu Shizhong's eyes widened as he recognized the dog. That's my black dog. My black dog. His face lit up with joy. So that's where his black dog had gone. The black dog seemed to recognize him too and turned its massive head toward him. It extended a leg, just as Zhu Shizhong used to kick it, and pinned him to the ground. Zhu Shizhong was pressed under the dog's heavy paw, unable to move, his face pleading. Lord Dog, I was wrong. I was wrong. You're not my dog, I'm your dog. The divine dog seemed satisfied and released him. The villagers were stunned, unable to process what they had just seen. Village Chief Yulei's eyes gleamed. This must be a divine visualization technique. Only a divine visualization technique could explain the dog's sudden surge in strength. From Golden Core to Purple Mansion, this meant the technique was of high quality. The villagers now looked at the black dog with envy. Zhu Shizhong was also stunned. He never imagined that the ancient god had taken his black dog to give it such an extraordinary opportunity. He was envious, jealous, and regretful. He wished he could go back to the day the Lord had asked for his dog so he could bark like a dog and say he too could be a dog. Onward to Shaoxi village, Shintu announced. And so, led by the black dog, the morning team, the Suona players, and the chefs all marched toward Shaoxi village. Meanwhile, in Shaoxi village, the evil god Lu Yan looked grim as he gazed at his trembling villagers, his eyes filled with cruelty. Are you all planning to rebel? He growled. The villagers shook with fear. We wouldn't dare, my lord. We are willing to die for you. The assimilated villagers' eyes glowed red. Their consciousness had long been absorbed, making them part of the new god. HMPH, what is Quangfeng Town's Shuolang doing? I sent a message ages ago, and they haven't sent anyone to help. Lu Yan fumed. He would never dare to say such things in front of Shuolang, but with him not present, he felt bolder. He wasn't afraid of being overheard by his villagers. Just then, a burly man hurried over, his face anxious. My lord, the people of Qingshui village are here. They have Suona players, mourners, and even people carrying pots and pans. Lu Yan's face darkened further. They're well prepared. Then he asked, did they bring a coffin? The burly man hesitated. No, their god didn't come either. Leading them is a black dog. It has a very fierce aura. Lu Yan's anger flared. They dare send a wild dog against me. Such an insult is intolerable. Even evil gods have their pride. He hadn't yet clashed with the god of Qingshui village, but he refused to believe he was weaker than him. At this moment, 2 men clad in iron armor were hiding far from Little Stone Village, watching the scene with an amused look in their eyes. Are you really not going to help Lu Yan? The taller armored man asked. Lu Yan is an arrogant fool who has shown much disrespect to the great deity. He deserves to die to make room for others, replied the shorter armored man. The taller one nodded. The ancient god of Qingshui village has some ability, having already killed 2 of the new gods. The shorter man added, exactly. The new gods below Galewind Town aren't part of the Lord's inner circle. Once they're wiped out, our Lord can eliminate the ancient god of Qingshui village and bring his followers here. The evil god of Galewind Town, known as the Wolf God, had been aware of Qi Yuan's arrival for several days. However, the Wolf God was unconcerned. The new gods beneath Galewind Town weren't loyal to him, some even opposed his faction. Thus, he planned to use Qi Yuan to cleanse the villages beneath Galewind Town. Once he killed Qi Yuan, he could openly place his own people in those positions. Of course, the Wolf God wasn't a fool and understood the dangers of raising a tiger only to invite trouble later. Thus, he had dispatched 2 temple guards to investigate the situation. At this time, the sound of a Suona horn began to play, and the 2 temple guards perked up, looking ahead. A long procession quickly advanced toward them. But this procession didn't look like an army on the march, it resembled a funeral procession. The taller iron-clad guard couldn't help but smile. This ancient god of Qingshui village is quite clever. The leading divine dog is rather extraordinary, remarked the shorter one. But it's only at the early Purple Mansion stage, not a threat, said the taller guard. As temple guards, they were elite warriors of Galewind Town, also at the early Purple Mansion stage. There were over 30 guards of their level in Galewind Town, so they naturally looked down on a mere black dog at the early Purple Mansion stage. I've heard that the ancient god of Qingshui village is not even at the Purple Mansion stage but has a powerful sacrificial artifact, which is how he killed 2 new gods, said the shorter guard. That artifact will be the wolf god's prize. The wolf god wasn't well known among the 7 towns, but the temple guards who had been assimilated understood that their wolf god was far beyond just a peak Purple Mansion stage deity. He had even opened half of a divine aperture, making him a demigod. This was why Nangong Wuji, a peak Purple Mansion stage cultivator, had been injured by the wolf god. The two hit as the sound of the suona grew louder. The taller one grinned, the show's about to begin. They watched the village battle from a position of superiority. At that moment, Lu Yan of Little Stone Village soared into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. To provoke me with a mere dog, Qingshui village has insulted me, and they will pay dearly. The Suona band had not yet arrived, but its sound reached them first. The evil god Lu Yan ascended, and the villagers' faith coalesced into a sacrificial artifact radiating an aura of primordial divine power. Without hesitation, he struck out, venting his inner fury. This primordial divine power strike had been accumulating for decades and was terrifyingly powerful. Even a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator would struggle to withstand it. Of course, it was only a single strike. Zhu Zhuangxi looked worried. Can the big black dog handle this? Although the big black dog was in the Purple Mansion stage, it had just broken through using the visualization method and was not yet proficient in using primordial divine power. Unless the primordial divine power's energy level was too high, it would struggle to withstand this attack. The village chief Yu Lei and the priest Shentu shared this concern. They hadn't expected the enemy to be so formidable. But at the forefront of the villagers, the big black dog's eyes flashed with disdain. It suddenly flew into the sky, letting out a thunderous roar like a lion's. With a blood-curdling howl, it sucked in the air. What happened next was terrifying. The clouds in the sky, as if a hole had opened in a river, all funneled into the big black dog's mouth. The howling celestial dog's divine power was to swallow clouds and exhale mist. The big black dog had visualized this power. It swallowed the clouds from the sky. The big black dog then spat toward Lu Yan. Immediately, multicolored mist spewed out, filled with heavenly fire, earthly flames, and fierce winds. This was no ordinary mist. Lu Yan's eyes widened. This primordial divine power isn't from this world. He couldn't comprehend it, and then he screamed in agony. His sacrificial artifact was incinerated by the primordial divine power. His body began to disintegrate. That wasn't mist, it was fire. At this moment, the tall and short men hiding in the distance widened their eyes in shock. That's not a primordial divine power from this world. An evil god. If Qi Yuan had long since hidden the origin of his primordial divine power, even using the stellar gold elixir to obscure the nature of his power, the big black dog hadn't. Having just grasped its primordial divine power, the big black dog hadn't yet had time to adapt it to this world's standards. So, when it unleashed its power, the strong individuals present could immediately tell that it wasn't a primordial divine power from this world. The tall and short men's faces turned pale. An evil god had appeared. This had to be reported to the wolf god immediately. The two were about to retreat quietly when suddenly, a vertical pupil appeared beside the big black dog. A voice, seemingly infused with the rules of heaven and earth, resounded. Who dares to spy here? All eyes involuntarily turned to the shadow of the vertical pupil. The shorter iron-clad man trembled all over. Just the shadow of the vertical pupil filled him with dread, making him shake as if he were facing an invincible and majestic god. What kind of true god is this? The tall man couldn't comprehend. He had once seen a follower of an ancient god unleash a high-level primordial divine power. But compared to the shadow of this vertical pupil, it wasn't even a fraction as powerful. This was an incomprehensible existence. Following that majestic, cold, and merciless voice, a golden light appeared out of nowhere, and the bodies of the tall and short men turned to ashes in an instant, vanishing completely from this world. In Galewind Town, the wolf god suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Just now, he had felt an impending disaster, as if something terrifying had descended upon him. And his body had inexplicably been injured, with no apparent cause. Could it be that a god is targeting me? The wolf god's expression was uncertain. I'd better keep a low profile for now. The wolf god decided to lay low until he figured out what was going on. This. Village chief Yulei stared at the disappearing vertical pupil, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Shi Chongshan was the same. He had never seen such a powerful, awe-inspiring, and indescribable apparition. The big black dog knelt on its front legs, its tail wagging furiously. The faces of everyone present were solemn. They knew this was something terrifying that couldn't be revealed. Anyone who leaks what happened today will die a horrible death, Village Chief Yulei declared. Zhu Zhuangxi also realized the gravity of the situation. Even the weeping women and the fat-cheeked cook nodded in agreement. The lowest cultivator among them was in the foundation establishment stage, with most at the golden core stage. In the distant temple, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. A buy one get one free deal. He hadn't expected that merely visualizing the howling celestial dog would also come with the true Lord Erlang. In the mythology of Blue Star, Erlang Shen is a legendary figure, known for splitting the mountain to save his mother, or battling the Monkey King to a draw in the Journey to the West. No matter which myth, Erlang Shen was always a top-tier warrior. Qi Yuan knew that even 100 of the previous level of evil gods combined couldn't summon this great deity. Yet, by visualizing the howling celestial dog, he'd somehow got a bonus. Though it wasn't the true form of true Lord Erlang, not even a projection, but merely a remnant formed from the howling celestial dog's memories, it was still terrifyingly powerful. So, should I continue to try for more buy one get one deals? Qi Yuan pondered, but eventually dismissed the idea. Everything would come as it should. However, this feeling of upgrading while sitting idle was quite satisfying. He was now at level 30 as a divine being, which, by this world's standards, put him at the early nascent soul stage. This was much faster than upgrading in Moon-Watching Continent and Lufeng Realm. Let's go, it's time for the feast. Qi Yuan waved his hand. Chi, let's go eat. In Qingshui village, Chi and her maid Xiaoshui, who were frowning at the crops, relaxed at the sound. Let's put aside these worries and go eat with Godfather. When Xiaoshui heard this, her eyes lit up, as if greasy pork had been placed in front of her, making her drool. Everyone, turn your grief into appetite and let's eat. Qi Yuan's opening remarks at the feast were simple, without much elaboration. But the 7 aunts and 6 uncles of Shihia village cried their hearts out. Even Qi Yuan felt a pang of sadness as he ate. Godfather, you actually visualized such a powerful divine technique. Chi, sitting beside him, looked surprised. She hadn't witnessed the vertical pupil's power, but seeing the big black dog after the feast made her realize that Qi Yuan had given the dog a divine technique. The big black dog sat next to Qi Yuan, its tail wagging furiously, clutching a pig's trotter in its paw, its eyes filled with smugness. Zhu Zhuangxi, sitting nearby, looked dejected. Village Chief Yulei also hesitated to speak. Such a precious divine technique, given to a mere dog, it was a waste of a treasure. Sigh, such a powerful divine technique, capable of creating a true god, wasted so casually, Chi said. In her view, even her godfather couldn't visualize many such divine techniques. After all, true gods were rare, and those who once received incense offerings were even fewer. Her godfather had seen other ancient gods, but that didn't mean the divine techniques he condensed were unique or particularly strong. It's fine, there are plenty more. As long as there's enough evil god power, anything is possible. Qi Yuan was excited. What would it be like to visualize all the celestial beings? It would be interesting, right? Looking at her godfather, Chi didn't persuade him further, but said, Godfather, we now have 4 villages under our control. We can't keep celebrating with a feast every time we take over another village, it's not sustainable. Chi was telling the truth. Right now, everyone was enjoying good food and drink, but with more people, this practice wouldn't last. After all, if they held a feast every day, they'd soon run out of resources. Even if they conquered new villages, what if they didn't have enough grain or meat? Qi Yuan nodded, we need to conquer more villages to keep the feasts going. Chi couldn't help but smile bitterly, Godfather, this isn't going to work. We need to establish a base of our own. Qi Yuan understood what she meant. It's all the enemy's fault for being so poor, otherwise, we could feast every day. Qi Yuan lamented. These new gods were too useless. Despite managing their territories for years, they couldn't even provide for a grand feast. The people present felt a pang of sympathy for the dead evil gods. They killed them, took their things, and then feasted on them. It was too tragic. Indeed, opposing the Origin Heaven Sovereign was a terrible idea, it would end in misery. Chi-Chi was also a bit speechless, and said, "We need to grow more crops and ensure good harvests." Qi Yuan nodded, "Should we also raise some pigs?" Hearing this, the maid Xiaoshui, who was eating pork, nodded furiously, "Yes, I support pig farming." "That's your responsibility," Qi Yuan said, looking at Xiaoshui. Raising pigs wasn't something he could leave to his goddaughter, after all. Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up, "Okay." Then Qi Yuan asked, "How many new gods are left in Galewind Town?" "Including the one in Galewind Town, 9 remain. In that case, let's kill one a day for the next few days." Qi Yuan ordered. They couldn't kill too many in a day, or the feasts would overlap. Galewind Town. Inside the temple, the wolf god appeared, his face looking grim. What is it? Since his mysterious injury, he had been lying low, recuperating. "Great deity, the 5 great families are preparing to summon that great one." The fat man's eyes gleamed with excitement. The wolf god was surprised, "I thought that was years away." "We've confirmed that the ancient god, Yuan Shen, is severely injured and unable to awaken. This is the best time to summon the new god." "This is good news." The wolf god hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. If a true god descended, Feiwang City would fall completely under his control. However, summoning the new god requires your help, wolf god. The fat man looked pleadingly at him. "Oh, to summon this true god, a plague needs to be created, and we need your assistance." "Spreading a plague in Feiwang City? Fine, but give me a few days." The fat man's eyes lit up, "Thank you, great deity." In Qingshui village, Qi Yuan walked along the ridge of a field with Chi-Chi, looking at the thin crops with a complicated expression. "You're right, these crops really." In the past 2 days, Qi Yuan had killed 2 more new gods. He now possessed the power of 2 more evil gods. One of them was at the Purple Mansion stage, stronger than many others. As his territory expanded, he felt the growing shortage of food. He couldn't help but think how convenient it would be if they could survive on fasting like in Kanglin realm. The cultivators here were too reliant on food. Does Godfather have a solution? Chi-Chi, who managed the logistics of Qi Yuan's territory, asked. "Our food supply will only last 3 months. It's a pity I don't have golden fertilizer," Qi Yuan sighed. Chi-Chi ignored what Qi Yuan said. For things she didn't understand, she chalked it up to a generation gap between her and her ancient godfather. It was normal not to understand everything. "Why don't I go to Feiwang City and see if I can find a solution? There are many cultivators there who are skilled in agriculture," Chi-Chi suggested. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up at this. "I've got it. Leave it to me." If cultivators were skilled in agriculture, why not visualize a deity who governs agriculture? If Qi Yuan remembered correctly, Huji and Shenong were gods of agriculture. According to ancient texts, Huji was the ancestor of the Zhou dynasty, the son of the supreme god, and served as a minister during the reigns of Yao and Shun. He was the first to store grain in state granaries and establish agricultural methods, providing seeds to the common people and teaching them farming. He was revered as the god of millet and the god of agriculture. As for Shenong, he was even more renowned. Huan Blue Star hadn't heard of Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. But thinking of the high levels of these 2 gods, Qi Yuan felt that his current evil god power might not be enough to visualize them. He had to lower his sights a bit. Returning to the temple, he once again entered the visualization chat group. The group was lively. "Sigh, I just visualized a rare divine technique. Seems like someone else failed again," said Venerable Shen Miao in the group, seemingly dissing the group leader, Dong Zhonghe. "HMPH, a bunch of old men looking down on the young heavenly emperor, aren't you?" Dong Zhonghe retorted. "You, a young heavenly emperor? The Origin Heaven Sovereign seems more deserving of that title," added Venerable Black Dragon in the group. Dong Zhonghe noticed something and cautiously asked, "Origin Heaven Sovereign, are you preparing to visualize again?" "Yes," Qi Yuan replied. "Which true god are you planning to visualize this time?" Dong Zhonghe asked tentatively, trying to gauge Qi Yuan's intentions. If this continued, more group members would surpass him, and he would lose his right to bark orders. This time, I originally wanted to visualize a powerful one, but unfortunately, my evil god power is too limited. So, I plan to visualize a somewhat weaker one, Qi Yuan answered. In his understanding, the god he was referring to was indeed rather weak. Dong Zhonghe immediately smiled widely. Finally, it wasn't going to be a powerful visualization. His title of Young Heavenly Emperor was safe. It's okay. Visualizing an ordinary one-star deity is still good, Dong Zhonghe said, unable to resist adding, after all, not everyone can be like Venerable Baishi, who has 1 epic and 3 rare ones. And I am destined to surpass Venerable Baishi. The group members immediately started teasing Dong Zhonghe. Oh, Dong Heavenly Emperor, when are you going to visualize another rare one? Qi Yuan greeted the group and then entered the visualization realm again. A towering mountain of visualization stood before him. In his mind, he immediately pictured the deity he wanted to visualize. An old man with the appearance of a sage, holding a staff. White beard, white hair, and a kindly smile. Suddenly, the image of a white-bearded old man appeared in a small temple. Sometimes, a monkey with a thunderous mouth would suddenly strike the ground, and the little old man would quickly emerge from the earth. The mountain of visualization asked 2 soul-searching questions again. Qi Yuan followed the same process, using the stellar gold elixir to illuminate himself. After a few breaths, the mountain of visualization suddenly burst into light. A divine technique appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. To his surprise, all 3 of his evil god powers disappeared, including one at the purple mansion level. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment, it's even stronger than the howling celestial dog. But then he thought, considering the incense offerings the other deity received, it was only natural that it was stronger than the howling celestial dog. Holding the divine technique, Qi Yuan left the mountain of visualization. Meanwhile, the group was still buzzing with activity. Just now, the mountain of visualization flashed with golden light. Did someone get an epic? Origin Heaven Sovereign just went in, could it be him? Venerable Shen Miao asked in the group. Dong Zhonghe quickly replied, he said the one he was visualizing was very ordinary, how could it be an epic? Besides, I see Origin Heaven Sovereign as having the potential of a 3-step ladder, not someone who would know so many rare true gods. Dong Heavenly Emperor, don't be so sure. Let's wait and see. Hey, Origin Heaven Sovereign is back. Tell us, what did you visualize this time? Qi Yuan looked at the group messages and smiled wryly, I got lucky this time and visualized an epic 1-star. What? Origin Heaven Sovereign, that's not a funny joke. Dong Zhonghe exclaimed. I'm not lying, it really is an epic 1-star. This time, I visualized the Earth God, Qi Yuan replied. The Earth God also managed part of agriculture. According to some ancient texts, the Earth God was associated with Hutu. However, the Earth God Qi Yuan visualized was based on the Earth God in his memory. Earth God, what kind of true God is that? Never heard of it. Did such a great deity really exist in ancient times? Dong Heavenly Emperor, I'm about to visualize now, give me a good word. Get lost, I think there's no more Dong Heavenly Emperor, only Dong the Dead. The Origin Heavenly Emperor is the true leader now. The group was buzzing with messages, with everyone praising Qi Yuan. Even Venerable Baishi appeared to join in the praise and advised Qi Yuan to leave the fallen area. Origin Heaven Sovereign, you visualized an epic 1-star. Your future is bright, Venerable Tianbao commented in the group. I happen to have some treasures that can help one break through to a true god. I might not need them, how about I give them to you? Qi Yuan immediately felt that there were still many good people in the group. No need, Venerable Tianbao. Keep them for yourself, maybe in a while, I'll invite you to a feast. Alright, if you don't want them, Venerable Tianbao, I do. Venerable Tianbao, adopt me. Qi Yuan exited the chat group. In his hand, he held a divine technique from the Earth God. Who should I give this divine technique to? Qi Yuan thought of Chi-Chi. But then he realized that having Chi-Chi, a girl, as the Earth God might be too incongruous. Xiaoshui would be perfect. Qi Yuan immediately made up his mind. Miss, I'm hungry, I want some pork. Xiaoshui, the maid, rolled up her pant legs, working hard in the fields. Don't slack off. Finish the work, then go tend to the pigs, there'll be plenty of pork to eat. Chi-Chi had long since dropped her ladylike demeanor and was working in the fields. What do you think the solution Lord God spoke of is? Xiao Shui asked curiously. Chi was also curious. I'm not sure about that either. The longer she spent with her godfather, the more she felt how mysterious he was. Miss, that crazy old woman is here again, Xiao Shui said, pointing to an old woman standing on the field's edge. Chi frowned upon seeing the old woman. The old woman mumbled, "You're born noble, why do such menial tasks? Miss, leave with me, leave this remote mountain village." Chi frowned even deeper. First, farming is about feeding the people of the world, it's not menial. Second, I'm not your miss, and I won't go with you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have the big black dog chase you away. The crazy old woman sighed at Chi-Chi's words. Fine, fine. She muttered to herself as she ran off, eventually disappearing. Don't pay attention to that crazy old woman, Chi-Chi ordered. But what if she's telling the truth? What if you're from a noble background with powerful bloodlines? Xiao Shui asked. What's the use of that? Chi-Chi replied without thinking. Now, she was immersed in the joy of nurturing her godfather, finding great pleasure in it. Even if I have noble bloodlines, I still have to cultivate and work hard myself, right? That's tough work, might as well nurture my godfather. I think he has the potential to become a great deity, Chi said. Xiao Shui nodded, feeling that her mistress made a lot of sense. At that moment, a voice transmission entered her ears. Xiao Shui's eyes showed a strange expression. Miss, the master is calling me. Let's go together, Chi said, curious about why her godfather would call for Xiao Shui. Could it be that Xiao Shui had messed up the pig farming? The two of them arrived at the temple and immediately saw Qi Yuan sitting on a stone bench. Sit down, Xiao Shui, I have a divine technique here, do you want to cultivate it? Qi Yuan got straight to the point. Chi was stunned, she hadn't expected her godfather to come up with another divine technique so quickly, and for Xiao Shui instead of her. She thought about it, surely it was because this divine technique was lower in grade than the one given to the big black dog, so her godfather was saving the better one for her. Giving it to Xiao Shui was a sign of trust. Yes, Xiao Shui hadn't expected such a great opportunity to come her way. But cultivating this divine technique might have a tiny side effect, Qi Yuan said. What kind of side effect? Xiao Shui didn't mind. It might make you shorter. This was Qi Yuan's guess, he wasn't sure but thought it best to mention it. Otherwise, Xiao Shui might resent it if she ended up shorter. That side effect is nothing. Xiao Shui, you can always use magic to make yourself taller again, Chi said generously. An ordinary divine technique, after all, was not something to worry about giving away. Xiao Shui nodded eagerly, I want it. Alright, here's the divine technique. Take a look. Qi Yuan handed the glowing golden divine technique to Xiao Shui. Chi-Chi's eyes widened, golden light, an epic 1-star. She couldn't stay calm, she had assumed it was just an ordinary divine technique. But it turned out to be an epic 1-star, even more valuable than the one given to the big black dog. Godfather, this is such a waste. Actually, I'd like to be short too, so I can snuggle back into your arms. Chi couldn't stay calm at all. An epic 1-star divine technique could certainly create a true god, as long as there were the right breakthrough treasures. As she spoke, she even transformed into a childlike form, her height only reaching Qi Yuan's waist, looking incredibly cute. Qi Yuan chuckled, there'll be one for you in the future, but this one is perfect for Xiao Shui. Chi-Chi's face fell, Godfather. An epic 1-star divine technique was incredibly rare. She couldn't help but feel unbalanced. It was as if her divine technique had been given to someone else. After all, she was helping her godfather grow stronger. She had a sense that her godfather's things were her things. Xiao Shui was indeed her maid, but a pig farmer didn't seem worthy of an epic 1-star. It's okay, Qi Yuan laughed, Xiao Shui, give it a try. Xiao Shui glanced at her mistress, then couldn't resist the temptation and accepted the divine technique. She immediately entered a meditative state. Godfather, you can't feed fine flour to wild boars, Chi said helplessly. After all, it was her godfather's divine technique, and it was his choice who to give it to, she had no right to object. But she still felt uneasy. Don't worry, just kill more evil gods, and there will be more divine techniques, Qi Yuan reassured her. Godfather, I'm just afraid you'll run out of stock, Chi said. After all, in ancient times, there were only so many gods who received incense offerings. The most powerful ones had almost all been visualized. There were few left at the epic level. As for legendary ones, they were even rarer. And mythical ones, those hadn't appeared in centuries. The night passed without a word, and Chi-Chi looked at Xiaoshui with a mixture of emotions. As for Qi Yuan, he held his little bride and went to sleep in their pit. The next day, blood-red light once again illuminated the earth, and Qi Yuan felt refreshed. Because he had leveled up again. He looked at Xiaoshui with satisfaction. Not bad, you've reached the Purple Mansion stage. The divine technique was really fast for leveling up. In Qi Yuan's small territory, there were now 2 people at the Purple Mansion stage. Xiaoshui opened her eyes, a look of joy in them. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Miss. Chi-Chi still looked forlorn. Sigh, Xiaoshui, it seems you'll be going off to battle in other villages, while I can only watch from behind. Xiaoshui had reached the Purple Mansion stage. She was now a formidable force. Xiaoshui's awakened primordial divine power might be different from others. Her combat ability is average, but she excels in guarding the land and agriculture, Qi Yuan explained. The Earth God wasn't a combat deity. And he noticed that Xiaoshui's awakened primordial divine power was also related to agriculture. What? Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Xiaoshui visualized a deity with a divine role. And it's related to agriculture. How is that possible? Isn't agriculture the domain of Venerable Yulong? But Venerable Yulong had been visualized countless times, and no one could use him to reach the Purple Mansion stage or awaken an agricultural-related primordial divine power. Chi-Chi was confused. Now she was being told that there was another deity overseeing agriculture. What did this mean? Where did it come from? Chi-Chi was deeply puzzled. Everyone in the mortal heart realm with even a bit of common sense knew that Venerable Yulong governed agriculture. But now, there was an earth god as well. Qi Yuan smiled. This just shows how little you know. On Qi Yuan's previous world, Blue Star, the earth god had an exceptionally strong following. Yet Chi-Chi still couldn't grasp it. After all, gods with divine roles were both rare and precious. Chi-Chi knew that countless followers cultivated the divine technique of Venerable Yulong. When considering the crop yields of her godfather's territory, she had thought about using Venerable Yulong's divine technique but ultimately decided against it. Too many people had visualized it, making it nearly ineffective. You should take Xiaoshui to the fields and try it out, Qi Yuan suggested without further explanation, busy with writing his own Qi Yuan Sutra and planning which village to visit that night for a feast. As Chi-Chi led Xiaoshui, she couldn't help but recall the scene of the big black dog pinning Zhu Zhuangxi down during the feast. Xiaoshui, now that you've reached the Purple Mansion stage, you won't bully me, will you? Chi-Chi asked. Miss, I would never. Xiaoshui responded quickly, waving her hands in alarm. Only then did Chi-Chi smile. How do you feel? Her confusion remained unresolved. The only explanation that made sense was that the true god Xiaoshui had visualized was powerful and also held some agricultural responsibilities. Only that could explain why it was an epic 1-star. With Xiaoshui in tow, they arrived at the fields. Qingshui village now had water and was growing a variety of crops, including something resembling wheat, rice, and sweet potatoes. While similar to those on Blue Star, these crops were not exactly the same. They contained some spiritual energy, as expected in a world of cultivation, and were not bound by the seasons. Miss, the village chief greeted Chi-Chi with respect. As the god's adopted daughter, she was a treasure to Qingshui village. Chi-Chi noticed a man in plain clothes standing beside the village chief, and who was he? Miss has been diligent in agricultural matters, so I invited Mr. Xu Yuping from Xisha town. He's the most skilled in agriculture among the 7 towns and has gained some insights by visualizing Venerable Yulong, the village chief, Yu Lei, introduced. Xisha town was the only one of the 7 towns under Feiwang city that still worshipped an ancient god. Xu Yuping was a highly respected figure in Xisha town, responsible for agricultural affairs. His accomplishments in visualizing Venerable Yulong were notable. Despite the fact that many had visualized Venerable Yulong, he was one of the few who had achieved significant results. Xu Yuping looked at the fields of Qingshui village and sighed, the land is too barren. Even if I give it my all, I could only increase the yield by half. Yu Lei was not surprised by this answer, that would already be quite good. Chi-Chi, standing beside them, suddenly looked at Xiaoshui. Didn't the god say that your primordial divine power is related to agriculture? Would you like to try? Yu Lei then turned to Xiaoshui, his eyes filled with disbelief. They had just shared a feast yesterday, and Xiaoshui had only been in the Golden Core stage. How had she suddenly reached the Purple Mansion stage? A divine technique. Realizing this, Yu Lei could no longer stay calm. Xu Yuping glanced at Xiaoshui and respectfully said, I didn't expect to meet a fellow cultivator. Shisha Town had many people at the Purple Mansion stage, so Xu Yuping wasn't overly deferential towards someone at that level. He assumed Xiao Shui had also visualized Venerable Yulong and thus knew something about agriculture. Unfortunately, too many people have visualized Venerable Yulong. Even if one becomes a true god on their own, they can only increase crop yields by 60 to 70%, Xu Yuping lamented. Xiao Shui, eager to try, said, "Let me give it a try." She was about to unleash her primordial divine power when Xu Yuping watched with interest. But then, Xiao Shui suddenly looked distressed. "Miss, my primordial divine power, part of its effect requires your cooperation." Yu Lei was stunned. Xu Yuping was also taken aback. A primordial divine power that required cooperation. They had never heard of such a thing. "How can I help?" Chi asked curiously. "Just pray for a good harvest on your godfather's land," Xiao Shui replied. Though puzzled, Chi followed Xiao Shui's instructions. "May all the crops on my godfather's land grow strong, may there be abundant harvests, and may the yield increase dramatically." Xiao Shui closed her eyes as a unique aura spread around her. Her primordial divine power was indeed special. One of its abilities was to connect the earth with the heavens, channeling the prayers of the people to the heavens. Even Xiao Shui herself was somewhat perplexed. Then, the heavens responded. Chi looked at Xiao Shui. "How is it?" Xu Yuping commented, "This is the first time I've seen something like this." Just then, Xiao Shui's height suddenly shrank, making her look like a porcelain doll. A wisp of special energy appeared in her hands. She opened her eyes, which were filled with authority but also kindness. "By the decree of the heavens, this place shall have favorable weather and bountiful harvests." As she spoke, the special energy flew from her hands, spreading over the fields, not just the fields of Qingshui village but also those of Shihia village, Qingxi village, and others. "What is this?" Xu Yuping muttered in confusion as he watched the expanding energy. Shouldn't agriculture involve rain, fertilizing, loosening the soil, weeding, and pest control? What is this little girl doing? But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. The energy settled over the fields, and a miraculous change occurred. Crops that were mere sprouts began to grow at a visible speed. The stems thickened, and branches kept sprouting. The once barren fields turned lush green. The seedlings seemed to have undergone years of growth. "Is this forcing growth?" Xu Yuping exclaimed, "but this technique only makes the crops grow faster without actually bearing fruit." Watching this, Xu Yuping could only think of forcing growth as an explanation. Chi also felt a shock of disbelief. Could this really be a form of agricultural sorcery, disguised as righteousness but actually leading to disaster? But the next moment dispelled all her doubts. The crops, which had appeared to be forced to grow, began to bear fruit. In just a few breaths, wheat, rice, and other crops filled the fields, their golden hue shimmering like waves of gold. The branches were laden with heavy grain. The yield was far beyond that of normal growth. "This isn't forced growth. What on earth is going on?" Xu Yuping grabbed a handful of rice, examining it intently, clearly unsettled. "What exactly is your primordial divine power? Which god did you visualize?" In a single glance, the once young crops had fully matured. Not only that, but the yield had also doubled. Either one of these phenomena would astonish the world, but the two combined were simply unbelievable. "This primordial divine power is called connecting heaven and earth. The god I visualized is called the Earth God," Xiao Shui explained quickly, seeing no need to hide anything. "Earth God." Xu Yuping repeated the name, utterly bewildered. How could there be such a god? Why have I never heard of him? He was ranked third among those in charge of agriculture in Shisha Town. He was highly knowledgeable about agricultural deities, but this Earth God was entirely unfamiliar to him. If this Earth God had only a minor influence on agriculture, it wouldn't be so shocking. But this Earth God seemed on par with Venerable Yulong. How could he have never heard of such a powerful figure? Xu Yuping couldn't make sense of it. Is this primordial divine power a one-time use? If so, that would explain things. He looked at the now weakened Xiao Shui. "Yes, I'm exhausted," Xiao Shui admitted. "I'd need to eat a whole pig to recover and use it again." Xu Yuping, Chi. In the temple, Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He looked at the divine technique in his hands, still glowing with golden light. This divine technique could also be used by others, though it might be less effective than Xiao Shui's. But it should still be good. Qi Yuan thought it was time to assign an earth god to each village. The earth god didn't just oversee agriculture, he also ensured peace in the area. Moreover, he seemed to have sharp ears, always aware of any disturbances. In Journey to the West, whenever Sun Wukong had an issue, he would often seek out the Earth God for information. In Shisha town, Shu Yuping returned with a heavy heart. As soon as he arrived in town, he headed straight to the temple. Greetings, my lord. The deity of Shisha town, named Ruyu, was a being at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. Ruyu, dressed in white with a feather in his hair, had sunken eyes and looked extremely tired. Did you meet the ancient god of Qingshui village? Ruyu asked. Aside from Shisha town, the other towns and their villages mostly worship the new gods. The origin heaven sovereign of Qingshui village was an exception, having killed several new gods and drawn considerable attention. It could be said that many gods were now aware of him. However, because Qingshui village belonged to Galewind town, other powerful new gods had not yet acted against the origin heaven sovereign. I didn't meet him, but something extraordinary happened today. Shu Yuping described the event in the most exaggerated terms. Oh, Ruyu showed a hint of interest. Shu Yuping recounted what had happened that day to Ruyu. Hearing this, Ruoyu's eyes were filled with amazement, a god even stronger than Venerable Yulong, and one who governs agriculture. Strange, I've never heard of such a god. Before he died, his memories had been revived. Yet, he had never heard of such a god. If this god were to come to our Shisha town, I'm confident that crop yields would increase several times over every year, and we would no longer have to worry about anyone going hungry. Shu Yuping said excitedly. Ruyu nodded in agreement, indeed. But despite agreeing, he didn't seem particularly excited. No matter how good the agricultural yield, even if it increased tenfold or 100-fold, it couldn't change the bigger picture. Right now, the threat from the other 6 towns was imminent. The ancient god Yuan hadn't appeared in a long time. The entire Feiwang city was filled with undercurrents. Only military strength could break the current stalemate. Even if Qingshui village had excellent harvests and plenty of food stores, if the evil god of Galewind town, the wolf god, took action, wouldn't all these resources just fall into his hands? And what do you think of the origin heaven sovereign? Ruyu asked. This ancient god must have had a high status in ancient times. Now, he's produced 2 divine techniques, both rare and valuable. If given a few decades, along with treasures that allow for a breakthrough to true godhood, he might indeed become a true god, like the ancient god Yuan, Shu Yuping answered earnestly. Ruoyu's worry deepened. Recently, the 5 great families had been secretly contacting the other 6 towns, evil gods, seemingly planning something big. Ruyu sensed danger. He felt that something major was about to happen. Time was running out. Tell the ancient god of Qingshui village that something big may happen in Feiwang city. He should be prepared, and if the situation is beyond his control, he should focus on protecting himself, Ruyu advised, his voice devoid of any emotion. Shu Yuping's joy was cut short, as if cold water had been poured over him. My lord, is the situation that serious? He couldn't help but ask. In Qingshui village, Shi Chongshan, accompanied by an elderly man, asked curiously, Yu Lei, why has the Lord summoned us with these agriculture experts? The leaders of the surrounding villages had each brought their most skilled agricultural elder. Could it be related to the strange occurrence in the fields today? Chen Shifan pondered. Today, all the fields had suddenly seen their crops grow rapidly, with the plants maturing in an instant. Such a miracle had shocked everyone. The Lord has visualized a new divine technique and wishes to grant it to those skilled in agriculture, Yu Lei explained, puffing on his pipe, though his tone was somewhat disgruntled. Shi Chongshan and Chen Shifan's hearts skipped a beat. A new divine technique, granted to those skilled in agriculture. Is it too late for me to start learning agriculture now? The leaders of the villages were filled with envy and jealousy. This was a new divine technique. When Zhu Zhuangshi's black dog learned a divine technique, its status skyrocketed, even earning a seat at the feast. This made them green with envy. The elderly agriculture experts were overjoyed at the news. Does this mean I'll have the chance to learn a divine technique? The Lord is truly divine. These men were over the moon. Led by Yu Lei, they entered the temple, first bowing in reverence before stepping inside. A dozen of them saw Qi Yuan, who was in the middle of creating a new technique. You've arrived. Qi Yuan opened his eyes and got straight to the point. These are the agriculture experts. Yes, the elderly men answered quickly, their joy evident on their faces. I'll grant you this divine technique to visualize together. Qi Yuan tossed the glowing golden divine technique into the air. Yu Lei, Shi Chongshan, and Chen Shifan's eyes turned red with envy at the sight. This was an epic-level divine technique, guaranteed to create a true god. They were beyond envious, with Chen Shifan even drooling. The elderly men quickly knelt in gratitude before starting to visualize the divine technique. Watching from the side, Chen Shifan couldn't help but ask, "My lord, could I visualize the big black dog's divine technique? I've been spending a lot of time with the village dogs lately, learning from them." Shi Chongshan was furious at Chen Shifan's shamelessness. But he quickly stood up as well. "My lord, I've recently become sworn brothers with the divine dog, and I'm very eager to learn that divine technique." Qi Yuan looked at them and said playfully, "That divine technique is limited in scope and can only create one true god, so I can't let you see it. After all, creating 10 purple mansion cultivators wouldn't be as valuable as one true god." The two men were speechless. A true god? They hadn't even considered that. Becoming purple mansion cultivators was already astonishing. But the Lord was thinking about true godhood, which was far beyond their reach. Could a true god really emerge from their little village? It would be like their ancestors' graves were smoking. Today, we'll continue hunting evil gods and then have a feast. The more evil god power we collect, the more divine techniques there will be. Don't worry, you won't be left out, Qi Yuan said casually. Prepare yourselves, we're setting out soon. Understood. Everyone present was overjoyed, though some couldn't help but worry, fearing that the Lord was just making empty promises. In Feiwang City, Huang Mengying looked out the window at the drizzle, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with worry. A man dressed in battle armor entered, and Huang Mengying's expression immediately changed to one of coldness. "What's the situation?" The man kept his head down, his expression grim. "Recently, the 5 great families have been contacting the evil gods of the various towns, seemingly planning something major. Are they preparing to summon the new god?" Huang Mengying's heart sank. The 5 great families were finally making their move, no longer hiding their intentions. "Most likely," the man replied. "Give the order to prepare more medicinal herbs. Also, go to the neighboring city and buy herbs at high prices. Bring in some doctors as well," Huang Mengying instructed. She had a good idea of which new god the 5 great families intended to summon, one associated with plagues. In the coming days, the 5 great families and those new gods would surely spread disease. Unable to kill the evil gods or stop the spread of the plague, all they could do was mitigate the damage, reducing the number of deaths. "Yes, ma'am," the man replied. At that moment, Huang Mengying thought of something else. What about the ancient god of Qingshui village? She remembered briefly meeting that ancient god with Nangong Wuji. She had a certain impression of him. According to reports, he has taken over several more villages belonging to the new gods. Huang Mengying sighed. He's a truly righteous ancient god, but unfortunately, his power is too weak, and the time left for him is running out. In these chaotic times, those who worshipped ancient gods had no way to survive. While worshipping the new gods might bring temporary peace, in the long run, it would lead to assimilation and the loss of self. Huang Mengying couldn't bear to see the place where she grew up overrun by the walking dead. Thinking of something else, Huang Mengying asked, "What about our contact with the ancient god alliance?" The man's face darkened. The ancient god alliance has no one to spare to help Feiwang City. Their contact person said that if we leave Feiwang City, they could offer assistance. "Leave? That's out of the question," Huang Mengying said, her voice firm. How could she leave the place where she was born and raised, or stand by while her people turned into the walking dead? At some point, pass the ancient god alliance's message to the ancient god of Qingshui village. He has great potential. If he joins the ancient god alliance, he might become a true god in the future. Heavy rain poured continuously for several days. The wolf god stepped out of the temple, his expression cold and indifferent. "My lord," the leader of the temple guards approached, showing great respect. "How are the villages below?" the wolf god asked. These past days, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the plague. The temple guard leader looked serious. "The villages have all fallen into the hands of Qingshui village as of today." Hearing this, the wolf god was a bit surprised. This Origin Heaven Sovereign is quite bold. Although the wolf god had intentionally allowed Origin Heaven Sovereign to conquer these villages, no other ancient god would dare act so boldly. For instance, the ancient god Ruiyu of Shisha town had always kept a low profile, never provoking the new gods, much like a quail. "My lord, should I take some guards and capture him?" the temple guard leader suggested. In Galewind town, there were over 30 temple guards at the Purple Mansion stage. The temple guard leader did not consider Origin Heaven Sovereign a threat. With their numbers, Qingshui village would surely be destroyed. The wolf god's eyes narrowed as he recalled the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier. For now, avoid confronting Qingshui village. He had a feeling that a true god might be lurking nearby. It was better to stay low for now. Once the new god arrived, the new god could deal with that ancient true god. The temple guard leader nodded. Recently, the people of Jinshi town have been acting up. It seems that because you haven't taken action against Qingshui village, many in Jinshi town are considering defecting to Qingshui village. A while back, Nangong Wuji had attacked the god of Jinshi town, killing him. Now, Jinshi town was in chaos, with several village-level new gods vying for power. Many villagers wanted to flee to Qingshui village, where the origin heaven sovereign was gaining momentum. Foolish commoners with limited vision, the wolf god sneered. To him, these ordinary people were like frogs in a well, only able to see the small patch of sky above them. How could any new god, or even an ancient god, see the origin heaven sovereign as anything other than a dead man walking? Very well, since they want to go to Qingshui village, the wolf god's eyes gleamed. Spread the contents of this bottle among those heading to Qingshui village. The temple guard leader accepted the bottle, his eyes gleaming with amusement. As you command. The bottle contained the source of a plague. Recently, the 5 great families had visited the new gods of various towns to obtain it. Let them live for a little while longer, but don't let them live too comfortably, the wolf god said cruelly. With that, he returned to the temple. The temple guard leader left the temple and headed for Jinshi town. The rain continued to pour heavily. It eased a bit at noon, only to start pouring again by evening. For Qi Yuan and the others, the feast continued as usual, with the same enthusiasm as always. But for the people of Jinshi town, the rain only deepened their gloom. The townspeople were divided on what to do about Jinshi town. Some chose to flee Feiwang city, others decided to stay, and many planned to seek refuge in Qingshui village. The next day, the blood-red light once again illuminated the land. Wei Ting, carrying his younger sister, returned from the physician's clinic. He was tall, nearly 2 meters in height, and usually quiet and reserved. Orphaned at a young age, he and his sister had always relied on each other. Back at their home, Wei Ting looked at his sleeping sister without saying a word. He gently lifted her shirt, revealing her back. There, he saw a mass of black spots, each surrounded by pus-filled blisters. The sight was horrifying. At that moment, the frail girl awoke, her voice weak. "Brother, am I going to die?" No, Wei Ting's voice was far from gentle, almost stiff. He quickly pulled down his sleeve to hide the black spots on his own arm. "Brother, don't lie to me. The physician said I have the plague and that there's no cure." The girl forced a smile. Wei Ting had noticed something wrong with his sister's body the previous night. Initially, he had only given her some herbal medicine, but by midnight, he realized something was eating away at her spiritual energy. Her body became covered in black spots, and her aura weakened. He quickly took her to the town's clinic, only to witness a grim scene. Outside the clinic, many others had the same symptoms as his sister, and there were even several corpses. Among them was the body of their neighbor, who had chosen not to go to Qingshui village but had given Wei Ting some spiritual materials for cultivation. Yet, now he saw that neighbor's corpse at the clinic. The physician had told him that his sister had contracted the plague and was beyond saving. He advised Wei Ting to take her home and find a place to bury her, using magic to isolate the body before burial. "It's nothing serious, just a minor illness, it'll get better," Wei Ting said. He wasn't good with words and struggled to express his feelings. Even when their parents died, he had remained silent, burying them without shedding a single tear. "Brother, let's go to Qingshui village. I don't want to die in this place ruled by evil gods," the girl said, gripping his hand. She had used a spell on her hand to prevent the plague from spreading to Wei Ting. "Okay," Wei Ting agreed, pulling his sister's clothes back down and carrying Wei He in his arms as he headed toward Qingshui village through the rain. The path from Jinshi town to Qingshui village was treacherous, passing through several villages controlled by evil gods. Wei Ting moved cautiously, not daring to fly openly. In the rain, he saw many other townspeople from Jinshi town sneaking toward Qingshui village, many of them weakened, showing signs of the plague. Suddenly, Wei Ting felt a numbness in his leg and a buzzing in his head as if his spine had exploded. "Brother, what's wrong?" Wei He asked, sensing her brother's distress. "Nothing," Wei Ting replied, struggling as his spiritual energy became increasingly difficult to control and his consciousness grew fuzzy. But he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace toward Qingshui village. Perhaps due to the heavy rain, his vision became increasingly blurred. With his broad chest, he shielded Wei He from the rain as they pushed onward. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Wei Ting finally saw a group of people ahead, and his heart relaxed. With that release of tension, his body suddenly went limp, and he collapsed into the mud, unconscious. In his final moments of awareness, he saw people rushing toward him. Wei Ting slowly regained consciousness, hearing gentle voices around him. How are they? Godfather, all these people from Jinshi town have the plague. Their condition is critical. Lord God, this plague is terrifying. It corrodes spiritual energy. Shouldn't we drive them out? Hearing this, Wei Ting's heart tightened. He wanted to open his eyes but was too weak even to lift his eyelids. They've come to Qingshui village, so they are now my people. If they're sick, we'll treat them. The man speaking was none other than Qi Yuan. To Qi Yuan, more people meant more labor. There were many talented individuals in Jinshi town. In the future, he would need to visualize many celestial beings, and the population of Qingshui village alone wouldn't be enough. Lord God, their plague is severe and incurable, the physician from Shihia village said, frowning. Physicians from the surrounding villages had gathered to treat the plague but were at a loss. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, call Xiaoshui and the others, the earth gods. For those villagers who had visualized the earth god, Qi Yuan had granted them the title of earth god. Chi was curious why her godfather was calling Xiaoshui, but she quickly went to fetch her. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan looked at Wei Ting with interest, sturdy fellow, a big guy. When Wei Ting had arrived, he had been clutching his sister. Despite others' efforts to pry his hands open, they couldn't loosen his grip. Soon, Xiaoshui and several earth gods arrived. Lord God, you called for me? Xiaoshui asked curiously. Yes, use your primordial divine power to see if you can dispel the plague from these people, Qi Yuan instructed. As an earth god, one of their many powers included dispelling plagues. Ah, Xiaoshui was taken aback. She rarely used her primordial divine power and had only used it twice, both times for agricultural purposes. Give it a try, Qi Yuan encouraged. Chi's eyes widened in surprise. Godfather, can the earth god also heal illnesses? She was increasingly baffled by the earth god. If it was only for agriculture, it seemed even stronger than Venerable Yulong, which was already astonishing. Now, the earth god could even heal the sick, which was simply beyond belief. Of course, Qi Yuan replied. He was beginning to appreciate how useful the gods from Blue Star were. Xiaoshui immediately followed Qi Yuan's instructions and began to use her primordial divine power. Qi then said, I pray that the heavens will dispel the plague and protect the people of my godfather's land. Xiaoshui closed her eyes, and the other earth gods followed suit. After a brief moment, Xiaoshui opened her eyes. In her hand was a drop of water, clear and pure, seemingly capable of curing all ailments. With a flick of her hand, the drop shattered into countless tiny particles, dispersing into the bodies of everyone present. Qi Yuan's eyes focused on Wei Ting, while the other physicians observed the plague-stricken people from Jinshi town. The black spots, they're disappearing. Their bodies are recovering. Their spiritual energy seems to be restored. The physicians were astonished, exchanging excited remarks. Qi Yuan, however, sighed, since they're not specialized in plague, the healing effect is somewhat limited. They'll need another round of treatment to be fully cured. The physicians were speechless. Qi was also at a loss for words. This is what you call a limited effect. She thought her godfather's words would make countless physicians feel ashamed. But then, an idea struck her, and she suddenly brightened. Godfather, I've noticed that Xiaoshui's divine power always involves praying to the heavens. Does that mean, I can pray to the heavens and become a great deity? Qi Yuan was exasperated. Are you trying to exploit a loophole? The earth god's divine power connects heaven and earth, but it's not a wish-granting machine. At that moment, Wei Ting regained some of his strength and opened his eyes to see his sister, her face now healthy and rosy. He then turned to Qi Yuan, stood up, and clasped his fists in thanks. Thank you, Origin Heaven Sovereign, for saving my life. From now on, Wei Ting's life belongs to you. For someone as reserved as Wei Ting, speaking so many words at once was rare. It's nothing, Qi Yuan waved it off casually. The other villagers from Jinshi town also began to wake up, expressing their gratitude to Qi Yuan. Oh, how did you contract this plague? Qi Yuan asked, curious about how such a severe plague could have spread in a world of cultivators. We don't know. It rained heavily last night, and when we woke up in the morning, we suddenly had black spots on our hands. Overnight, Many people in the town fell ill, and many died. We have no idea why. The villagers from Jinshi town looked puzzled, some of them deeply saddened by the loss of loved ones. You don't know, Qi Yuan muttered. Beside him, Wei Ting clenched his fists, remembering the neighbor's body. He didn't know how they had contracted the plague, but it had nearly killed his sister. He couldn't forgive this. If he ever found out who was responsible, he would never let them go. For now, let's focus on treating the patients. We can deal with the rest later. For several days, Jinshi town turned into a living hell. Every day, more bodies were found in hidden corners. Sometimes, you could see a small girl carrying her brother's body, her eyes vacant as she headed home. Meanwhile, the news that Qingshui village could treat the plague spread quickly, drawing more and more people from Jinshi town to Qingshui village. At this time, 2 purple mansion cultivators from a distant place also arrived in Qingshui village. These 2 were members of the Ancient God Alliance. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard, accompanied by a shorter man. They looked ordinary, blending in easily with the crowd. Sigh, it seems Feiwang City is doomed, the old man said, his tone filled with helplessness. It won't last 3 years, the short man predicted. It's a pity that the ancient god Yuan hasn't awakened. Otherwise, joining our ancient god alliance might have given them a fighting chance. The Huang family mentioned that a certain ancient god here has great potential. Since we're passing through, why not invite him to join our ancient god alliance? As they conversed, they made their way to Qingshui village. Before coming, they had investigated the background of the Origin Heaven Sovereign. Upon learning that he possessed 2 high-level divine techniques, both men considered him a worthy candidate. Who are you? At that moment, the ground before them shifted, and a petite woman emerged, eyeing them warily. The old man smiled kindly. We've come from afar to visit the Origin Heaven Sovereign. We mean no harm. Is that so? I'll go inform him. The woman, who was Xiaoshui, quickly disappeared. About 100 breaths later, inside the temple, Qi Yuan looked at the 2 envoys from the Ancient God Alliance and said slowly, I appreciate your offer, but I won't leave Qingshui village. Qi Yuan's firm stance surprised the 2 envoys. The old man tried once more, are you sure you won't reconsider? No need. The short man's eyes flickered. I've heard that you've visualized 2 high-level divine techniques. Would you be willing to sell them to our Ancient God Alliance? I won't sell them. I'm keeping them for myself, Qi Yuan replied without hesitation. Hearing this, the short man's expression turned pitiful. Feiwang City is doomed. These divine techniques will likely be lost to the world. Please, for the sake of all people, make a copy of the divine techniques for us to preserve. The short man's thinking was simple. If this god of Qingshui village was so stubborn as to refuse to leave, the 2 high-level divine techniques would be lost. It would be a waste. Better to take them and claim credit. Qi Yuan's expression darkened. You're being very disrespectful. The old man quickly grabbed the short man, trying to say something. But the short man, seemingly oblivious to Qi Yuan's displeasure, continued loudly, our ancient god alliance. However, his words were cut short as he suddenly turned around, looking up at the northern sky. Qi Yuan also looked in that direction. In the distant north, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky. The light was at least thousands of miles away from Qingshui village, but it was incredibly bright. A domineering, destructive, and terrifying aura swept across, as if intent on erasing everything. The old man's face turned grave, a battle between true gods. It was a clash between an ancient god and a new god. A beam of light also shot up from the ground, full of unstoppable momentum. But compared to the beam from the sky, it was clearly weaker. Yet it still charged forward to resist. Qi Yuan squinted as he watched the 2 beams collide. Boom! The moment the beams made contact, Qi Yuan felt the earth tremble. The beam from the sky was clearly stronger and directly obliterated the one from the ground, crashing into the earth. Qi Yuan couldn't see what happened next, but he could guess that the city below was likely gone. This world had a high level of power, and the heavens were much stronger than in the Kanglin realm. But the strike of a true god could still wipe out an entire city. An ancient god has fallen, the old man sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. The beams of light had signaled a battle between a true god and an ancient god. The ancient god had fallen, and the city he protected had been reduced to ashes. At that moment, the short man looked at Qi Yuan, his eyes crazed. Did you see that? This is what happens if you stay in a fallen zone. You'll die at any moment. Your only chance is to leave with us and join the Ancient God Alliance. If you give me those 2 divine techniques, I'll recommend you to join. The short man seemed deranged, or perhaps he was trying to exploit the situation. Seeing this, the old man's face changed drastically as he tried to stop his companion. But Qi Yuan's expression had already turned cold, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. No one has ever dared to threaten me, and lived. With a swift slash, the short man fell, following the ancient god and the city into oblivion.